says hello, right? Well, I'm not gonna do that. I don't think he plays his intro anymore. I mean, we're starting soon, but I want to say, like, not really ready for it anyways. Still gonna have to wait a little bit before they do the pre-show, but I want to watch the pre-show.
Well, you don't like the X-Wing pilot? Alright. It's more like supermarket announcement or like school announcer more than anything else, but could be wrong. Yeah. I got you. Calls to the front desk? No way. Anyways, how's everyone's morning? Start of the morning? Party people getting ready to watch the pre-show. I know Hooge and Pen Flash are sitting down, relaxing right now, waiting for the show to start as well. That's all of us. Pause that. When is agent reveal? Isn't that the grand finals? We're not even going to see any of that until like the 24th. I mean, we've seen the artwork, we just haven't seen like the agents and all that. Or sorry, the abilities and all that. And we're not here about leaks. You guys can not really interested in hearing it until we see it at the finals, the way it was destined to be. Let's take a look. Watching Gen.G first. I typed the wrong time. I mean, I'm just interested in more smokes. Describe scene about Sentinels about to hit a site. Okay. Give me a map. I just need any map. Yeah, but you're right. Let me put that up real quick. I think the gamble's a tad early. Even I would be a little hesitant to be putting it up there that quickly, but prediction is up. B-Side Haven. Okay, I need to remember who does what. So we got... It's And Zekin at the front. We got John QT, Zelsis. Although if it's on Haven, he's typically probably going to also be helping out on Initiator. So actually, it's going to be... Depends on Omen on Haven. So it's Saucy, Zelsis, and Zekin at the front. Okay. So right before they're entering site and about to roll initiative, we have the... What is it? We got Zelsis and Saucy, who've taken the sneaky route, and they've walked all the way up grass. They've made it all the way up to front B, and they've taken the little scouting session around to see if there's anyone at the camp, quote unquote, B site. They've walked up, and they've taken the little scouting reconnaissance mission up, and they noticed there's actually not many people here. It looks like a lot of the actual defenders are spread around the map in other areas. Laying siege to a castle is much easier when you can manage to find out where their weak point is. And now that they found their weak point, they've decided this is where they're going to take their wedge in. They take their time. They're starting to plan out what they're going to do. We have Tens and John QT making some noise around the castle, around Haven, distracting the would-be defenders. So now they're spread around A and C and somewhere in between. But there's very little defense on B side. So taking this little small window of opportunity, they decided it's time to roll for initiative. We'll have Zekin move in first to take the first attack, give him a surprise round, and everyone else can roll out with it. The actual hit, different story, depends on how well they roll, but, you know. I mean, I described a surprise round. I pretty much described a surprise round, right? They walked up grass, making no noise. They distracted AC site. Yeah, I think that works. I would say a large part about tabletop games is how well you can balance these things. And if your players are good enough, they kind of give themselves these benefits, and it's your job to give them those things. Zekin rolls a 1 dash into the wall. I mean, we've seen that happen. We can take those analogies straight 1-to-1. We've seen those things happen in real matches. We've watched lucky random air shots hit headshots. Those are in like nat 20s, right? But I would say a perfect entry is everyone rolling on initiative more than anything else. Because if everyone rolls on initiative better than the enemy does, then everyone gets to do their rollout, which is pretty much what like context explodes are for, right? We'll take the D&D or like the tabletop analogy even further. Contact explodes are pretty much just rolling high initiative, because you get the first engagement on your terms and you can force it however you want. And then depending on how you roll is like how well like you actually complete shots, how like all that stuff, your bonuses to your hits, yada yada yada. I would say like save abilities are likely like your abilities, whereas like your to hits or your shots. Sometimes you'll just miss your shot, but on average I think all professionals have like a plus 12 to hit. Plus 13 maybe. Thinking you got a plus 6 proficiency bonus, a plus 5 stat bonus, and then like a plus 2 weapon, like plus 13. Ooh, let's turn the music off. I mean, yeah, so say +5, +6, but honestly, if you're a level 20 with those stats, you should also have like a +2 or +3 weapon. You like that allows crit success and fails to spells? I don't agree.
Today, our final 4 teams becomes a top
I think
3. One team will move
like
on to the grand final,
your spell,
and one
in
will
my
have
opinion,
their dreams
I'm
of
sure like I'd
lifting
get used
a
to it, but in my
trophy
opinion, spell should be like
away. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day
not
7
affected by
of
that.
Masters Madrid, coming at you live
Would
from
be?
the Madrid Arena. I'm Golden Boy, and I missed your face, and I'm glad that we're
I mean,
back
we
here together
can't
to
give
share
them
these
that,
amazing
right?
moments
Like
together.
they have
Of
one
course, we
attack
have
stat.
me,
It's
me,
either
me,
strength or
Mr.
dex, but it doesn't
Rogers.
matter. It's
Look,
just
I mean,
their
look,
attack stat.
Someone's got to do it.
You do
Press
have the
some
red jacket.
Press some positivity out there in the world.
I
make
think
people
you
feel good
should
about
sing a
themselves.
song for the next intro.
Well, if I must, I will. But
Maybe
I won't
not.
right now.
I've changed my mind.
I like it. Don't be rude. I like it. I think you're a
Chrissy,
great
Chrissy
singer.
told me I could be a singer.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
that's all I'm saying.
I
guys.
believe her.
She knows about music.
Save
She
throws.
actually does.
Musicologist, famously.
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's a class. Okay.
I think
Yeah, I
people
don't
have
actually.
gotten
Well,
brain
let's go
rot
ahead
from
talk
that
about what
game.
we saw
I won't
yesterday, because we
discuss
had
the
kickoff
actual game
clashes, you
itself,
see.
but
we did some rematches because we're gluttons
it's
for
like
punishment.
watching
We had PRX
what
versus
happened when
GEN.G
the
to
casual
start things
community
off.
started watching
Well, I mean, speaking of
podcast
gluttons for punishment,
tabletop
PRX was
games,
certainly feeling the
and then
brunt of that
brought
one
their
because,
expectations into
GEN.G were on
their real
fire,
tabletop
You know
games.
it's a bad day when
That's
PRX
exactly what
is
happened with
getting
that
ranked
game.
for them, right? But Gen.G
They
came out here,
expected
they played
certain
excellently.
things
they
to
utterly rolled over
act a
PRX.
certain
Then we
way
got to the second game, which was an
because of
absolute
how
banger.
they've built
Honestly,
their
either of these
expectations.
teams could have won. It came down to like
It
some
is Friday.
won the second
I need
off,
to type so
diffuses
I can
gone
get
one
my
way or another on Sunset
bucks as
for
well.
SEN to close out.
Yeah, exactly. Adaptation on top of adaptation, and I feel like it set the bar for what we
Really a
expect
fake?
for the rest
Yeah, I
of
guess
the
that would
tournament,
make
right?
sense.
Yeah.
Especially coming into today.
Your dexterity
knowing
is
that one
what
of
how
the teams
fast
is going to be sent home.
you're
Yeah,
capable of
it's,
rotating.
look, it's a
Or is it
sad
your
thing,
age and
obviously,
dexterity?
goes
Like
without
everyone
saying,
everyone is pretty
but
much
I think we're in for
10,
a treat here today. Coming
and then you
up,
got
we
Neon
two
at like 18,
fantastic matches that are going to be kicking things
Jet at
off
like
here
16,
with the upper
Ray's at
final.
like
It's going to be Gen.G taking on the
20.
Sentinels, and the winner will move
I don't
on
actually know. Well,
straight
somewhere along
to
that line,
Sunday's
right?
grand final. We'll talk
Brimstone's
more
got like
about that in a
12,
little bit. And
13
then,
maybe.
Of course, we got lower bracket action. We're going to
Reyna's
check
got
out
like
a clash between
18.
PRX and Loud, which that's going to be another
Definitely,
fun
actually.
one. Very explosive, but of course, the loser is going to be going home.
Yeah, one new match, one rematch. Both of these, I think, are bound to be bangers. Already seeing a team go home will be ridiculous, though. Also, getting our first squad in the finals is going to mean so much.
Strength
for
is like
whoever can
the
win.
strength of your
But
shots.
especially
Everyone's
for
to hit the
Gen.G, if they
strength.
manage to make it into a first international event,
I don't
and
think
then,
Constitution
and then
weighs
have
into it because
literally,
everyone has
not lose a match before making it to
everyone
finals.
has
I think that it's the bar for
the same
rest of the
HP?
year very high.
Or
for them.
we
Also,
put
how
Constitution
freaking awesome
underneath
would it be? Gen.G
uh,
shows up, first tournament of the
self-preservation,
year.
I suppose.
Don't
jinx it.
kill me.
Right,
So
like
we're just gonna leave it
Sentinels
as it
would
is,
all
but
be
you know where I was
high
going with it.
Constitution because I have
Balloons
high
turned on over here.
preservation.
All right, that's pretty
Maybe.
dope.
I like the purple.
Well,
We're talking about
well,
tabletop.
Let's just go ahead and
games.
take a quick pause for the cause here. Let you know that you can
Guess
scan a
Reno,
little
yeah,
QR
that would
code.
make
It's gonna
sense.
pop up on your screen. Trust me,
But
know
I
you
think
have your phone in your hand
Sentinels
right
is
now, buddy.
probably
So just go ahead, scan
high
the thing.
Constitution.
Participate
Maybe
in our
people with
MasterCard fan poll. We wanna know
self-preservation
which
skills
team is gonna
would
be
be
the
high
first one to make it
Constitution.
to the grand final. Is it going to be Gen.G or will it be Sentinel? So, AKA, who gonna win? Make sure you let us know and get vocal about it. Also, you can use those hashtags Valorant Masters, or VCT, so we can feature your stuff on the
Donations,
broadcast.
charisma casters. I mean,
I don't want to get into predictions here, guys, but
I don't want to jinx anything.
I
I'm
don't
not
want to get
jinxing.
into it.
you don't want to get into it?
I'm not
You wanna get
jinxing.
into it?
Nope.
Okay, all right.
No.
Nope.
These are the analysts, by the way.
yeah,
All right,
I
well,
would say that
earlier,
makes
I sat
sense. I would
down
actually
with the Sentinels Brain
say
Trust, Coach
they're
Catlin
the
and John QT for a quick
wisdom
game to
casters. I
their
think
mind,
charisma
their
casters are like the
skill, their
IGLs.
hand-eye
Explicitly
coordination. It was
IGL.
amazing. It was incredible.
It was Jenga.
No, we can't
And
say
then
It was
that.
just Jenga.
Initiators are the
Video.
wisdom
Just watch the
casters.
video. Can't use that word.
The J word.
What the hell? Why would you
At
shower in
night.
the morning? You go,
Why,
you sleep in
why
your
bother?
bed. You want it to be
I'm
clean.
just
You
gonna
shower.
have to shower in the morning anyway. The hair's gonna be a mess.
You shower
I
at
actually
night.
agree with that. I agree with that.
You're
Yeah.
crazy.
You deal with that a lot, obviously.
Yeah, because I lose, like,
Or no,
my
no.
hair just falls
You
off
can
in
shower in the
evening,
morning,
right?
but you
Just keep
also need
going.
to shower
So,
at night. You can't
ideally, just
shower
wait for the morning,
in the
like
morning.
all.
You have to do both.
What about you? Morning? Evening?
Yeah, morning for sure.
At minimum,
All right,
nighttime.
let's go, Cap. What we got? Oh, going for the middle.
Custom
Bold,
epicness.
is
That's
that a
typically
tough
just
one?
because
Okay,
I think he has a strap.
you need magic to replicate the abilities you want to do.
What is the best map? in the game?
Right?
Damn. That's a tough question.
Everyone has to
I
be a
always get
mage
this
in
question,
some
I can
way
never get an
to
answer
replicate
for it. But if I had to choose,
their
I'll
agent
say-
abilities. But we're talking
I'll say
about like
split.
the
For no
idea
particular
of it,
reason.
right?
No, no particular reason.
Yeah.
Don't look too much into it. Okay, split. All right, yeah.
Also,
Okay,
at night.
all
I
right,
mean, it
let's,
depends on
jump
like that's the
into
thing. Why
this.
I said like you can shower in the
I
morning,
want you to try and go for
but
a
you
really
can't
tough one.
just
Actually,
shower in the
I want to see
morning.
if you can make it.
You have to shower at
That's a
night
tough one, though. That's the issue. I
and
can't-
the
I can't
morning
tell.
if
Oh,
you're
this
gonna do
one,
that.
right.
You know?
Try any of this row here.
Okay. I heard the middle one is the plague disease.
Yeah, that one actually is. Oh.
It's not loose though. It's terrifying.
Yeah. Ah.
I got the touch.
It's got the touch.
If you could. And
Yes, I also like waking up and not having
Well,
to do
I think
stuff.
this
When
question
I
is
wake up,
strong.
I go
I
to
think
work.
if you could take an agent's
Powers.
there's a word.
Oh, okay. If you
Listen
could,
there.
if you could take an agent's
Yeah.
powers, whose would it be?
That is a tough one. Yori would probably be useful. Place the TPs, be efficient, no LA traffic.
Oh, actually, yes, base.
You know,
Okay.
finish work, drop a TP off.
Okay.
Well, I guess you'd still have to drive. Anyway.
Yeah. Let's do one more.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, you should go for this one. I want to see.
Right
I want.
here?
I want to see you just
Oh
send
man.
it. Oh, it's close. It's in there.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
fine.
I mean,
I'm not saying like you
magic
have to.
professional.
Kaplan, Magic Hands, Kaplan.
Who on your team?
Is the only like you can't
beat
shower in the
the
morning. I'm just saying you have to shower at
Now, are we
night
talking
too.
about
What kind of
in
one do you
game or a
want?
fist fight?
Both.
I don't want Sage Res.
I think
I'm not turning
I
into a
think fist fight
necromancer.
Would be everyone but Jordan. Zelsis.
Does the game start?
Yeah,
It
that's
should
all
start in
game.
20 minutes on the clock. If not like 30
Okay.
minutes, maybe 10 after, but
In game.
could be soon.
I'm
Use
a
a shower
pretty
twice a day.
confident guy.
Okay.
I'll take
I hope you
anyone,
change your
honestly.
sheets more often,
That's what I like to
I
hear.
What about
guess.
you?
Is all I can
think
say,
could
right?
take Tyson.
I hope
think
everyone
Zach,
here
I got a
changes their
couple months
sheets.
left. He's been hitting the
But the
gym.
people that
Yeah,
shower in the
I-
morning, change
You
it
gotta
more
get 'em
often.
I
right
think I
now.
could, yeah.
You know, attack while you have the opportunity. I totally agree with that. You know what? I'm gonna try just one here,
Yeah.
real fast. See, I believe in the strategy of going for the really. Let's see.
He's so aggressive. He's so.
Yeah, you see, look
I'm
at this.
getting
Look at this.
anxiety.
Look at this
He
angle.
wants to-
Whoa! What are the chances of that happening? And this one says, buy the SEN bundle. Oh, man. What are the chances of that one? Guys,
I feel like he intentionally
This was super fun.
brought down the
Best of luck
tower,
in
you
the
know?
tournament.
Like,
Have all the
it
fun
could-
out
it
here
could
in
be
Madrid,
me,
and
but
I'll catch you guys
it
later,
didn't
friends.
seem
Catch you
like an
later.
accident.
What?
Could be wrong.
Gotta say, it was a fun time playing indiscriminate topple block game with my friends.
That we would never say the name of.
We
That is-
will
that has
never.
no name. It's a game we invented for the show.
Ever in a million years. Isn't that right, Mimi?
Yeah.
Anyway.
I felt intentional. I don't
Go
know.
ahead and jump into our first match of the day. No more funnies for now. It's going to be Pacific #1 seed Gen.G.
I'm joking. That was like clearly
intentional.
intentional. Clearly. No, Minimod, you just now you have 200
This
points.
is going to be
You should have 200
a
points.
big match, and there are a lot of implications here because the winner will get a massive advantage. You get to just go to the finals on Sunday. You also get 2 map bans. That's massive, Kukuga, as we've seen in the past.
A couple of bands, knowing how big the map pools are
If
for
ults
some
required
of the teams
ult
and
points,
how
I think
strong
none of
they
the
are
ult
in other
points would
ones.
be, or
Plus,
and none of the
getting
ult to
that
be
extra
useful.
rest that they haven't been getting
know,
throughout
like,
the tournament. We've heard some complaints. I think it's going to be massive.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
you see
dangerous.
this tweet from Kaplan. He's obviously
ain't committing
very
crimes
fired
for
up to
I
get
didn't
that
see
to
it,
day
cast
off.
a
but
random
yeah.
ult.
Yeah, after how hard they've been working, after
Also,
how
how
many
would
kind of
Cypher
matches
ult
in a row.
work, right?
But
Is
this
it your
they don't care
enemies?
about
Is,
the
who?
It's the same
How does
for
the ult
Gen.G,
determine
right?
who
Like,
your
those
enemy
guys
is?
have also had a long run to get here. So that day off, that double ban, I mean, it's kind of the make or break in a grand finals. It's such a huge advantage. So both these teams are going to be putting everything out there today.
And also for the mental and the expectations of people, for you to come up out as the seed #1, but also having a clean, some maps here and there. But
Nah,
a clean
man, the
run,
Cypher ult reveals
overall
myself.
to make it to the finals,
I
of
am
course,
my
is a
own
safe bet.
enemy.
Yeah, for sure. And what I think is
Never
really
trust
fascinating is
yourself.
both of these teams have, similar-ish journeys. Obviously putting that work in, but really, I think what's really standing
There are
out
no
to me
maps
is
yet,
just
Pumpkin.
The fundamentals of these
Not yet.
both teams phenomenal.
Yeah, their fundamentals, I think they clearly
I'll put the
have
maps
two
up.
best
Don't
in
worry
this
about it.
tournament right now. The way that these teams coordinate, the way in the late round, you'll see them kind of take that pause to set up a double swing, set up a play together is excellent. But they also both have this similarity in that they're not just wildly structured teams, right? You see,
No, not started. We're in
having
pre-show. We're in
players that
pre-show.
will be given the freedom to take
We're
over
like
the map.
at a
Be it
minimum 20
Karon,
minutes
be
out
it
from the
Tens,
actual
they'll
game.
take the risks when they need to, and I think that's the style
So
that
we're
has
tad
won
out.
both of these squads all of the close games that they've been playing. Being able to
Good
play
morning,
structure
Crystal.
against the looser teams and being able to take risks when you need to.
But that's the flexibility, right? That's what you need to make it further into
Okay,
the
you
tournament.
guys are crazy.
We know the Sentinels
Enough
have been
talking
able
about
to take down
ulting your
EMEA,
schools.
but it hasn't been since
Being weird.
2021 that they won against a Pacific team, right, in VCT.
Wow.
Thanks to the off-season, they were able to play against PRX and PRX, but here, in the bigger stage, in VCT, it's been 3 years since
Did you
they
say
took
good
up
morning?
an
Good morning,
opponent
Star.
with, you know, I think it's also different because
That
this
was
is
like
not
far
the
back,
Pacific
huh?
team that
I
we're
don't
used
remember.
to get in. So, very high stakes for today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that the difference between
You guys are
them, while they
crazy.
have the
You guys are
similarity,
also gonna
really
like
good
revoke your
structure and
non-tier
really good
3
synergy
like
between the
permissions
players,
already.
They play very different compositions.
Totally.
They have very different ideas.
Is
Gen.G
that
plays a
how
lot
it's
of,
gonna
like,
be?
old Valorant. They're still rocking with the double duelist on
I'm
split.
I'm
They
more
still play a
lenient than
very
Hooge
Pacific
on
style,
purpose.
even if it is more well structured than maybe
But,
their friends over
I mean,
at
you guys can
PRX.
convince
Whereas
my
Sentinels
mind,
has
right?
implemented a lot of new stuff. They're running Gecko
Part
KO.
of-
They're running a lot of crazy
Part
different
of that is
calls.
the changes, right? And who they bring into the roster. They got guys like John QT that really are, I think, like really shaping the identity, Kukuka, of this team.
Yeah, exactly. When we talk about the flexibility, the fundamentals, and how everything is working in that fluidity, we have to talk about John QT. And it's not only the individual plays that definitely are there, and we see in every single match, is the fact that he is able to translate everything that happens in scrims. You know how we always say, oh, if the teams play that, they play it on scrims, they played it on stage.
Interesting
it will be
clutch
crazy.
stat.
But you can see it in the vibes and how everybody is responding, even to the rounds that they lose. I feel like this Sentinel squad is going to be on top.
Simply put, they don't win against Loud if they don't have John QT winning as many clutches as he did. He won a ridiculous amount of late rounds for this squad, and that's even discounting the calling he came up with too. And
Unreal.
I mean, what's ludicrous about this guy is it's
Yeah,
his
you
first
all have time to
global
get all
event
your
that
drinks.
he's ever attended. Last year, he was 2 maps away from making it to the Ascension finals, and now he's a game away from making it to the finals of a Masters stage. In his first year as a Tier 1 player, John QT has immediately proved his worth.
We cannot take him as a rookie because, of course, as you're saying, that experience
Yes.
is definitely there. But if we go back to the match that he has played in VCT, this is his 11th. This guy has
Doing
just
good.
started. If you're like what you're seeing, this is the early steps. This is how it
Ooh,
all
I need more
begins,
chai
for
tea.
John
Anyone
QT.
else want to
Yeah, I couldn't
nitpick
agree
at
more,
that?
guys. There is so
That's
much
very funny.
really to break
I know-
down,
I
so
know
much to
plenty of you
discuss.
have an
Thankfully,
issue with
though,
that
We're not the only ones here. We got Mika
specific
Fats, who actually had an
combination of
opportunity to
words.
catch up with Sentinel's very own duelist, the one and only Zek. Can you see him on screen? Mika, what you got?
Hey Zekin, how are you feeling about today?
Feeling good.
Yeah, feeling good. Well,
Ooh, Zekin.
you're one of the superstars of this tournament. Everybody's saying that, and you're shaking your head, but it's true. Everybody's calling you one of the best duelists of the event, if not the best duelist. How do you feel now going up against Texture and potentially Meteor for this match?
Chai is
Texture and
tea.
Meteor are definitely very strong duelists, and it's going to be fun to go up against them, but I'm also really confident in my play right now, and I think it's going to be a fun matchup.
Yeah, I think so too, so excited to see it. All right, good luck.
And you
Some
know,
chai
look, Zekin
tea
is
with
gonna
my
have a tall
naan
task
bread.
ahead of him today. I mean, this kid's had so
delicious.
many challenges laid out in front of him, Kukuka,
Yep.
but today, my guy's running up against Texture, and this is going to be a fun one to watch unfold.
Hear me out. Out of the 4 teams that
All right,
we
well, I think
have
it's just
standing
one
still
person,
in the
so I'm gonna
tournament,
send you away
Zekin
for
is top on ACS,
hour.
ADR, and first kill per round. Like
There
the
you go.
impact that he gets, and this is also having some maps where he's not the star, okay?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about Sentinels and going up against
later.
Texture, another one of the duelists that we have seen pop off in this.
You put the
in this,
smiley, like, unhappy
competition.
face.
I think it's going
You
to
know
be
why I did
very
it.
complicated to keep the
You
pace
like
on
you
that.
explicitly know why
But the
because you
difference
knew who I
between
was
them,
talking
despite
about.
both being young stars showing up
It's
to the
your
global
fault.
stage and going absolutely insane, is the agents they're playing. Zekin has been the best Raze player of the event, while Texture has clearly been the best Jet player
What
of
would you
the
say
event.
defines
like
them in
that.
different styles and quality?
I mean, I think a lot of that comes down to what agents
Leshy,
they play,
what
right?
was the
Zekin does so much
question
around
you
his
asked
nades, his
me
boombots, how he's
in the middle of the
implementing
night?
stuff with his team,
Do
how he's
I don't
comboing
understand
utility.
the
You see how
question
much
you
of a
were
role
asking.
he has with
I
his
just-
util in the post
I
plan.
take the
Whereas Texture, I
streams
think,
and
plays a lot
directly
more of a
transfer them
traditional
from
dive
Twitch to
duelist
YouTube
role, right,
because
where
you can
he's
link a
always
YouTube
first in, he's
account
always hard
to
entry. He's
Twitch,
playing Jet.
and then you can
Zekin
use
is, I think,
export
more
button
of a, like a
to
team
export the
player,
video
but that's not
to
a
YouTube.
slight at Texture, because
If
the
you
way he plays
wanna
has clearly worked
cut
incredibly well
out
too.
certain parts of the
exactly.
video,
To
you
me,
have to
the
download download the
definition
video
of
and then crop it and then
Gen.G
upload
is
it.
the quiet
But
kind
for
of
a
effort.
direct
It's like
one-to-one
literally like a
upload, you can
motivational
just use an
quote
export
of
button.
work in silence. You
Yeah.
will see the results, and everybody else would see.
That is perfect.
Oh, I'm
actually.
missing
Yeah.
your
Right,
ult.
because they've made it here.
Um,
Who would have thought that
Your
Gen.G was
ult only
one
lets you
step
pick up
away
the
from
bomb.
making
You
the
can't pick
finals
up
in the
guns in
fashion
a
that they
Euro
did
ult,
it.
can
And
you?
it's
No,
what
wait,
you're
you
saying,
can't.
Mimi.
You
It's
just
on the
can't drop
fundamentals
guns.
and probably the way
Okay,
that they
no,
play
you
the game in
can-
a
you
very
can
structured
pick up
way
guns,
and
you
how
just
we
can't drop
would
it.
see it a
It's
couple
weird.
years ago, but they managed
Are they
to
not showing the maps yet? No,
evolve it
they haven't
into
chosen yet.
countering what we
You
see
can
today.
drop your
I
gun
think the difference as well is
in the
that
ult. I thought
Sentinels is
I
a lot more
watched like
flashy
people
with their
drop their guns
utility.
before
They're
they
playing
ult.
these comps with a lot of combos with a lot of
No,
new
like
Valorant
I've
that
watched
really
people
get your
like
brain
fuck
excited.
their
You wanna
gun
open a
first and
fallow
then
plant
they
when you
they
watch
ult.
them play. Whereas I think that Gen.G, it really reminds me of kind of what Korea's always been in this game. Incredible implementation
Really?
of not the craziest
You
ideas,
tend to drop
but just
and pick up.
executing on it incredibly
You
well.
can't
Yeah,
I don't
and
know
I
what
think
scrolling
also
you're
too,
talking about,
it
but I
speaks
know you
volumes
can
to
pick
the
up
fact
guns.
that,
I just know you
You
can't.
got rookies on
Gun
each side of
battle
the
off.
field.
Yeah, that's what I'm
but you
saying,
also
is, like,
have some veterans,
you
have
can't-
some big
can't pick
matchups
up a
that are
gun.
happening here. Like for example, I think a really good one to
You can drop
highlight there would
guns?
be Karen
Is it
versus
because you
Nance,
don't want
which I
them
think
to
is
have a
very
gun?
fun because you
I
got
guess?
yourself. Hey, look at that! It's almost like we planned it. What I love about this
I
particular
don't
matchup
know.
is you got
Whatever.
a rookie
I don't
and
play
Karen
Yoru.
coming into this one, really shocking us all and impressing us all, Kukuka. But then you have Tens reinventing himself in a way that has made him not just a team player,
There's a clutch
but
stat
an
for
impact
Tens.
player
It's like
as well.
0
Yeah, I
or
think
maybe
that
1.
this head-to-head is brilliant to look at because of what you're saying, the individual performance. I think that Karen has
No,
been
I see.
the key to
No,
a
no,
lot
no.
of the success, especially when we talk
I
about
believe
like,
that
the
you can
comparison
drop
of how they
guns. I just-
implement the
I don't
duelist
know
and
if I
everything.
Yoru
I
enough
think
to
that he's
remember.
Deadly. No matter what side he's playing, he has a lot of impact, and he
You ever
will
trust chat?
find
Yeah, I don't
any
trust
possible
anyone here.
hole in the other team's
But it's
structure
more like
to
trusting
get
you
a first
costs me no
kill, to
energy,
just,
and I don't
put
care.
himself in a
Enough?
situation of empowerment.
And on the other side, Tens for me is the most fun player to watch right
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
When
Amen
he,
to that.
he plays Omen like nobody else. Not
I want to
even
be
like
the best
Karen.
Roman like him when I grow
Yeah,
up.
he's a terrible
Yeah, you have to
influence
walk
on any
over a
Omen player
gun
in your
to
rank
pick it
because
up,
he's
I think.
teleporting forward. He's in
knows?
these double dive rounds with Zekken. In the late rounds, he's repositioning in clutches. It's so ingrained.
Yeah,
in
I've
his
seen those
mind
videos
how
of
he wants to
people
use his
dropping their
utility.
shit.
It just looks seamless
Or
when you
like
watch
the
him.
0 bullet
Times
guns
they
on
are
the
changing.
ground.
The fact that we're probably talking about the two most impactful smokers, and it's
Messed
Karen
up.
and
Yeah.
Tens.
I trust
Especially if we
nobody.
take less out of the
I
question,
trust-
you know, if we think of him more as a
Uh,
sentinel,
Layered
you know,
research.
playing on the Viper. But yeah,
Cat
even
is a
when
one
Tens not
layer of a
playing
researcher.
On that Omen, the way that,
And
for
then
example, yesterday he was playing on the
I'll
KO
do my own
with
layer.
a lot of the utility of the opponent to his own benefit is what's going to set the difference today between Sentinels and Gen.G.
We're really seeing these playmakers
I have
have
to
such-
actually. So what I'm
such
gonna
a
do is
profound
after
role
the
in
games end
these
today,
lineups here. Thankfully, we got some opportunities
Probably
to speak
gonna
with some of the members
go
over at Gen.G. We had Karen
drive
actually standing
down
by
to
with Mika Fabs.
unnamed technology store exclusively in California
Hey,
that people have been
Karen,
asking
annyeonghaseyo.
to spread
Of
around
course,
the
this is a
world, but is
very
only in
important
California,
match for
so I can
you,
pick up a
and
laptop.
You are just about months into your professional Valorant career. So where do you get the confidence to go up against superstars like Tens on the other side?
Omen's like no one
Fido
else.
Gen.G
Copium.
founder.
Yeah, he's
I totally.
kind of
understand
like
that.
how
That makes sense.
Demon 1 plays Brimstone like no one else. It's
I've had enough of bundles.
it's like yeah. I think they're talking
You're
about their
bundled out?
I'm all
gunfights
bundled
and not
out.
like
I've no more bun left to bundle.
and not
You
like
have
the
no more
Omen
bun
tech.
to dull.
Yeah.
And the
There
I'm
you
getting
go.
the HP Omen laptop. I
liked it
am,
better
yeah,
if
because
you
I haven't had
would've
time.
said
I was gonna
by
get it on
Gen.G bundle,
Thursday.
the better bundle.
Then I realized that
You know what, though,
he needed
guys?
me to
I
stream
can't
on
get this
Thursday
feeling that,
yesterday, and I didn't
we
want
have
to
to
had to come home
find
from work.
ways to
What I'm
agree
gonna do is I'm gonna
or
finish up stream
disagree.
today,
Whoa,
and then I'm
looks
gonna
like
drive
we got
down.
a game.
to go pick it
That's
up
right,
today.
folks. It's time to play. Agree to disagree. It's actually
What a
the name of
segue.
the game. I mean, look, I'm
You
trying
can buy
to
the
work.
plushies online.
All
We're
right,
chilling
guys, so
for Riot
here's
Valorant.
the
They
thing. Here's
they
the
sell them
thing. I'm gonna
online.
read some spicy
The
statements.
shipping might
I
cost
wonder
you a
what we're
lot,
gonna do with
depending
those
on
things.
the
And then
region
what
you
we're
live in,
gonna
but
do, mira, ay, Dios mío. Oy.
Sold
Okay,
out?
There we go. We got signs.
That's
all right, we got
unfortunate.
signs handcrafted that we flew all the
Yes,
way
wait
from
to the airport.
Americas.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right. So
Famous
let's-
location.
That's
of
unfortunate.
Yeah. Famous one only location, only one. All right, let's go ahead and check out our first one, and it's all relating to. the
Meanwhile,
games
I
today. So,
learned that
Loud is going to make a lower bracket run.
Oh,
Agree
shit.
or disagree? Chat, make sure you play with us as well. We want to hear from you. Strongly agree and
Strongly
agree.
agree.
I want to know
Yeah.
what the agree
GB, I
is
want you to
about.
hold up your sign too.
right. Well,
Hear me out.
America's biased.
yours
Yes.
are-
Isn't that just sad to see?
I look. I mean, come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You explain first, Ben.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Whoever's
you
winning.
two
Yeah.
very strongly
Very
agree.
But no one's
I
winning
can
yet.
understand- I can
Winning yet.
understand one. I can say one. But PRX is the kind of team that might come up with a surprise. We all know that. We've been there. Do not forget, you know, history is set to repeat itself.
Fair.
And I feel like Loud
Fair.
definitely has a way to get back into the match. But based off on yesterday, PRX might be in that downside, but we know that they won't go down just because they've been kicked a little. So I agree. I just don't strongly agree.
I rate Loud and Gen.G at about the same level right now, and I don't think PRX is there in their current form. I think the match is going to be a very close. I would kind of put it up to almost a coin flip, but I lean towards Loud's experience here, which is why I believe that they're going to be the ones to come out that lower bracket.
I wouldn't know what to do with my hands, my body, or nothing if PRX walks out with.
I mean, but the thing is, it's PRX.
It's possible.
It's
That's the thing. That's why I didn't strongly agree.
And if the script is real, they have to get second
Was
place
the MP
again.
Brimstone? Yeah. Dude, cold Red Bulls. Agreed. Have it in the refrigerator for when I need to start to drive. The import cost is usually the most money, more money than it is than the product.
From doing that, do we think he's going to do it? Agreed. Okay, come on, you.
What was the take? I missed it. What was the take?
Valorant, I really hate to see aces because it really shows that the gameplay is degraded.
Okay.
No.
That's for sake. Don't take the record from most level ace.
You know what? Live your truth.
Oh.
I strongly disagree.
No, it's not going to happen.
I think that the level for both of these teams is too high for that to happen. Somebody, and just based on those fundamentals, just based on those fundamentals, he will be traded off sooner than he gets the ace.
Also, if he gets greedy for it, they'll throw another like 5v4 started around.
Just saying, it could happen.
It could happen.
Having my
someone
ass.
was gonna
That's
do
why
it.
Mimi went on the.
I'm just saying.
I want Loud to lose?
That's
Why? Do you want them to play more games?
Look at you. Okay, now this next one is going to be a fun one, all right?
Super surprised stuff Animal Quality really having, right?
Good chance
there are actually a lot of really good plushy developers out there right now, more than I've like realized, because when I was looking up how to make or get like a custom plush, there are actually a lot of them out there.
I think it's very possible for Gen.G to
Anyone want to wager on what the first map is?
I struggle with this statement because I would rate it mild, you know? Like, I think that any result for Gen.G after making it to here is already good enough. And even if they don't get the title
what
of
sign
winners,
do you have?
No, come on.
I
know. I mean, I yelled at her for that. So to be
I
fair,
already got yelled at. It's time.
no, it's time for me to yell at you. Okay, trickle down yelling. Okay.
Isn't this take
gonna go
basically asking if they're gonna win or not?
Okay.
Like,
I do
no, I
think
don't
that,
think.
the reason why I'm not saying strongly disagree is only
hold on.
because there's always that possibility in my mind, especially with how they've been playing. But I just feel like Sentinels is really just feeling
I'm
right
kind
now.
of a turncoat here.
You're a turncoat.
I think the map pool works well for Sentinels today, especially they're almost guaranteed to get to play Split or Sunset. I think both those maps are going to be a gimme for them, and I really see it being highly likely for them to pick up another in the pool. And then I think the team who wins this match today, is so likely to win the grand finals because as we already discussed, double ban, extra prep time, that is so important. I think it's unlikely, but it's nowhere near impossible, especially if they win today.
All right, so we have time for a fourth one. This one would have been on the chopping block, but I'm curious, so let's see what we end up getting, all right? The finals will be a regional rematch. Whoa! I mean, but which way? I mean, I think I know the way.
No. You said regional rematch. You didn't say what way, so strongly agree. Either one or
it's
the other.
It's a 50% chance.
Like, I like their entire team.
Right or wrong?
Oh boy!
Wait, is
They
that
look
percentages worth? Chat is
fake it too. Much as I like Sentinel, you know.
I know a lot about numbers. I strongly agree. I think that especially Sentinels
press the bind of the gun you want to drop, and then press
having such
G.
a strong start, making it into.
Okay, so it doesn't hold in your hand,
Here's your
but you can drop it. You just need
thank you very much.
to be
This is
quote
my green
unquote
card?
equipped.
It's your green sign. I
Interesting.
don't know if that's how that works.
Give it
I know this is all over the place because they said that they were going to go on a run, but
Me, when I contradict myself, honestly, based. It's so close.
If there's one thing hosts are great at, it's contradicting ourselves on a regular basis. So the reason why is because I would like to see a non-regional matchup. This is more what I want versus what I think will happen.
But hear me out.
I agree. I don't want a regional matchup in finals.
C1 and C2 versus
It's
C2. Is that not good enough?
It is.
It's less interesting.
For him.
You know,
I would say.
You guys are gonna break me.
You think Sentinels are great on bind?
Folks,
I actually don't know anything about their bind.
Well, just like a couple minutes ago.
I know their split is really good, right? Their Lotus is really good, but I don't know anything about their
Yeah, I
They're
feel
mine.
like, you
You
know.
hear that? That's people cheering for Sentinels winning
Yeah,
the round.
I'll take the 71 though. That's pretty strong. But I do think though, if we kind of remove the funnies from it for a second, it does make a lot of sense, right? I mean, Kukuka, what we've been seeing
Seen the back
from
end,
this
it's looking for
Sentinels
gun.
team has
That's
been
a very.
so
I would say that's actually very
impressive.
normal.
The way that they've been able to put this lineup together
because
and really not just find
it's the
an
same
identity, but
idea
find
when you
camaraderie.
have,
I think it's just been so awesome to watch.
I strongly agree.
I also strongly agree.
With what you're
I don't
saying,
remember when
completely
you're coming out of
based,
stuff.
Alex. But hear
When
me
you're
out.
coming out of
I think that
animations
for
and you press a
today,
button,
I'm
the gun
going to
isn't
double
there
down
yet, but
on
it
Gen.G
becomes
is
the
doing
gun
a
you
quiet
pull
round.
out.
They're literally
Fair.
It's the same
motivational
idea.
quotes. They want to keep the expectations. As I said, any further that they can take it is already a huge
Wouldn't call
win
it
for them,
background per se,
I
but
wanna
it's
see them take it
it's
further.
consistent
All right, well, let's go
behavior.
ahead and find out where we're going to be playing. And,
Maps?
well, let's
All right, let me get the
go
command
ahead
ready.
and take
Map
a
for
listen in
map
for our
and
map selection.
maps.
Welcome to Map Select presented by Omen. Both of these teams came into
All right,
this
all right,
match
all
with
right.
the same seed and the same record. So therefore, it was a coin flip that was done before this that ended up being Sentinels Team A, Gen.G Team B. So we will jump into the pick ban phase. Sentinels, your first ban.
Ban Icebox.
Ban Icebox, your ban.
Here we go.
Ban Sunset.
Sunset, map number 1 from Sentinels.
Man, sunset.
Split,
Of
side
course.
on split.
Did anyone expect anything else?
Attack, and map number 2.
I'm wondering what they pick. Ascent? That'd be crazy. The coach is like, "Are you sure about this?" Damn, this pick's going long. What's up, Puxu? They're struggling, man. They're like, bro, got 4 maps to pick from. What the fuck? Pick him up. Pick him up. It's been like a minute now, right? Holy shit.
Lotus.
Lotus.
Lotus!
Side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. All right, next set of bans starting with Sentinels. You have Ascent, Bind, and Breeze.
All right.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent, your ban, you have Bind and Breeze.
Ban Bind.
Ban Bind, map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze, Sentinel, side on Breeze.
Breeze?
All right,
All
good
right.
luck to you both.
Thank you. Good luck.
Fuck it. Put the maps up. Maps.
A lot
The
of deliberation
command.
there. We don't have a lot of time, but I want to break this down real fast.
Okay.
Split
The
first
maps
map.
are
They
up
had to pick their
on
poison.
the
Sunset and
Yeah.
Split. Sunset is a map Gen.G
overlay
plays
as
way less
well.
of. I think Split is going to be so hard for them to win. If they're to win this series, Gen.G, it has to go to Breeze.
Yeah, exactly. And when we talk about knowing the teams, knowing the fundamentals,
the
split
maps.
comp with the double
On-
duelist is
on the
something that you
screen
need
and
to
in a
know
command,
to
so you
a
guys
T.
Yes.
We've also had some
can't
showings of
fucking
it, and if
ask
the
me.
preparation is there, I think that this overall
They're
takes
taking a
bit of an
coach
edge
timeout?
for
Yeah.
Sentinels.
Lotus is the pick
It
of
took a
Gen.G, but
while.
it's
Holy
still
crap.
a scary map. Both these teams
long while,
play that
actually.
same standard Fnatic comp with the fade, with the race, and honestly, they both execute on it incredibly well. I think they're the 2 strongest teams
Were the
on
maps
that
on the
map
screen?
that are still
Yeah, my
left
bad.
in the
Yeah,
tournament.
I got
So
you. I
that's
got
kind
you.
of a coin flip.
Splits.
This is going to be such a tough series for Gen.G.
It's
Yeah.
going to be tough, but it's definitely this is. If I could choose just 2 maps to see these 2 teams play in it, it would have definitely been Split and Lotus.
Yeah.
I know that Sunset was out of the question.
Yeah, well, it looks like we got our gift, and this is going to be incredible. But folks, let's get this show on the road because we have great matches on the table. It's grand finals on the line. Gen.G versus Sentinels, PRX versus Loud. Day 7 of Masters Madrid starts right now.
I'm probably gonna buy this bundle, the bundle that just came out in Valorant, just because I want the what do you call it? Profile banners. Actually, I don't even know. Is it in the bundle? I just saw like people equip the banners. I thought they were really cool. There's no controller banner. Pissed me off. But whatever.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 6 of Masters.
You just buy the cards? All right, fuck it. I'm not buying the bundle. Now. I'm buying the cards.
feels amazing to have a tournament like this, like Valorant Master, right near my home.
The cards each are $375.
So excited.
Fuck. How much is the bundle?
There is no chance. There is no hope. Sentinels, inevitable. Zen look incredible here to take their appointment with Gen.G in the upper
Yeah, I like the cards. The cards are really nice, but there's no controller and it pisses me off. Like no Viper card.
I think as a team we played
Crazy to
really
me.
well, and I think we showed a good version of ourselves.
Sage. Like why is it all Sentinels? Is it secretly a Sentinels bundle? Zen win? Hashtag Sen Nation.
이렇게 성적을 좋게 내본 적도 없고 그리고 작년까지만 해도 세계 대회라는 것을 밟아본 적이 없기 때문에
Gen.G, they play very slow and methodical, but at the same time they have
Breno,
very
thanks to the tier 1.
individually talented
Nixie, thanks
players.
to the tier 2. Oh my god.
이제 새로운
Any more subbers?
이제
I love
팀원들과
all of me some
친해지려고
Twitch
노력을
subs.
했고
I mean, I would prefer
Gen.G
Discord subs,
definitely
but
look like a tough opponent, but if people
caught
can't
the
stop
Fade
us,
Reyna ones.
that's not our problem.
그리고
The
우리가
Cypher
만약에
one's good.
이긴다면 젠지 번들을 꼭 사길 바랍니다.
Where are you guys from?
From Madrid.
From Madrid, yeah.
From Spain. Sentinels. We are supporting Sentinels.
Yeah.
I'm PRX.
Jason Susanto, he's the GOAT. What do you think of his beatboxing? It's really good, actually.
When we go our bracket, no matter we win or lose, we will like improve very fast. And hopefully in lower bracket, we will show you guys on our improvement.
Ir pra lower bracket é difícil, deve ser frustrante pra vocês assistirem, assim como é pra gente perder um jogo tão close. Mas faz parte, somos humanos, a gente também erra. A gente vai consertar tudo que a gente fez de errado nesse jogo pra tentar ganhar a PRX.
Lotus is a bit like us. They're really strong.
I mean,
They're
I like
also
PRX in
creative.
general, right? Their entire squad are fun.
A gente já venceu times
Every single
com esse
Cypher
tipo de
player
jogo,
card is top tier.
então
Yeah,
tirar
I mean,
essa
if they
habilidade
turn
pra
that
eles.
Cypher
I'm just gonna go out in
Cypher
this match.
center
I
in the
hope you
middle,
guys
like all the
enjoy
guns
our
into a
WW.
card, use that. Is that a card? I know I use a spray. I don't play Cypher, but I use a spray a lot. This Viper card is super cool. Is that the one she's like pouring coffee? Oh, it's the walkout. Just got home in time for the games. Nice.
Gen.G.
Yeah. Extra. I love you, Texture. Look at him. Wait. He tall as fuck? Compared to his squad, he's like... tall.
Final spot is on the line.
I was like, wait.
as
When I
well
saw him
as
flanked
history.
by his
Both
teammates,
teams
he was like,
looking
wait.
to do something
Is it
massive
perspective?
for their organizations? For Sentinels, it's about going back to championship form and fighting for a crown yet again. And for Gen.G, it's not just about establishing Pacific as a strong region, Kukuka.
Yep.
It's about Gen.G establishing themselves as a top-tier team in
Don't
Valorant.
forget, everyone,
Exactly,
the
Alex.
prediction is
Seed
up.
1
You can
is
head to the
no
raffle
longer
prediction
enough.
pile.
Both of these teams want
Put
the
your
first
bets in.
spot
Put
in
your
the
bets in on
grand
Gen.G
finals.
and
They want to be the top
Prediction
one
will be
out of the
closed
entire
in
world. And of
approximately
course,
5 to
the
10
journeys have been a
minutes
bit
when the
different
game
and so
starts.
similar at the same time.
Is it still
The
huge
last
now?
time that Sentinels played a Korean
He's
team
in the
upper
crowd.
finals of an
So I am
international
streaming
event
for
was
him
over
so we can have our
1,000
community enjoy
days
it.
ago. Sen won
Who's
that.
this mysterious
They went on
streamer?
to
It says
win
on the
Valorant's
title
first
now.
international land and haven't made it back to a final since. So much about this team has changed since then. Only TenZ remains, but he's a completely new player. From
You see
the
the banana suit yet?
star-rocking
He's
Jet
not wearing
way
the banana
back
suit,
when.
and he's not in like
The difference
regular
as well
cities
for
in
Gen.G's
VIP, I
wild.
think.
Back then,
He's
he
not
was
in a
solo,
suit because
playing alongside
been
Lakia,
we've been
who's
getting
now
haters
coaching.
because
They
of the
lost
recent
that match. It was
drama
the
and stuff.
deepest the Korean team has
And
ever
unfortunately,
fought. They
people
have a chance to
are
make up for that
a little
again
extra
today
angry
against this new
and
Sentinels.
are sending not so nice messages to him,
when you set the stage,
which means he can't wear the costume lest he be outed.
how this has all come together.
So.
It is absolutely mind-blowing. The fact that Sentinels, a team that people were clowning on, and now they are the top of the mountain. Gen.G, I feel people were forgetting about them, and this is their opportunity.
Oh yeah, don't forget to hydrate before you die. We're just chatting. Fuck.
There has been teams that have been breathtaking. EDT last year made us dream.
Yes.
But it was most of it was because of Kangan. They had that one-star player that everybody was looking at. For Gen.G, as I said, it's quiet. It's the group effort. It's actually relying on those fundamentals and how far they can
He's the dragon. Thank you.
What's crazy is that people are still
You got
doubting
beautiful
this team.
eyelashes,
They've
you know what I'm
done
saying?
this run quietly. They haven't gotten the same fan attention as a team
You
like
can watch on-
Sentinels. They haven't shot in
accusation
that
or
same
not,
way,
that's
but
not
they have
the crux of the issue. The crux of the issue is people are using it to
throughout. Their players have come out with
send threats.
unbelievable form.
So-
Remember, Karen, he's a rookie. His first global event. He played his first
It is not
VCT match
currently a
this
safe time.
year, and now he's a game away from the finals.
He doesn't
Yeah, I
care.
got some slay eyelashes. You know what I'm saying? I'm slaying. Slaying.
Oh, the pressure's on, but it feels like for all 10 of these teams, they
Was Vegas
just
Stream?
feel
Never.
confident walking onto that stage, and oh boy, it's going to be a good one. But here we go, split. What we got for the comps?
Gen.G is going into Sentinels.
Never.
home
I'm
turf.
only
They
here
have
to
been
restream
incredible on
the
this
watch
map
parties.
thus far. Their defense
For
looks
Hooge.
indomitable.
I'm
And
actually
Gen.G
not
are
very
playing a
interesting
different
as
comp.
a
They go for the
person
double duelists on this
or as a
map.
streamer.
They're very reliant on Texture and Meteor to be set up for insane individual performances on this
But
level
you know,
5.
the community
That's
is
how
fun.
they beat
So that's what we're here for.
Exactly. Probably one of the reasons why they decide to start on the attack. If they want to start with a strong foot, it has to be through a very explosive round.
Yeah, I
So
hate
watch
chatting
out
with us.
because the
I enjoy
Reach
chatting with you all.
Sentinels have been on point this event.
If Gen.G can beat
You wonder who
Sentinels
picked
on their
Split?
best
Sentinels?
map, there is
I
no
wonder. It's
denying
crazy.
that this team is ready for a trophy.
Higher attendance? Yeah, but because I've like streamed in what, like 5 days total.
Will it be Sentinels? Will it be Gen.G? We got two excellent casters.
I think that
to
might
tell
be a
this
different story when it's like every day
Thank you so much, Golden Boy,
for a
Mimi,
month.
and Kakuka. We've got a barn burner of a game here. Sentinels looking to reclaim their former glory, while Gen.G have a serious opportunity to make Korean history.
Well, that's the thing. You look back in
And it's also like
Valorant,
I don't have to
1,029
do
days
stuff.
ago,
We're kind of just watching stuff.
Sent new turn down to that lower bracket from
And then
the
I
upper
can talk
final,
about random
chance for a
stuff.
Final, and on that team you had Lakia
It's-
and Coach
it's different
Solo.
story.
A
That's
lot has
fine.
changed since then, but I can
Oh,
tell you now
shit.
that Lakia will be there looking for revenge. It is a grudge match with so many stories, and we're kicking it off on Sentinel's home turf of Split.
They've been without a doubt the best team we've seen on Split in recent memory. Gen.G have a hell of a task, starting it out on their opponent's map pick with Lotus up next, and as we saw in the veto, it'll finish out on Breeze. Gen.G didn't want to pull Bind into the mix. Lucky is probably happy about that. Bad memories from back in the day.
Like the
As we start
epitome?
out the pistol round,
Hell yeah.
Sentinels on the defensive side, 2 ghosts and a spread defense, but they are looking to crunch on mid after contact for Gen.G. They've got players outside A.
It lets you. I mean,
into mid. It looks like we're gonna have.
I
a scrap
feel like
on our
that can't
hands.
be the only reason you come here is because I let you
match,
talk.
this matchup. We know that Gen.G are
What the
fantastic
fuck?
at adapting and learning. They play
You also,
PRX
you're only here
in the
because
regular
like
season
originally
on
you're here
this
for
map,
Hooch.
ended up coming back in this tournament and
What a tense
demolishing them on
smoke.
it. Meteor, though, in this round, he's just looking to sell a bit of a ruse, and he has done. A push coming down mid, but the rest of Sentinels are all rotating over towards that B site. Not a member, even in the right
Talking
half
about
of the map.
screens?
This is a pistol round that plays out a lot less like a coin flip. Both teams reactively waiting on mid. Nothing happens, so the fake info on A is given away, and the space is taken. Very nicely
Bakery
handled to set up
talks,
for a
D&D,
post-plant
like
situation.
tabletop
Sentinels
talks.
send in a dog
Yeah.
and some util, though, and they're going to deny the plant altogether. But in the chaos, Texture's able to pick up one, and the nade buys them space. They can
I mean,
secure the site now.
Sentinels usually are.
They look to play
Wait,
after. Meteor was
whoa!
also snuck up behind Tens. Didn't matter with Lakia shutting him down.
Sentinels
These
usually
other
are really
players now
good for
locked
like
in
these
towards this
retakes.
spawn. Up top is Zelsis alone, but there's still some fight left in Sentinels. They don't want to give this round up just yet.
Yeah, had to be a fallback from Gen.G, not wanting to overextend. Karen still, though, holding on to some control, and they've spotted out Zelsis. They know where both of these players are at this stage, and with the positions they currently hold, it's definitely not going to be easy for the side of Sentinels to get back into this one. Running out of time, need to try and isolate one of these jewels.
It's
and with
over,
the spot
man.
already coming in, the rest of the players line up
It
like
ain't
a
it.
firing
It
squad.
ain't it.
All left onto Junk. QT's been fantastic.
See, now that's what we
in
were talking
clutches,
about with the
but it's not
tabletop
happening
analogy
this
is
time.
that
Gen.G,
they
will
faked
take
him
the
out,
pistol.
And again,
They got the
patient
surprise
show
round.
by this attacking side. You saw,
He
as
took
we
up
said,
the entire
Sentinels
site for free
offer
because
look
of
for
it.
mid-control. They don't get it. The fake is made by Gen.G, making noise
I'm
on
gonna
A,
make the Omen through
taking
with too much space.
and they walk into B for free. But
Um,
post-plant, the idea to just send the two players
You'll
and
have to
spawn and they sit
forgive
there
me because I
waiting.
didn't
Oh,
notice
lockdown. John
where
QT
he
couldn't go out
smoked.
and fight with his teammate because he's worried about a
If
flank
you
coming
can
up from
tell me,
heaven.
like, we're talking
This
about
is a really nice pistol round
E
from the side
main,
of Gen.G.
A
I
main?
do like Sentinel's ideas as well because they laid a trap.
don't
Just Gen.G
know
were
where
too
necessarily
wise
you're
to
talking
fall
about.
into it. Now on the attack side, you know, it's an
What, that's
interesting
movement?
buy, Tom. I have
If you
to
had
say,
B main?
texture is surprising me because I'll talk all day long
Deep
about the
B
benefits
main.
of playing this outlaw. I just don't expect to see it on the attack that often, but he's found success.
If you're
with it
talking about
right
the
off
smoke
rip.
on the map
Nobody
right
on the
there,
defense has
on
shields, so
where
this
B
weapon,
is right
even
now,
if
that's an
they have
attacker
light
smoke.
shields, which they don't, it's still going to be an operator. 2 shots, very fast movement, and a quick reload.
It's a round as well, though, where realistically, nothing really for their opponents to be playing with. Sentinels just saving up for the next round.
Yeah. That's a
Does mean that you want to keep
PRX.
it clean. Meteor, the only player
the
that can
PRX
really go
smoke?
down without being too much of a detriment. And obviously getting
I
that
think it's a
extra
PRX. Maybe it's a
information
PRX.
is decent
Whatever.
start.
But
Zeka finding one.
oh,
That's a spike down for John QT
what the
as well.
fuck?
This is starting to get worrying.
Well, Texture's down to 13
Going good.
HP as well.
Texture's alive.
You know, he's pretty much in an
Ah,
even
that's fine.
fight,
He's getting-
regardless of
getting
who he
healed.
takes on. That heal needed to come through. Luckily, there's been
So that
some
smoke
time.
is pretty
That clock
typical
runs down,
for.
health goes back up for Texture. 100
So
HP.
okay,
Lakia
have
and
you ever
Munchkin
watched a
there to
huge
fight with him, but they
review?
have to walk into the open
Haven,
to take that spike
Haven
into
games.
a big crossfire.
He gives you the same
in play for
suggestion where you
Sentinels.
should
Instead,
smoke
they're gonna take
front
some space
C
in
site,
heaven, get that
so you
little
can
bit of
walk out of
extra
it
space
because
to
it's
play
really
with.
hard
And here comes the snake bite. It's not gone fully into the corner.
to
Still a nade to play
defend
with for
it.
Texture, flash for Lakia, but they're caught off guard and Celsius
Bro, Sentinels. Wait, is it the strategy? Lose first round, thrifty them second round, gain the huge advantage, right?
Instant response with the MasterCard Thrifty and maybe
That's
some
it.
jitters
That's
for
it.
Gen.G because
It's the
that's a heavy
strategy.
investment.
Lose
4
pistol, win
players with
eco.
rifles.
Lose pistol, win
Already you're
eco.
seeing the initial
Classic
tools
diff.
which being
Classic.
won. Really isolated fights, like the spike going through the smoke on its own for Karen. That is an uncharacteristic error for someone like him. We've been singing his praises about his positioning, his movement, especially after the switch to Omen. I felt like he was fantastic. And that is a really rough way to kick off your attack. Rifles now fully bought up on what was meant to be an easy victory. Well, now Sentinels have the same chance.
Gen.G with just a few pistols will struggle immensely on this. Now, we've seen this a couple times, this poison orb thrown up over right at the start of the round from Munchkin. It's causing a lot of problems for that Sentinels defense with the fact that he can slip out to the right side. You're going to need a trap there, which can obviously be broken by some of Texture's utility if he lobs it through. So it's not going to be that consistent. And if you leave it unchecked, well, someone's going to be sneaking through it in some round. You never know when. Always in the back of your mind. Now, the mid-hold, very strong for Sentinels. I don't imagine there's too much trouble. The close range engagement, though, catches Zelsis off and 10-2. Looks like I should have kept my mouth shut. We're all of a sudden
well,
in a 5
never mind,
versus
man.
3.
It's just-
Showstopper popped and fired at random. It doesn't land.
just,
They've got a huge advantage to play
eco
with here.
both times,
Sassy
or what?
needs to hold strong.
He's in a good position, though. Already dropping a
Oh no!
Keeping
It's
that huge
losing.
advantage.
They have
What a chaotic start
3
to
guns
this
to
map already.
2 in a 2v4 now.
Delay already
All right,
put
we're
into
back-to-back
position.
thrifties.
Munchkin in a good spot, has a teammate alongside him, may not even need it, and it's
Bro.
going to be MasterCard Thrifty straight back, getting their money's worth in the early stages of this game.
They bought hardly anything here again, Tom.
They bought more than Sentinels.
That's true. You know, this is a hell of an argument for the bundle, but there's a few sheriff shots landing there with the classic assists on the back of it. Just absolutely insane to see this in the first 3 rounds. That's back and forth.
That was Zelsis' orb as well that went down, because the other one was thrown in B main.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
You're right.
so
Yeah,
that means that he got caught by his own utility. Again, it's an error from either side. Both in the early stages have made mistakes. All right, Tens.
Wait, what?
That's one hell of a start. They've still got a couple of rifles. It's definitely not the prettiest of buys, but even still, somehow the team with the weaker has got off to a good start.
Well, that's it, because they happen to take the fight up against one of the players who has that rifle. And John QT, other side of the map, he's running the Phantom, now actually swapping over. Gonna be SEN and 10s towards A. But for the side of Sentinels, those 2 rifles,
Maple syrup.
they stand a good
I
chance
can't
to
see
name 5 of those
donations.
pistols, though.
I'm not
They're
Hooch,
left
so
to
I don't
do
have
a
an
lot.
account.
The whole
If you
mid-control
send a
obviously
donation
has
for
so
like
much info. They want to be playing this off the utility.
gifted sub or
That's the nade
something?
Going through, forcing them
Send
back,
a mod
doing
mail
some
in.
damage too. Karen's now down to 83. I was a little bit of decay as well. The orb had gone up.
They got a rifle, but because of that neural theft, they used it to check if anybody was holding the rifle. So that's now a third gun picked up from Sentinels. So
give it a picture or something, and then I can like.
40 seconds left.
I can look at it myself later, or have
but you still have
one of my
tens with a
moderators look
paranoia
at
available to
for
him.
you. But
Nothing really on Zelsis though, so it is going to be onto him.
Oh, and he's forced out of position. That paranoia. It's landed on the players further up, and one was blinded. Caught by the trap, another now inside, and while he's
bro, what the fuck? What are we watching?
Thrifty,
thrifty.
A chance to shut him down. One that they must realize. Meteor, there we go. It's a connection with 12 seconds left, and the spike's gone up into heaven. Drop it, even if the last kill.
We heard that thrifty sound 3 times.
That one done, 2-2.
You're never going to believe this, but that was a
It's just
Mastercard
Cypher
thrift.
trips, man. These trips are so fucking annoying.
So far.
No, I believe it's the
third in a row.
This is such a peculiar game. Now, obviously, because both teams are still sort of building up.
I think both teams have guns now,
the next
Austin.
one's not going to be, but hey,
At
if
this
you've ever
point
seen
now,
an
I'm 2-2. I
advertisement
think both
for
teams have
bundle,
guns.
That is 2 kills off the back of Zelsis, the man who's been plugging it this entire event. We're never going to hear the end of it.
Thrifty!
Well, at least they're feeling it too. Kaplan with his thrifty calls. Forgot the MasterCard in front of it, but I'll forgive him. I'll forgive him this once. Well, Gen.G, they're not going to be too happy about the back and forth nature of this early game, especially
Nicholas
the fact that
Pfeiffer,
they got caught
thanks
by
for the
not
prime
being able
sub.
to shoot the traps. It's a little unfortunate, but these things happen. There was a combo of util again thrown towards them, making it that little bit more awkward. They try to take some fights. That's
How has he
unlucky.
not destroyed that?
Yeah, I'm starting to think Sentinels have got some sort of trap abuse going on. They're not taking the bullets.
Look at Meteor, though. He's just about to walk in. Sassy might be caught unaware. Got so far forward before anybody really realized.
Alligator, thanks for the
Tens
tier
up
3.
above.
Ooh, tier 3.
Has
Love
support
that.
from Celsius, but this will be an afterplant. This time, I don't think there's any denial. And Meteor hasn't stopped his push. He's still going forward.
It's a lot of space to take, a position you usually expect, but the big difference to this is Karen. He's also there with a paranoia in hand, and it's about to come through. There it is, the step was heard. But luckily, those players are able to round the corner just in time. Nade, not really gonna force Meteor back, but he falls back anyways, concedes the space. They're gonna commit utility to trying to clear that back out, at least in his mind, but the paranoia is kept in the back pocket, now burned up to go towards elbow. Here comes the blast pack from Zekin. He's towards the side, picking up Karen, and Zelsis had opened up the rest, leaving Meteor alone, doing so much damage. It looks like Munchkin was able to catch an angle, and with the snake bite landed, that's buying a little bit more time. Tens has to run for the hills now. There's no time left with another found. Gen.G take the lead. It's not quite a MasterCard thrifty, but it is a Red Bull clutch.
the script really is just paying dividends at this point. A round break back for Gen.G. Coming off the clutch, again, we talk about Sentinels in these retakes, and they're phenomenal. Just being able to come in from behind, isolating these fights, and even after the aggressive positions that were held. But as Munchkin, the leader of the team, someone who's been highlighted so many times by different members of his roster to help elevate, well, this time, he's done it individually.
Get out of my way.
Now straight away, Blade Storm popped. The pacey side of this round looking to come out as they take early space towards this A site. Pit already into mid, but straight over the top goes Meteor. He's looking to pressure.
Oh, I thought he might have had that for free, but the cage blocked off just enough to give him that little bit of space to work with. Still a player on B and one in mid. Gen.G have a lot of space. You don't expect to see a Sentinels crunch just yet. And look at how much they're keeping in their back pocket for the eventual fight. A paranoia is still to work with. Almost every piece of utility, the big ones online. One flash just popped by Sassy, but Meteor turns. The blades are used up. Look, they're not finished pushing. Lakia went charging forward, even though his teammate had fallen back a little disjointed from Gen.G, but Munchkin capitalizes on the chaos, picks up and keeps having control. That's a huge position for them to play with. And now Sentinels even send Sassy back to reclaim it, buying so much time as only John QT's on the site, flanked out and distracted by Meteor. The clock is running down. Munchkin late flanks up through heaven, and the classic fight's awkward. The knife goes in, but it's too little too late. Again, the time is enough for Gen.G to claim the round.
Yeah, we've finally seen a second round in a row after what was a crazy back and forth. It is Gen.G to come out on top, but again, it was close. And,
Munchkin, man.
JungQT comes out with a knife. Munchkin, though.
Dude, the fact that he got that kill after having shot
the way that he's been playing, the way he's been
ult.
punishing them as they try to rotate. His late flanks in the backline have been so problematic. And it's the spike to do the job. 4-2 in the lead. As said, this has been
So Sentinels typically are like highly advantaged in Split.
It's his favorite map, and you can understand why. 4 back-to-back
It's
victories.
crazy to me to watch them
7 of the last 8
down like this,
won
but
on this map.
only like 6 rounds
But,
up.
As said, Gen.G have been so fantastic at adapting. They beat EDG, they beat PRX, they've been evolving throughout this tournament.
Yeah, they did. Only them by
It's
2.
not going to be easy, just
but
because this map is solid for Sentinels.
I've not seen them down by 2 like this.
Cancel of the dog with a deep snake bite.
Compared to their other Sentinel games or Split games, where it was like 13-3, 13-4.
Swinging all the way back to the B side.
Do they have a good chance? Yeah, 100%.
Been able to win
I still think they're favored.
pistols before.
But
Some ultimates to back them
I'm
up.
surprised to
On the
see
side of Gen.G, though,
them
Munchkin's
down like
game has
this.
been fantastic. Just last round, the way he played and controlled Heaven in the late game, it allowed that spike to explode.
But yeah, also take note that Gen.G are running the double duelist comp.
He's caught.
So
Can't quite see anything for a moment, but as the cloud
it is.
fades, he's able to find a target. Nice headshot, but the wall gets in the way.
They are
Sassy
favored more on
holding
attack
onto
than they are their
barely,
defense.
And he'll eventually be shut down with the Viper's Pit in. This becomes a hard round to win, but a showstopper pop. It's going to be a gamble from Zek, and he has to pick a spot, and he's found Karen, but landed with his back turned to Munchkin. A quick execution leaves JungQT alone.
Whoa. Well, he's got no HP, so it's
There's a chance. That's the hat popped off the head. And Munchkin fires right back.
rough.
This guy has been so good so far. I just love watching his reposition within that Viper's Pit. He hears the showstopper, he goes, what's the chance of him shooting it straight down?
Yeah.
Very, very low. You're going to try and hit towards that plant spot. So he repositions forward into that Viper's Pit and just manages to isolate the battle, takes him out, and then this, well, I'll be honest, this was just prediction. Knowing that his opponent would eventually try and catch him on the ping, it has been such a worldie of a game. And here's someone as well. This is his 7th, I believe, international event. The best spot the Munchkin has ever finished is 9th to 10th. He went through the likes of Crazy Raccoon in the past, a team that never really achieved anything. As mentioned, he has already got
So it's
top
2 to
3.
5
This man
Sentinels
is
on
gunning for so
defense
much more.
down.
Yeah, they were Crazy Raccoon. I
Gen.G
remember
are
a good regional
up on
team, but
attack.
once they came to the international
5-2.
stage, and for a lot of Munchkin's teams, they just
The
got
difference is
tested in the way
Gen.G are
that
running
they
the
could
double
stand
duelist
up.
comp, whereas Sentinels are running the single.
Actually, even Munchkin's runs, it was always playing
duelist
the
comp.
same teams twice. Like, it happened against Foot, it happened against Gambit. I can't remember the other team, but there was definitely a back-to-back as well. This guy always ends up facing a team and then coming back and being eliminated by them later on.
He does always seem to improve, though. That's the thing
That's
I
how
want
he
to
got here.
Yeah, give credit to him as someone leading. And he's leading by example right now. He's forced Sentinels into a position where they're taking a pause. And again, you look at some of the results. This is a team that, well, they've played
What I
Loud
see
a couple of
super
times in
interesting
their
is
last 4
Sentinels
matches. Loud only managed 4 rounds and 3
have
rounds.
Cypher,
So
which
Gen.G
I would
are
say
already way far and above a lot of the
JungQT,
teams that
when he
Sens
gets time to
have
set
had
up
battle
trips
against.
on the take-in site,
Interestingly,
actually
again,
really hard to retake.
bet you're going to see that outlaw onto Lakia. Clearly having a lot of
It's a lot
faith
harder
in this guy,
to
but having your
defend too with no
Skyfire,
Sentinels.
that's
So once the
intriguing.
half
I wasn't
changes,
already a fan of Gen.G.
I'm wondering how it'll look.
Jersey after this one. Been complaining all
What the
tournament
hell
all
is
month
this?
long
Is this
about
the,
how little
front
this is being
B
used,
orb?
and they're coming in at attack side on split and
On
using
Sky
it.
as well.
On Sky, yeah.
And they
I'll
have
get more
the
things than
they
I'll
have
do.
the
Is that what's happening?
oh
It could be. It could be. He's learning from the best.
they have the
board already for
outlaw
Gen.G,
because
as we said. This
Sentinels all have
was
half
not gonna
armor.
be a pretty start
Munchkin
for
to
all
buy
the
shield.
guests, at least.
Heat?
Split has been terrifying, like you're saying. But Gen.G have
Didn't
already
he get
far exceeded
naded?
expectations. They've got a commanding
But
lead
also, like,
early
you have
on,
36
even after a
HP or
scrappy
36 armor.
beginning, even after
How the hell would you
denial
buy
of the
shield?
second round, I thought that was the start of the
At
end. I was
36
starting to
armor, I ain't
worry.
buying shield.
But here we are,
38,
round number
36,
8,
that's
and
not
Gen.G
worth
have
the
another
rebuy.
chance to
Think
extend
about it like
this
this:
lead.
you're
Sentinels
spending
down to their last
1,000
credits, have
gold
used all their
or credits
ultis
to
very
buy
recently.
14 armor.
They've been doing this
Or
a lot.
what? You're already
To your
past the
left,
120
Noah,
like
just been able to
health
take quite a lot
threshold.
of space. Now this is space that's given up.
Even if you
JungQT
had
uses
enough,
Cam,
Unless you were like maxing out, there's no reason to rebuy your
40
shield too.
seconds left. We're seeing this late
Not on
clearance
36.
in the middle. Now, a lot of
It's
this
crazy.
was probably off the idea that, okay, we could have double back through and taken control into heaven. Cam already going to be gone, but now with 30
We up at
seconds
124?
left, they look to head into this stacked up site.
No.
Sentinel and Viper.
I mean,
Never easy
the
to
answers
get
always
past this util,
depends.
but they're beginning
If
to
we, I know like
predict
there's
it.
a lot of them
Now they have
buying
to try and clear
Phantoms,
players.
maybe, but odds are even at 124,
Trapped by John QT, a little
even at
closer,
124,
12 seconds left.
if
There's
the
still
Phantom
some
headshot you at
harassment on the side.
124,
John
you're
QT
still
drops the
probably
spike.
dead anyways.
8 seconds left. The players up in heaven surely not able to.
Oh, what the
nothing
fuck?
to clear them from position.
What I just
The
watched?
fight's going towards Gen.G. Oh, Zekin, full HP. But one hit to that outlaw, Tens, one hit to damn near anything. Zekin closes
God,
the distance,
it's
but a
over,
shot to the head
alright.
from Texture pretty much seals the fate of this one. With Tens having 2 players to drop and Munchkin way ahead of him on that fight. 6 rounds
I wish we had an
now
outlaw
for
skin.
Gen.G. A solid A take. And
Right,
Sentinels
imagine the
left with
Kuronami
scraps
dropped
for
with
the
an
next round.
outlaw skin.
The crazy thing about this is a lot of the setups that are being put into
Oof.
play by Sen are actually catching players. Like, look at John QT right now. He's 12 and 5.
I'd
because
buy
they're
the gun
running into
more.
his trips, he's
That's all I'm
getting an
saying.
opening kill. But every single time there's a response from Gen.G. That's been one of the things I've loved about this team is the trading is on point. They are so quick and so committed as well. You're going into a site with 20 seconds left. There are so many variables that you have to look for, but this team is ready to trade whatever comes their way. And with 8 seconds left, they get
I
that
mean, you're
spike
just
down.
doing
From then
napkin
on,
shortcut
look
math
like
in your
plain
brain
sailing.
about how many credits you currently have and how much armor you're going to get based on what you buy. Like, if you're at 121, would you consider buying half armor to 125 for 4 armor? But the 4 armor gives you protection against a 124 dink on a Phantom, but odds are, like, you're going to get killed anyways on a 125 or 124, regardless, because the Phantom gets a shot. Or you get hit by utility. Like,
this is a round that they've won before, so you have to be careful. And, well, caution to the wind for Tens. He goes through the orb and falls right down. Let's see what else we've got, though.
So it just kind of
The
depends.
weapon's gonna be upgraded, and there's
You
still
just need to
skins
make
on
a
the play.
decision.
That's the thing. We've been hyping up controller players all the way through this event. We've talked about Karom. We've talked about the likes
Yeah,
of
no, that's the
Tens.
thing about Gen.G's team is
Maybe we underestimated Munchkin.
their entire squad are like
Right
rather
now, he is
consistent.
on an absolute tear. Again, just the patience. You're going to see the gamble. I
Honestly,
don't really blame
I've
Sen at this
felt
point. They've
Prelude
had so many
2.0.
late A takes that they're reading into the fact that, okay, this
I
is
don't
gonna be
care.
A,
Like, if
and
they
what
dropped a
happens,
premium
Texture
skin on the Outlaw,
walks
any of the
a little
main ones, it
strong
would have been nice, right?
straight
But
towards this B
I mean,
side.
Kuronami came
A
out
round
pretty
that
much with
now
Outlaw. They
already
should have
looks
dropped it
over.
with
Yeah, sure, the
Kuronami.
Sentinels retakes have been good historically, but if they pull this one off with a couple of Ghosts, a Classic, and a Sheriff, well, we're going to be marveling at that for a long time.
Yeah, there's something special about doing it in a post plant on your way back through a site like this. With
We'll say if you're at 120, you do need a lot more things to consider because 120 means you die to a leg up shot.
It really is one of those rounds.
And
where you
that's
start
not
to
good
think
either.
about just going down to the spike, maybe dropping some weapons.
And
if
then,
Gen.G
like,
do
120
get
also
a
means
bit
you die to the
aggressive.
low dink.
And, well, that's a bit of... What in the
What
world
the
is that?
fuck?
Of all the ways to use that weapon, of all the ways I thought I'd see that weapon used, running through your own nade to double
Okay.
hip fire at a player who's eco, that was not on my
Why?
list.
I don't know.
didn't
Let me
see
check
that
orbs
coming.
after this.
You know what? They've got the
or
credits
round.
to play with. It's a gun that he doesn't necessarily need to bring forward.
It's
It
not
might
even
be he's
close.
gonna buy
What the
straight
fuck?
back into a
Just
rifle
scope in,
again.
though. That's the only request.
Not even
the thing
close.
is, his opponent's not going to pick it up. So realistically, all that's happened there is Blackgear has gained an orb and maybe wasted a little bit of extra credits. But that's the thing. Again, it was spoken about in an interview with Alex after their last match. He said that it just feels like Gen.G have a great read on us. At the moment, it's looking like they have a great read on Sentinels as well, because the way they've started this match off, they've gone the right way every single time. The paranoia, decent, but the counter there, Tens will be able to keep his life, and the aggression quelled for a second.
And look how quickly they've got a response. There's 4 players from Sentinels here. Make that 3.
Ooh.
Tens is down. Zels is spotted. Wildbang, second falling. Sassy here and expected. They even expect the 4th player swinging.
Shit.
And that is about as bad of an attacking start as you could expect, in that they run into the entirety of the defense.
This is supposed to be
and they still
Sentinel's
win it.
map.
Not only win it flawlessly. That's how this game is going for Gen.G right now.
They genuinely took about 40 damage across the board in those fights. It's absurd. Again, this time
This is
Sentinels
the
had the
SEN map.
perfect read. They had the expectations, they had the rotations, they had the players in position.
Holy crap.
And they lose every single fight.
No, man, I want a champion judge. Everyone else is tripping. If they don't release champion judge, I'm sad. I'll buy the champion gun, whatever the hell they release, but
Why not? There's
you know,
no
like,
hassle even for most of these players.
champion
dying. I'll take an orb and
judge.
give you one towards a neural theft. No worries.
It's great. You can have two.
Yeah, have them all, mate. Have the ult. Well, he's got one at least with Munchkin down, and the others maybe a little too far away. Texture, no blast pack. Nade, but it's not even going to blow up in time. So, 8-2. This is a scoreline that I think, hey, I actually don't think is that surprising. One team having 8, the other team
I
having
think
2.
I didn't bet this game. Yeah,
on their attack side so
the
far.
rough
Little
struggle.
fact that
By the
we've
way,
actually,
everybody,
I would
if you're
say
playing
most of
split
this
and
game
you're
so
jumping
far,
up ramps
I've
like
been
that,
complimenting
just
Gen.G,
dump bullets
pushing
into
and
that
pulling
left
them out,
wall.
finding open sights, being able
I don't
to
think people
run
do
into
that
the
enough.
lighter side of the defense. Then we see what happens if they run into the entire
Just free
defense,
value.
and they still win the round.
Dump
flawlessly.
bullets there. People
What
stand
else?
there
What
all
other
the
kind of challenge
all the
can you
time.
present?
But that's the thing. I think going into this match, it was almost unequivocal that Sentinels were the best team in the world.
What I find super interesting though, if you notice, Gen.G aren't really playing the mid game on split.
Reevaluate that
They're
after this map, because right now it's not looking particularly close.
they've done it a few times.
There needs to be some sort of response here for Sentinels. They brought back in again
Really
the
do it.
ults. Not particularly
through
close,
here.
at least the valuable ones, but they are looking to put pressure on.
Why I
They're
say it
trying
now?
to
Now that they're
deny
actually
Meteor.
taking
He's
mid
gonna
hit.
go straight through.
Holy
If
shit!
he
Meteor's
waited a
about to
second, I think he
die.
actually gets the kill, but he's
No,
still gonna be
Meteor
able
gets
to survive.
out too.
They've used a lot of utilities.
He's
to try and
wrong?
shut
No, I
this
mean,
man
who's just
down,
right here
and
explicitly
he's not
too.
taking a lick of damage. Zelsis, though, the timing here could be everything. He's got it nigh on perfect. Looks for a big play, and he's found one. 2 kills down. The
That was
first
good.
time they've
That was
really
very
managed
good.
to catch them
That's
off
this is
guard,
good. Good
catch
job,
them
Zelsis.
balls, and just 2 remain. Meteor looking for a move. He's at least going to get one quick step back. Make this one a little bit competitive.
Yeah, that was a little
And the man they're
scary.
up against has been insane.
Heal through for
Oh, the message got deleted. It's probably over 200 characters. It just gets auto deleted.
On any front, he's choosing the harder of the two. Just one player towards the spawn. Whoops. There we go. One player towards the spawn, but 2 up top. Make that 3 now as they come into position. No snake bites. That orb only going to block vision, maybe add some decay, give him an opportunity, though, to play up top with the shorty. I like him trying to create some opportunities, but ultimately too big of a task for anyone to take. 8-3, and the last round could see Sentinels find a 4th, Tom. That is not something I was ready to say today.
Yeah. The good thing for Sentinels fans out there is we have seen mass landslide victories for the side of Sentinels on either side of the map. They have proven it time and time again. Look at their last match versus Loud, 9 rounds. So they can do it. It's not a death sentence, especially if they can get to 4, but it's the manner in which
Stream
GEN.G
lagging
have
is
been
just
winning
you.
that
I have not
does
dropped
make
a
me
single
doubt
frame.
that. And they're going straight back to the bread and butter. The A take has been fantastic. Tens has been able to delay them at least a little bit, and the Seekers are going to give things away.
the
The
fuck?
nade from Zed
Wait,
is good as well. They've got off to a strong start.
Yeah, Gen.G are just trying to, like, Gen.G, they're just taking the site by the mains, man. But it doesn't look like they're winning this one. Okay, 4-8.
Healthy recovery for Sentinels towards the
4-8.
end of the half. It was
We're here.
looking
We're
a
here
little
for it.
bit
We're here for it.
shaky, but they found their
Right.
footing now. And actually,
Here's the look. Sentinels get 4-8. They win pistol. They win eco 6-8. Even if they lose 6-9, it's not bad. I'm not against it. I'm not against it.
Sassy up top, spraying away with him. With 50 seconds left and 5 players to take down. Well, we said the last round was a bit too big of a task. This one, good luck.
Protect the KD at all costs. Munchkin can't really hope for anything else. Looking for the fight, and Tens is just being an irritation at this stage, just placing smokes in his face. This is all just a formality. No hope for this one to go wrong for Sentinels. Will at least close out the remaining couple.
That's
Flawless
rough.
to give them their
BTN,
4th round
thanks for the
onto
prime
the
sub.
board after what was almost a flawless half out of Gen.G. An early, shaky back and forth that was competitive, and then a 6-round streak for the Korean super team. They've definitely put themselves in a good spot. But as
I
we
like
know,
how
Sentinels can
it's a lot
turn
of
the tide.
crab walk spraying on the Phantom.
It's not over yet,
It's just
that's
good.
for sure, but Gen.G have to be happy with how things have gone so far.
It's a
In
good
fact,
thing to
we've
do.
got some
Looks like.
friends of Gen.G stood by in the audience. Let's hear from them.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here in the crowd right now with Jules, a Gen.G super fan. Hey Jules, where are you from?
I'm from Korea,
Textures
but I live in the
fan
States as
friend.
well.
Oh, okay. So this is a tough match for you, but clearly you are for Gen.G. I actually hear you're a friend of Textures, right?
Yes, I am.
Oh, wow. So how do you know him, and what is he like outside of the game?
I'm his channel comment moderator, and he's just a great guy, a friendly guy as well.
Yeah, you mentioned that he works really, really hard as well outside.
That'll
of the
never
game,
be
right?
me.
Absolutely. We call him pro streamer because he's a pro player, but he streams like streamer. He always works outside of his scrims as well. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's been such a character as well, and so
Interviewing a Discord mod?
you're not just
I think they're interviewing a
fan,
stream mod, but same
fan,
idea.
But you're an overall VCT fan.
Wouldn't do
You've
that for
been
Hooch?
to so many
Fuck
events.
no.
Can you let us know what they are?
Yes, I've been to Pacific last year and also went to LA for champs. This year I'm at Madrid and I'm going to Seoul for champs again.
Awesome. So we might see you again, and we
And the
might
pros
have
do
to
as good as bad
practice
for gun
until you
hygiene.
come full circle.
What?
Now,
Crouch
finally,
spring with
I
Phantom
need
is
you
not
to give
bad. It's actually
to
like
give one big shout out to all
on
the
average a
Gen.G
good
fans
decision.
over here in the stage and everywhere.
the problem is you have bad gunfight hygiene because your crouch spring insta flick shooting at 40 meters.
Gen.G has been exceeding the expectations.
That's bad.
And they're really gonna do well. So please root for Gen.G.
Oh, this is definitely Zammy
let's
off.
hear it for
Yeah,
Gen.G.
100% Zammy.
But on the other side, we also do have to hear it for Sentinels before we get back into the game.
That's a Zammy right there.
All right, Tom. Yeah, you know what? I got to hear a Gen.G battle.
We wouldn't want to PR
really
train you,
turn up
Donko.
for
You can
Sentinels time. Give me
talk
your best
like
Sentinels
that,
battle
but
cry.
I
Hype
ain't.
'em up. Give
You're
it
not
to me.
catching me.
Oh, by the Sembo.
Yeah, it's good when it's a
That's all you need to
decision.
know. That's all
Bad
you
when
need
it's
to know.
automatic. What was Zammy doing? Didn't do anything. We were just saying like that would be Zammy
battle cry,
in the interview position.
I have a tear in my eye. That was fantastic.
That was wonderful. Well,
8-4 though.
We've heard about Gen.G's hard-working nature in that interview, and listen, hard work pays off. So far, a 4-round lead, double the rounds of Sentinels, hailed as the best team in the world on this map, Tom. They've got to show us why they're called that here on their attack.
It is time to prove
So
it.
let's see.
Because we know next map
Let's
up
take a look at the
is the choice of Gen.G. Lotus
what
has
the
been
deal
a
is.
hung
It also
target
looks
for them.
like Viper's
Eight-match
all
streak.
doing either
Not a bad map
the
for Sentinels, but you wouldn't want to be going
mid
in
orb
this
or
series
the
with a
front B
deficit.
orb, which is super interesting. They
Second
don't
now
actually use the
becomes
orb for A
He's been
very
had a
much.
bit of a quieter game, but
Just
we
the
know
wall.
that at any stage this
Huge
youngster
good morning this week.
can turn it on.
Don't forget the huge good morning. The
Take
good morning
over
command should be up right now.
especially on that raise.
From 8:30 to 2. So.
Fearsome. Flanky though.
Rel-
Ooh,
Oh,
just looking
John!
good
Nice
utility.
job.
He's gone down. Been having a bit of a rough map individually.
That's really good.
And the problem is, this is all just the ruse. This is going to start pulling players over, put the pressure onto Meteor.
That's a spot that you have to check on the way out. For Sentinels, you imagine they will. John QT, look at him. You see him in the X-ray just sneaking past towards the screens.
Bro.
They'll never expect him to be in this corner.
Bro.
Bird on the rotation back. Oh, this gap is absolutely massive. No.
Oh my God, John! He's sight. He's sight.
He could think that's the only.
He's sight. Can I yell louder for him to realize he's
There's
sight?
no one and running back. This all makes sense for Texture to be here, though.
He's
Oh,
sight.
the ever-vigilant
There's
is
someone
the
here.
Opportunity to trade it back further. It's you.
No! No!
10 seconds left.
All right, well, I take it back.
A blast back for the fight, but Second still wins it. 5 seconds. They need to plant it now. If they can deny this, it's done on the spot. Karen does well to find one, and there's the follow-up. Gen.G with another round. The pistol injecting some rounds.
I mean,
Bringing
it was
them
really
ever
good for John
closer
for a second
to
there,
winning
but
Sentinel's map pick.
That is the second time in this tournament.
that's
I
cool
have
factor.
watched
Remember, everybody?
that man there,
If he just
Texture,
shot that
win
first
an
person
impossible
immediately
round. Win
that he
a
saw,
round that never should have
that's
been.
Sentinel's
There was
round
one
right
where he
there.
exploded through a
But he
smoke,
waited. He
instantly
looked
popped
around.
3 heads. This
Saw
one
the planner. Didn't even
was
give the planner.
different.
Waited.
This one was waiting patiently for the perfect moment
Ooh.
to strike. And again,
Ooh.
he takes down 3 players. This man has
That's
been
beautiful right there.
revitalized within this Gen.G roster. And that has got to be
The double time is crazy.
infuriating for Sentinels
Which is
because
super
John
interesting
QT
is that
basically did
the Viper
everything right.
running
Gets
back
an
screens
opener,
knife
catches
out
the player
doesn't
rotating,
say there's anyone in
one
sight. It
man
just says they think they're safe
That's the
until they
pistol round
jump
to
spot
Gen.G.
a main, which is normal, right? Like I would knife
So
out, jump spot a main.
frustrating. Even thinking back,
So
you've
that
heard
that
the
like
second
run
player
out knife
running up
out
in
doesn't
heaven.
say there's a
Chance of the
player.
third being there very low. Karen not in danger. In fact,
God.
he is the danger.
Fuck,
3
man.
kills. They were close, but
Who the
well,
fuck am I
numbers
watching,
advantage
man?
doesn't really matter when the judges firing away like that. The last could have been his, but Texture finds it instead. 1 man lost on Gen.G. A fantastic follow-up round to their pistol.
Yeah, 4-6
Stacking them
prediction
up,
about the payoff.
chips even further
Absolutely.
on their side of the table.
History might be made in more ways.
Didn't
than
realize
one
Res on
today.
site. Yeah, they
As
pass
Sentinels
each other.
come alive fairly soon. We could be seeing their greatest.
I find it
ever
also
defeat.
interesting is because he
this
thought he managed to
iteration
get through all of sight that there
on
was
this
no TV player
They've played it so
because he
many
didn't get
times
spotted. I
in
just
the
overall
Americas,
crazy,
so many
crazy
times
timing
already
on
in
both
this
sides.
tournament as well. Right now, Gen.G are showing why they might just be the hope of Pacific to finally get towards a title win. It definitely feels still a fair bit away. But
I
in
don't know,
this round,
Dunkel. I
they've
think we
not
should
got
just
a
give you points to
completely
TTS.
weak
You know,
purchase. A few rifles, an outlaw as well.
all this
Okay,
work.
Karen's left on a pistol and Munchkin's
Gotta
SMG.
compensate you with something. What?
It's not the most desired
Huge bucks.
weaponry.
The TTS.
I'm also looking at Texture being 2 orbs away from having that showstopper. The main thing, though, for Sentinels is they finally got the rifles.
Well, if anything, that's
Feel
the
he can make a
pressure
commander
on
who's
this
a
round.
secret. He
They've got the
can't do that
rifles,
in
but they
secret.
need to
Like
find
he
success with it.
Huge reviews
Weaker
every.
weapons for Gen.G. That outlaw is dangerous. What's even more dangerous is
pull.
the 4 players on this A site. We saw Gen.G run into this 4 of Sentinels up in heaven, and Gen.G lost about 40 HP total with a flawless execution on the A site. Sentinels are doing it with a split through vents. 2 players on their way to crunch heaven. Problem is, Gen.G can crunch right back. Lakia and Munchkin aren't in heaven, instead out on the ledge. It's a very unusual position. Lakia can flash up from down below, and Munchkin can always have somewhere to fall back to. Oh no, and his knife out. That's a big mistake. Now they know at least there's another player on site. They might even have heard them in screens, but again, they haven't checked for this extra man. Lakia tucked in the corner.
Wait.
Sentinels, 12 seconds left, and a 1 versus 2. They've bought themselves the space to plant.
Yeah, the one thing for Karen is he doesn't currently have a weapon.
What is his plan?
And everybody dying around the window means that he might even have to put himself out into the open to give this one up. The reposition as well from Celsius is sublime. It would have to be an instant headshot.
Still bad.
Although they've
Still
pushed
really
in
bad.
to pretty much all of Gen.G, at least all of their weaponry. Sentinels do
Every
manage to
Texas
weather the
speech box you
storm
could give out, Shirley?
just about.
No.
Well, Tom, you know, this is the expected result, though. 2-round win, 1 on the back of the pistol, the other the follow-up. You win your 3rd up against those weaker weapons. It still gets close. Couple of well-placed shots by Sentinels puts them ahead in those fights. A good reposition in the end. But one battle going slightly differently, and this map spirals out of their control. They're holding on to a cliff's edge by their fingernails. And at 10-5, Gen.G now pulls
How
the
the
showstopper,
fuck,
and they got
Texture?
away, just about rounding the corner in time. That
This
was
is
a
an
target-rich
issue, right? They lost
environment.
all of mid.
But now Gen.G have to fall back surely. They won't keep pushing. They won't keep taking this space. With Texture's gone back, but Meteor's gone forward. He doesn't even have a dash online. This guy's crazy. He's cloud bursting around to try and stay alive. He's still not running away, Tom. He's sticking around for a fight.
Meteor
I did not
stays?
expect that.
Maybe not expecting that many players to be there. Texture as well, he wants to try and recover this. Such an aggressive start. The Paranoia showstopper combo could have eliminated half of Sentinels. Instead, it found nothing.
Crazy to me that Meteor just stays
Kinda
there,
look
huh?
like Gen.G is scrambling a little bit. Such aggressive
Wake up,
positions. and the
idiot.
fallback is gonna
Tier
go
3
towards that
sub. You
A-side.
cannot
Thing is,
type
though,
in Twitch chat.
because they had so much
You
map
can type
control,
during your sub message, but
there's been an early read from the side of Gen.G. Once again, it's looking like we might
is
have
it DM
4
spawns
players
before? You
within
don't
this
actually
A-site
spawn
as Sentinels go to push.
spawn anywhere in there.
One flash on Lakia,
The only spawns
one
you
nade
have
on
are
Texture.
in B
No
main,
Paranoia, some smokes.
in
The second just came
ramen,
online for
or
Karen, and
like
one's just been
spawn
popped down. Here
side.
comes the showstopper, though.
Like,
That's the big
not
gun
spawn.
on the other side.
You actually
And
spawn in that
Sentinels
little like
find
front
the opening
front
with
area.
it, but
Oh
there's a
shit!
response.
Wait.
Gen.G equalize things, catch them on the rotate up through heaven, and drop the spike. 20 seconds left, and the nade
This is
buys
not
even more
good.
time.
Texture's
The
crazy with
rotation
it.
now from Texture as he realizes they're going to want to hightail it, move to the other side, but
Can
look,
you
he's
even
already here.
make it in
He's ahead of
time?
them with 10 seconds left. There's no time for delay. They need this fight. They need to win it. And they have just about 5 seconds. 4 as he reaches
No.
the side. It's too late. They've bought enough time.
You got DM spawn studied? You don't need to study DM spawns. If you play DM, you know where people spawn.
Second to none.
I'm not exactly correct, but like if you play DM, you spawn in
Texture is
every
having
spot,
a worldie of a
right?
defensive half, and
I don't need to have studied that.
are just walking
I've
into
just
this trap
spawned in
almost
every DM
single
spot
time.
available.
Gen.G's read to get 4
If
players
you
there,
don't know where
perfect.
all the
He
DM
drops
spawns
the
are,
spike
you don't
and
play
then
enough DM.
instantly hightails it, knows that he
That's a
can
totally
have
that's a
faith in
whole nother
Munchkin to
issue.
hold on to that site and buys almost exactly enough time. The fact that it has to be slowed down just enough, that split second, does the work. The heroes are there. The stars are aligning. Sentinels are on their last legs.
Manipulating the spawns can to take bad fights with 2 meta. Yeah, I sit in B main and I take fights from the guy that spawns backside B. Or the guy swinging out sight. And then I swing out and fight the guy swinging out from Ramen or from
Karen knows exactly
from
what
T-spawn.
was going down. This weapon, the judge in hand, it could be so
I mean, I could tell you the DM routing I
Economy
take.
was low.
Right? I spawn A main, I'll
Well, they
fight the guy
anticipated
ramps, I'll
upstairs in
fight the
heaven,
guy
this is a danger
screens,
up against
I'll jump up ramps, fight the
anybody.
guys coming out
And they're on their way straight
heaven.
into Karen's
I'll turn
waiting
back
arms.
to A main because usually someone spawned back in A
Wins this.
main.
At first already,
Now
that's
walk
another
back
nail in
up through
Sentinel's coffin, and he's
heaven,
back. He's just
fight the guy
creating some
vents,
space and not getting out alive.
run
In fact,
through
sticking
spawn,
around
I'll
for
fight the
another
guy
fight
coming
where
from
10
screen
doubles
spawn.
up.
That's a big double kill. They've still got to deal with Munchkin though.
I'll walk back to screens, fight the guy spawning, running out A main. The guy's sight.
Already dropped to the ground. Good trade though from GEN.G again. Bringing things back into an even scenario. The clock not so low this time, but Lakia already making a switch up. He's going to play into the orb, has a flash ready to go straight out of it. It is being watched over, and he drops one!
Oh my god. Alright, I'm trying to pay it out.
Puts the 12th round onto the board for GEN.G.
I am just going to pay it out because it's Sentinels that need to win 9 in a row. So I'm just gonna pay it out right now. You know what I'm saying?
I'll be honest, we did not see GEN.G competing in.
I was already looking at Lotus once I saw the veto come up, and no team's been able to shine a light on Sentinels here.
DM only spawns on like 2 people in the area and time reading. Yeah, I guess it really kind of depends, but you know where everyone spawns. And if I've mentioned spawns, then like for DM, I know everyone can follow my routing and know that it's a very reasonable routing for a deathmatch.
Players from GEN.G here ready to fight. Meteor the first to take it, and he won't stop. 3 kills already. It's left it all to Sassy, and it's done just like that. 13-5. You might have expected.
They have hot dogs? Where? Hot dogs! Hell yeah.
A devastating start to this series for Sentinels. I can't imagine what the locker room chat's going to be like.
Okay, Puxu, I actually haven't played enough Fracture DM to know. I think my spot on Fracture is actually just...
come out swinging. We'll be back after the break to see if they can
Where
do it
is
too.
it? Spot that I like the most, I think it's top side A. I think it's top side A. Because I can fight the A main guys. I can fight the people dropping from Dish. I can fight the Heaven and then spawn guys. Jimmy Lin!
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin.
Jimmy Lin.
In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
How does Sen lose split? They got fucking cooked, man. They got cooked. They have 68 death matches, like 8.3 hours of death match this episode. Yeah, I'm picking this laptop today. Picking up this laptop today after stream. You guys should all get it. Actually, I actually like Omen, the agent, but I am picking up this laptop after stream. I have to go drive down and pick it up. But B main has a awesome Fracture. B main? You know, okay. This spot sucks ass. I like playing center sight on B. I have to fight everything. But it's so fun. It's so fun. Bull gives you wings. It's so fun. It's so fun. Mute that shit. DMCA. No, I'm not showing anything. I'm just talking about Fracture. Let me see. Fracture. Based on what I remember, my best spot really is somewhere B site. I think somewhere on B. Oh, and under. Under B is the like craziest shit ever to fight. You just walk down and you fight a bunch of people. Go back and forth, or you walk through arcade. Fun time. Fun time. And the scam was your points? You fucking lost. You visual, non-visual info? No. Don't worry about it. But what I'm saying, back to the original talk, is like you all should know how to route in DM if you've done enough deathmatch, or you know where everyone spawns. Right? Like if I say Breeze, right? And you fight and you spawn Elbow, for example. You got two directions to take. You can either walk through B main into B site, which is kind of hard. It's actually quite hard because you have to fight the guy window. And you have to fight the B site players, which is either backside or pillar or half wall. Or you go through elbow, which is much easier. If you walk through elbow, you fight the elbow guy, you fight the nest guy, you fight the guy mid, bot mid, and then you fight the B site guy, and you jump up nest. Yeah, so I hate walking through B main, but it's a thing. Or if you spawn an elbow, you can actually walk down and run to window. And window is the fucking hilarious spot to fight. If you go to window, you fight the guy spawning B main or the B site. Then every now and then you have to turn around and then fight the guy coming to you from your back from spawn. And as long as you just remember to turn around every now and then to fight the guy spawn, you're fine. It's the easiest spot ever. A site, I hate going out A main. And then this is actually where I learned routing for Duelist is walking A site to right side sucks ass. You walk to the right on A site, you're gonna die on average. If you walk left, you find much easier engagements. I don't know. Like I walk left, I fight the guy doors, I fight the guy stairs, I fight the guy coming out like bridge or hall, whatever. It's so much easier. Yeah, A site's super good too. You just have to check your back every now and then, but it's not a huge deal. Okay. But if you don't play enough deathmatch, you don't know what any of this is, and you don't know how like certain fights feel, right? If you've played deathmatch on Breeze a lot, you'll know walking out B is not easy. It's not fun. It sucks a lot, which is why you have to use a lot of utility to cut the site in areas that make it doable for you. And if you haven't played deathmatch, you'll never know that. You just think, fuck, I'm dying because B-side's hard to hit, but you don't know why it's hard to hit. It's hard to hit because half-wall guy can swing you on a timing you can't expect. There's a guy playing on top of the wall on B, backside B. There's a guy that could be playing ladder, holding you and then unswinging, and then you have to fight them again. And it's really difficult. Or even the guy playing tunnel. Whereas it's easier for you if you just go through elbow. As a solo player, going through elbow is easier, which is why if you watch pro VODs as a controller especially, you are the guy that controls elbow if you have to play it solo because your four members are hitting B side through main or whatever, who cares? You're going through elbow because as a solo player, it's easier to take engagements that way. Because everything is a one-on-one. You take the elbow fight, take the nest fight, take the mid fight, you take the B side fight because you finally went into tunnel.
Did the business. Absolute domination. Kukuka, this Gen.G team look
A site,
absolutely on fire.
you can go alone, but you typically have to route left. If you route right, you're stuck. You can't really go out anymore, which is a huge deal. You can't continue moving on.
When we saw the map select, we thought, you know, it's a bit of pick your poison, right? It's going to be Sunset or it's going to be Split, and they were definitely
but you just play more death matches.
Sure about
I know
what
Breeze
to
is
do
bad.
with
I have no
Even though
idea.
the beginning of the game was a bit shaky for both of the teams, we saw, you know, teams getting echo time and time again. It looked like GEN.G was going to have all the effect in that defense.
You all should play your death matches. It truly is. What's my least favorite map? I scrolled up. My favorite map.
Things that we talk about being so good on this map for Sentinels on their attack sides. They had great
Pearl?
entry pathing with this.
I'm not good at Pearl. I don't know why.
Actually, I feel like in a lot of these rounds, after those initial few where John was getting the better
That's
of them,
fine,
navigating the
Wow,
trips
Ascent,
really well and getting into these sites, and in the post plans playing these
It's not DM propaganda. You should just play deathmatch. If you don't play enough deathmatch, you'll never get good at fighting either. Huge says to do the aim training routine, the voltaic routine, but that does mean you have to couple it with death matches.
When they got to that post plan situation,
death matches mean you have no idea how to fight.
No allowing as you're saying, Mimi, Sentinels
You don't know
have any
how
kind
certain
of
engagements
breathing room,
feel in a
so
certain
they
way, or
cannot
where to
win a
pre-aim your
single
crosshair,
one
which is
of
why he says
those
it all the time.
And beyond just the
You don't
strategy, the individuals were absolutely
don't actually play the
hitting. When
deathmatch.
lock
You
a
can't
comp like
pre-aim
this against
correctly.
a team like Sentinels, you need your two duelists to be going crazy, and they were dominating. Texture in particular was ridiculous this map, G.
Oh, well, I'm actually glad you mentioned Texture because, you know, we got to show the clip again. You know what I'm saying? It's, of course, our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. Kukuka, this was just like the best possible way to play this one out. The discipline was
This
absurd.
round made no sense. Like the fact that GEN.G took a position that they didn't know, then Texture is doing the same, and he has to trigger discipline to get this far in such a slow.
But also, you don't have to play the game to improve necessarily. If you just play deathmatch to play deathmatch, even without the intention to improve, you will still improve. You're not as fast, but like you'll naturally become accustomed to the way you engage
GEN.G, like,
fights
reading
in the map.
onto the read that Sentinels had. I remember when they went onto A, they knew that they were going to do something aggressive, and they responded with even more aggression, sending the race, sending all the utility to shut down any kind of idea that Sentinels had
Vazian
to turn
taking
the
the single
match
fight
around.
before.
What a match it was.
I agree.
GEN.G. Let's
I
go
agree.
ahead, though, and take a look at our aim lab shoot
Breeze
around
such a good
real
map.
fast.
I like
Continue
Breeze
the
a lot.
conversation, 'cause GEN.G is in a great position here
Wouldn't
to
you
do
face reveal?
something that, you
I mean,
know,
the face
other
reveal video is
teams in their
technically up on
region have
YouTube.
done before. Other Korean
He's
teams
in
have achieved, right, being
VIP
able to hit
seating,
that
so you can't see his
second-place
face.
spot. But the way they're playing, the confidence upon which that they're approaching this one, Mimi, it feels like it's a different conversation.
Yeah, and it's been a long time since a
Yeah, I
Korean
like how
team
he's
has
playing
been in a
like this
finals. The
this match.
last time
Like, you could tell
was
he's
when-
like trying to
was when
clear
Solo
properly,
was a
but at the
player. We
same
heard
time
that
he's
the
like he
coach
does
was
not give a
nostalgic
shit.
in
Look
that
at the way
coach's
he's
interview. We
moving.
heard him. He's nostalgic about it. It feels like he's bringing something up again and really hopes his
Funny.
team
Who do I
can
predict to
close
win?
this out.
No
This
idea.
would be a massive moment for Korean Valorant, for
At this
the
point,
Pacific
GEN.G.
region, and especially for the rookies like
Sentinels got
Ascent that is
cooked.
just warming up. Karon, at least top 2 in his first global, would be ridiculous.
Honestly, I don't even know why he goes into the aim that shooting after what we just saw with the judge. He doesn't need that kind of training.
Teams playing permabans haven't done terribly. Yeah, just because you ban it doesn't mean you're bad at it, but because you believe you might lose at it
Lotus, things have to take
against
a quick turn, especially because
the enemy
yesterday
team.
Texture was having the time of his
You'll still try your
life.
best, and you're still like decent odds, but you might be like 40%.
And I'm
whatever.
mentioning this because of exactly what he did yesterday. I think
I kind of surprised you wouldn't
the
show VIP
aggression
here.
that they
I don't
were
know. I
putting,
think he just said like the
especially
cameras
being
don't
a
pan
very,
to it
default
unless
people-based
specifically
team, was
like
being
asked for
the
it.
edge against PRX. I assume that Sentinels is probably prepared for that, but if he has the room, he will take it.
GEN.G hasn't lost this map here in Masters Madrid yet. They've been on an excellent streak on Lotus. It has looked like their home territory. But SEN is good here too. They're going to be playing the same exact composition as you see here in our agents select, the old classic, the Fnatic pump. For me though, we need to see so much more from Sentinels in the implementation, right? On these attack sides in particular. GEN.G, I think that's some pretty solid calls on split, but a lot of those little mistakes were the reasons they lost
Remember when
rounds.
much?
Sassy whipping
Yeah, I
onto
do
me,
remember.
someone kind of walking into a setup and dying in these
God.
post plants. These
I
little
remember
mistakes
when
cannot happen, or GEN.G will take advantage
when he
they're
showed up
shuffling
on
this
the
map.
Exactly. And we need
the
to
screen
go back and talk about the second
when I was there
Texture that we were
at
talking
finals.
about at the beginning of the day. Second with
And everyone
incredible
booed.
numbers all across the board. First in most of the categories and the top 4 final teams. He needs to be the one stepping up, especially if they're starting on the attack.
This could be a massive moment for Korean Valorant, a massive moment for GEN.G, but Sentinels can look to force a map 3. Let's send it back over to your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, after a crushing defeat on map
Whose map
1,
pick is this? Who
Sentinels
won
are
round
gonna
1?
need a master
Is
Lotus
it me
to
or like
follow
I
the
typed out
hero
GEN.G,
or equivalent to it,
you know, colon
1-0
Lotus.
down in the series. Need 2 in a row. It's not a position they find themselves
They
in
picked
often.
Lotus?
No, it's actually a
Sentinels
very
lost
scary
split. Maybe it's
prospect. I don't say, "Oh, I've got an
unclear. I should
interesting
make it
stat too often,"
picked, right?
But in the last
GEN.G
9
picked Lotus.
series, Sentinels have won the first map. The
Mm.
10th, they lost 2-0 to Loud. So that is the last time
who
that they
gives a
lost
shit?
the
I'll do
first
it
map
later.
in a series. They've even lost the series after winning the first map, but they always win the first map. So it's the first time we're going to see them properly have to fight from a deficit since the opener. And GEN.G are just going straight in with such an aggressive start. Sassy is dead within a matter of seconds.
Well, when you leave C, when you get pushed back, where are you going to go? You got to cross the B side. GEN.G, 3 push C, 2 push B, retake A. But hold on, Sentinels try to take the fight through them to wrap all the way behind, and now end up coming back back as a death ball, eliminating Texture, but the trade stayed good. Gen.G in a 4 versus 3 group.
They're actually getting collapsed.
2-man squads. It's a good spot to play from. Meteor tagged. Karen not too healthy
Super
either.
interesting.
And the head
Ooh.
bumped up. It's whack-a-mole for Meteor with both down and only 10 standing. This pistol looks to slip out of Sentinel's hands, and just like that, it falls into Gen.G's.
What a start. I love the way that they have come into this matchup. This is a team that many were seeing that.
I said he might stream while there if he was given a booth. He has not been given a stream booth, so he is not streaming.
Come into this series and gone,
Fine.
oh, we don't care what they play. We don't care if that's their best map. We don't care if this is one of them. We are going to play our own game. We're going to play to our strengths. And just look at the way they started off in this pistol. A highly aggressive defensive side push, got in the faces of their opponent immediately. This is a team running.
What the hell is he doing?
Just having a great time.
I mean, you could see it the second they stepped out on stage and the crowd was there, the smiles on their face. They are happy to be here. They know they're making history, but it doesn't seem like they feel that pressure right now. They are vibing and thriving, 1-0 up. Sentinels, though, Tom, they've put all their credits on the line. It's a big buy from the
They
attacking
forced?
side.
Oh, shit.
This is definitely a risk, a gamble. But we know they can pull it off. A little bit of a Bucky play to kick off the round. Munchkin with a nasty surprise. We've already seen this in the first map. An early back and forth. We know that Sentinels can do it, even with just the pistols. The C's fantastic. Even put in onto a snake bite. Lovely combination.
1-1, that's not bad.
Sentinels. I believe they even, before Zalsis went down, he threw in a nano, so you just had so much damage being issued on that spot and no escape. The 1-0 challenged. And for Gen.G, getting back through won't be easy. They've already expended all their big utility. Sentinels have the numbers, and with these weapons,
it's gorgeous.
They have a lot of potential, more so when they can see you through the walls. A great reveal from Sassy to get himself the kill. Karen down extremely low as he emerges from that smoke. It's easy pickings with Texture the last alive.
Nice job.
He doesn't stand too long either.
Well, actually really good.
1-1 as Sentinels pull it back. Reminiscent of the last map.
Yeah, they're not
This time with a
MasterCard
force.
aren't getting a shout out as much this time because it was a full investment out from the side of Sentinels.
It's not a thrifty because they forced.
Get right back into things. That's the thing. They had a slow map in the last. They got outplayed by Gen.G. But to say they can't come right back in and
Beautiful
sucker punch
spray.
their opponents, it would be foolish to admit. Either way, not going to be a mass investment on the other side. A few pistols, a Marshall put into play for Meteor.
What is that?
Definitely know what he can do.
Or,
He's
oh,
actually
no, it's just the
going
regular
for
art.
an
Okay.
aggressive peek around the edge. Off the one way.
Meteor's got a Marshall. Uh-oh.
Again, this control is being taken. Sassy farming up the orb, not far away from his ultimate already. Taking a lot of space.
You swing out, there's two people top box. That's just
You know, they're really not
gun you
favored.
down.
It has to be a miracle
That's
shot,
terrifying.
although we've seen plenty of them. Even just on the last map. Getting back through here. There's a couple 1v1s available, but that paranoia from Tens. It does a lot of work. John QT able to clean house. Big kills to have as well for John QT.
John's like, is this wall bangable?
Yeah, 3 away from a Viper's Pit. Very early on as well after the fight back. Could just be 2 away. There you go. You got
Oh, God, what the hell's going
Great shots
on?
for Meteor. Chances of him getting the last 2, though, extremely low. They peek together and close it out.
Is it the Elim match?
At least make things a
I
little
think
bit
they're
more
both
costly and get himself
in
ever closer.
winner's bracket right
Having
now.
his ultimate online, just 1 orb away.
So, yeah, upper bracket, sorry.
And actually,
Upper
the
bracket.
same for Texture as well. Getting ever
So
closer
we're good.
to having quite a
We
lot
still have a
available.
lower bracket, so
But
if
I
they
have to
lose,
say,
they'll
like,
still get sent down to
bringing
lower
John
bracket.
QT, someone that obviously a lot of the reason he's into this squad is for the strategy side of things. He's been
But winner goes to
popping
finals, yeah.
definitely up there with
Loser
best
plays the winner of
Dragon
Loud versus
IPLs.
PRX, correct. Tomorrow is the winner, sorry, the loser of this and the winner of the next one.
Already.
Is that me, Pemflash? I am not
Gonna have that
Pemflash.
9-4
Pemflash is there
online for
with you.
Sassy. By the looks of it, Blackia taking a lot of early.
I am fake bananas.
See the Odin push this far forward.
We've seen it before, and it was punished almost immediately. Most times the pushes come, but I think a little bit more confident with Texture being there. Munchkin toying with the idea of pushing up, and Zalsis eventually bites the bait,
Zalsis!
deep down. Wanted to see if someone was on the angle,
Not
but
good.
6 HP is all he escapes
6
with.
HP.
Now they've got to be worried about this position. Karen just bailing. Happy to cause problems. And look, he's already burnt up their paranoia. A very valuable flash used up for next to nothing because he was baiting them.
And that's one of the major things, is you don't really have...
I just know he's skipping school to watch video games. I
flashes when it
think.
comes
Pretty
to
sure.
this
8-0
composition.
reminds me of
Paranoia
Puxu.
really
Yeah,
is
it's
a
fucking Puxu.
huge,
The degenerate he
valuable
is.
piece. Already though, early rotations did actually pull players away from the A site. You can see that Sassy has managed to drag them back. He is selling a ruse. This is going to put serious pressure onto Meteor. He is now the only player. This fake from Sentinels is sublime, even using the Nightfall. And Meteor's even starting to rotate away. They have fallen for the bait completely.
Oh, they've seen him. There was no
Baited!
Fantastic.
Baited! Saucy got that rotates!
From being planted on the side of GEN.G. They have to play for the retake. Spams are coming close.
Baited.
But Munchkin's dodging the bullets for now.
Who should he made that lineup?
Sees the corner, but Tens will
I want to
make it out of there
say
just about.
there are a lot of
Shroud
ways to make that
step
lineup,
buys
so I
into
can't say he
space,
explicitly
and he's
made that
hightailing
lineup
it to
for
play the
this
post
team.
plant.
But
6 HP on Zelsis, 22 on Tens, and
Whoa,
second to John
whoa.
QT. Not too healthy, but they have to go for a save on GEN.G.
Oh, Saucy.
Because of all those players still standing. Fight, a bullet or two landed extra, and this round would look different.
back up.
But instead, GEN.G are out of here.
Penrose, thanks to the
We've given so
Prime
much
sub.
credit
Opinionated Prime
over
sub.
to GEN.G in the first
So
map
it's
about
a
how they were able to push and pull
Prime
their
sub,
opponents,
thank
even
you,
winning
thank you.
fights when they push into the stack. Sentinels this round,
Vicious hot dog, 67.
They
It's an
used
old
even
hot
an
dog.
ultimate just to sell the ruse, but the fact is Sassy just reclaiming that space late was enough to sell that fake perfectly. Meteor was even rotating off the site. He was so convinced that that was going to be a play in towards A. Using their smokes on that side as well. Just fantastic stuff. And well, when you have someone like Zekken as your entry, even if there's one man there, you're not going to have too many problems. From that point, Sentinels managed to convert 3 rounds in a row. And well, what looks like
Don't say looking good on Lotus because it's only four
because of the
4 rounds in. It usually takes defending teams to few rounds to adapt before they get wherever they need to be.
That showstopper could definitely change the course of a round. A lot of early pressure from GEN.G around A. It's not in what they've thrown out, it's what they're preparing to throw.
Ooh.
4 players towards the angle. The first drop, the snake bite deep, but a little late. Lakia, good for 1. The damage done. It's still recoverable, but that makes it a little harder. With Munchkin down, they know Karen around this angle. There's not too much that we can.
Why is this
rely
comp
on for
popular? And I want to
GEN.G
see
finish off
Gecko and Fade.
kills that have already
Wait, what do you mean?
started.
The comps that we're seeing right now are like the de facto comps.
Hard to even find an angle.
If you're talking about replacing Viper with Gecko,
The fact is they're almost having to gamble on.
or if you're talking about Gecko replacing Fade, I don't know which one
Sen are happy
you're
to
talking
just
about.
play patient. A second round again where they're using Sassy.
What the fuck?
He's just executed him. And Karen's managed to get a kill as well.
He peeked stairs, and now he's up top suppressing fire. The guy's got 42 HP. He swung out wide. Paranoia hadn't quite landed just yet, and that's a little disappointing. Could have been close.
If you're talking about replacing Viper, you can't.
Doesn't know where these players are. They could have snuck away to anywhere. It could cost them a lot of time on the way back through. But
I mean, can't is a strong word.
That they'll play towards the
But
site inside that pit. In fact, the lockdown is going to be used here and now. They have to open the door to run away.
That's
emerge
real
from
bad.
That ult and the timing. Oh, it was so close to seeing Meteor fall. He catches John QT on the other side of the wall. Zelsis is standing, and now
What the fuck?
sensational clutch from Meteor. 3-2 now for GEN.G. I am flabbergasted. A 2v4. Both of them had pistols, Tom. And they managed to recover an Odin that somehow does some work. But this man, that is unbelievable.
This is the thing. A Red Bull clutch, and at this stage, honestly, you're going to look at the clutch statistics.
Wait, what?
And
What
you'll
are we
see,
watching?
You know, Meteor's really not that high on the board, but there's been
Replay
so many
operator?
occasions where he's in a 2v2 and he wins
Replay
the
operator?
1v2 while his teammates rotate.
Replay operator?
So I am not surprised that he was confident in the 1v2.
Replay operator? I actually did a lot of studying on replays.
To use his lockdown there to force them out,
I've been studying a lot of
but more importantly,
how operations work
them on the
in
board
these
when they shouldn't
productions,
have been there.
so I can help Underpeel like up their game. So I like the way a lot of this stuff is set up. I'm starting to understand. I'm like, the switcher forgot to switch to the replay. The replayer was just running that shit. He's like, he's not operating the actual feed.
treats.
And a few shots landed, but with the op.
I don't know, the producer or the director or someone. The director probably called for the switch, but no one fucking
Shot
switched.
just here, whizzing past the head. Sentinels, one man down early on. They've gotten mound control for it, but not necessarily a worthwhile trade. From here, though, maybe they can.
I'm gonna build some mistakes like that. I will make mistakes like that. Pinky Pinky. I'll tell you that right now. I will fuck that up. They ignored the comm. They probably just hit the button, but it didn't go through or something.
Oversee, confirming there's still someone on mound. And Munchkin's in position here on this B site. Wall up. That'll slow down any attempt at a push, and with 45 seconds left, we see the spike.
Yeah, probably.
Rotate around to A. Still stacked up, and look who's rotated into position, Tom. Textures here with the operator.
That's the thing. They use some util to try and destroy their opponent's utility and bait out that they might be going in this direction. But the fact is, Munchkin has sat around. There's still a showstopper available here for Texture. He might be able to deny them, but he goes through, takes a risk, and is caught by Zelsis. Karon still in position.
That was
15
lucky.
seconds left. It's getting late on the clock. The timer ticking. He's waiting for someone to go for the plant. They've done it right in front of him. Not hit him. And because of that, he's able to drop 2. Surely it's 2 for gone. Karon takes this round into his own hands. And Sentinels, they've been flabbergasted, flustered again by just one man on the site.
That's
this
fucked.
is becoming a recurring trend for this
10 rows to
squad.
build it.
It
Thanks.
happened on
Yeah, I say
split
that.
with Texture
I
on
really
the
said that
back of
already.
A,
Fuck
but
it.
this
Losing my
time
mind
it's
here.
a little worse, Tom, because they haven't threaded the needle. They hadn't heard
Production's
two
hard.
players around this area.
And also, I want you to remind you is that
on the angle was
these
the
production
only thing
teams
there.
is usually like a team of
Elements to this defense,
like 4 or 5
part of that
at
is
minimum.
The Texture ran through the orb. Why would he
You got the
do
director,
Like,
the
he
replay
could only do
operator.
that surely in their mind if the A side
You
was the
got
last bastion of defense.
the
But no, he wasn't.
observer,
An unbelievable
typically
round,
like a
one that's
secondary
gutting
observer.
If you're a Sentinels fan.
Oh, for sure. Like the last
And
2
all the
rounds
observers are running probably on
should
like
have been
delay,
theirs, or at least got close.
like a 5-second delay or whatever. You got.
Taken by Meteor now, but they're not stopping.
Oh! That only kills one. Doesn't matter
These
anyway.
entries in C has been unstoppable. The showstopper in his hands.
Doesn't even expect him here.
Youngster's had enough.
Really?
He's in the conversation for best player in the world right now, and you've just witnessed why.
Time to save.
Well, that connection's got to leave it to a save for Gen.G. You can see on A and towards their spawn, there's not much.
Their Seahold
movement.
feels weak. It's not necessarily meant to be strong.
It's like Times Square out here.
It's meant to be good enough.
For Gen.G, look, 3 to 4 Sentinels. They have that heartbeat
And
up,
also they had
but this
2 on
entry was
C.
just too
How
much
often
to
are you running
handle.
2 on
The
C?
fact that the players are already tagged up,
That often.
caught, I believe, by a C or a reveal on the way through, and then blasted with a showstopper, left to no HP, and you got a quick draw on that stinger to finish them off.
That's the
sensational round.
I feel like you have to look at someone like Sassy and
Get one to live on C, Lotus.
under the radar.
Yeah, but
value
Ray's
Mavericks
satcheled in with like supporting
we saw
util with
his
her ult.
lurk in one of the previous round victories, where he basically baits an entire rotation on his own using his ultimate. Does he get
Kinda
anything on the
fucked.
scoreboard for
They
that?
were trying to get out because they
We've seen
realized they were
lurks
getting
throughout
satcheled
this,
on.
But also just, again, the reveals. Just putting into play Zekken, because he gets that show.
KJ's gonna die for free. That's kind of just a consequence of
it's just a freebie. And that's what this
player
brings. That's why
diff.
he's
That's why they tried to put
had that
2
sort
players
of
on
big
C, but they
move
still
away.
lost. Now they're giving KJ the
Brazilian team
operator.
of Loud.
They're kind of
Why
just.
he was a hot,
It's hard. It's hard.
property. Like this though, Gen.G instantly looking for a response. 4 players looking to pressure.
Lotus,
to
Gen.G,
again
pin map
put
pick? Yes.
Some real value in Meteor being solo, and he's gone up this time.
No Sen. You know, Sen will pick split. Gen.G picked Lotus.
Texture had the early pick before, but Meteor, the
No,
solo
no, no,
pick
no,
on
no,
this
no,
side
no,
of the
no.
map. Only now having a player come towards him.
Why are we telling people the wrong thing?
Around. Not even, previously we've seen Lakia. This is where he'd throw over a haunt and figure out if there's someone in the area. That's a tough smoke to play around. Yeah, do you take the risk? Because if he goes down here and they close the distance, there's
Oh,
no
Meteor.
Meteor, he's going to take that way out here, and now
Get the fuck out of here.
HP. It's dangerous. The nade from Texture might delay them slightly, and he has a showstopper.
Ooh.
He's sticking around. That nade actually landed perfectly, and now the showstopper comes through. It doesn't.
Oh!
No! A battle in the air, and Zekken
Yeah.
takes it. The site now under threat with Karon
Oh,
responding.
never mind.
Meteor's big gun shows up, and he's got the little one out as well. The one from the bundle. Won't be able to use it with 10 HP inside that smoke. He just backs off. posts up with the operator again. The snake bite's coming for him. He's got it back off, and he does. A third kill. On a sliver of health, the snake bite will eventually drop him. But GEN.G's got 2 more opponents to take down. One on the way with an ult in the back pocket. I don't know if they'll use it. There's 12 seconds left. This is where we want to see him stick that plant. Oh, but there's no chance with Lakia lining him up through the wall.
That was filthy. A seize to catch him, hold him in place, and a headshot straight through the wall to put him down. Meteor, though, 3 kills on 10 HP. It's just absurd. Bear in mind, he got dinked in the first, before he even saw anyone, he got dinked through the smoke, and then just wipes out half the team before eventually, I think, going down to a snake bite. What a fantastic round, and again, another huge individual step up for the side of GEN.G. They've had so many ridiculous hero rounds, keeping things level for now. And yet, he's still going to give up that operator to Texture.
That's a good teammate right there. This door, it's going to give him an angle. You're not often going to be too scared about an op being posted on it, but no one reveals themselves. Sentinels hunkered down. There's 5 players here. They don't want to give it away and have the rotations of GEN.G come through to catch them. Instead, they're going to wait, but anyone pokes their little nose out before that smoke is up. In fact, the smoke is for stairs. Texture's still good on the angle, but he doesn't find the shot. He's going back for more. He's sticking around, and he's caught his shot. Zealous is down. Blast packing away. He's being chased by the Boombot, but he's able to post once more, and the door control remains in the hands of GEN.G. There's no threat from his left-hand side. This man only has one direction to look at, and Sentinels realize there's no way through. There's no space for them to capitalize on. Instead, they'll break the door. At least that's the idea. But Meteor's waiting for that too. Oh, no, in fact, that was Lakia breaking the door.
Yeah, I think he's almost trying to give his teammate an opportunity to make a play through the door.
30 seconds left.
Still, Sentinels sit, waiting for someone to make an error, someone to make a mistake. They've still got utility. The Nightfall previously used by Lakia delayed them a massive amount. And it looks like they might just have to save this one, not finding any gap, any way into this round.
10 seconds left.
I think Sun loses if they don't win this map. That's crazy. That's a crazy statement, but I think it's that's legit. That's a smart statement right there.
Well, they haven't pushed the door, so
W prediction. W prediction.
Meteor, it's not going to land. Not this time. So few weapons saved. This man Texture, he swung into 3 players, but again, there's a lot of utility coming their way. It's pulling their crosshairs off the angle, and I think they just weren't expecting
I'm
this
losing
man to be
good
as
in my
unhinged
books.
as he is.
He did it almost off the rip of the Nightfall. So that's where all of your opponents
Okay, look.
instantly taken
My
down
copium
to,
is
like,
I'm happy they made it this
They
far.
also don't have any of the sound as well.
You know,
That's the main thing. It
I'm
is
happy
that they're
they
obviously not
I'm
gonna be
happy they
expecting
made it
someone
this
to
far.
run through an insta-peak, and they're also
Is
focusing
there
on
any more
trying to
duelists?
reclaim tree
Green.
control. Definitely
Before duelists, one
risky,
controller.
no doubt about it. But that has been what Texture has been doing. He's been disruptive. And now Sentinel's clearly feeling after the last of the last 5 rounds, 4
They don't know if they lose. I don't give a shit.
of GEN.G.
I'm just saying
starting to get
they did really
themselves
good.
back into
They've
control.
been
From what
been
we've
doing
seen
really good.
from them, they definitely feel more comfortable on the attack.
Is Lotus a defender-sided map?
Scary prospect for Sentinels who, sure, there's
It's
no doubt
less
they can do it on the
attacker-sided
defensive
than
side.
it was
You look at their
before the
victories versus
change.
Heretics,
It
who
was
had 9-1
very attacker-sided,
over on that attack
and
side.
now
10-2
it's less
versus Loud the last time
attacker-sided.
they played. 9-3 versus 100 Thieves. They've always been solid on this attack, and right now they are being challenged.
Well, after split, you know, it can't be a nice feeling for this squad. One of the bigger tests that they've faced from a team that I think the community has been favoring Sentinels for sure, but we even heard it from the desk. You know, they're the favorite team, but it's not an upset necessarily.
Yeah,
Gen.G.
comparatively,
This
it's
has
much
been
more
to be a close
defender-sided.
game and one that Gen.G
You're
have
correct in
chances
that
in.
specific statement.
Maybe it's better to say
Overall,
not
stat-wise, I
the
cannot
most
tell you.
incredible upset we've ever seen. It's going to be marginal. But from what we've seen, they looked like the better team so far. Sentinels have to be challenged by Texture's
It's such a good
aggression.
read. And look.
Once more.
Oh!
They're ready. Zekins caught him.
Shit.
And Lakia, well, he's left in a bit of an awkward position. Does he stay around there aggressive? No. It's time to fall back. It's a good thing too.
But that's the thing. I think Sentinels are starting to learn that there's never really just been
Dream site maps are kind of attacker side by default. Correct. But depending on how the sites are made and how you're allowed to rotate through the map, makes it. Is the operator just hanging on the wall? Yeah, it's just Excalibur. What the fuck?
Still plenty of time though, and you can see space being taken across the map for Sentinels. Again,
anyways, so you look at how Lotus is designed. Is you can actually rotate really fast between sites.
Because of the fact
really fast.
Again,
I would say Haven has.
He instantly catches both players. Karen though has already made it into the corner. They've got to be careful of this. He's done this before. We saw this yesterday. Wins the first duel, but the trade.
I would say Haven doesn't have the same capacity. Because you can't rotate between sites that easily compared to Lotus.
His teammates miles away. If he goes down,
what the fuck, Meteor?
He sends them skyrocketing into this round with Sassy alone. Lakia, you know, he wants to just contain him, make sure he can't cross out to main, and now he might have. Be in the back of his line. They're splitting the angle, and Sassy isolates one.
Oh shit! Okay, nice, Sassy. Oh fuck!
This game has been a treat already. I thought Meteor had done enough. He is having a
look at Meteor though.
Being able to take this much space, they even knew he must have been around this angle. Even putting in a snakebite just moments later, split second later, to stop him from being able to do that. But luckily, they have this man, my bald brother.
Bald man buff, bald man buff. The shinier your head, the stronger you are.
But he also has the clutch in his locker. Again though, this control instantly fought for by Gen.G. They are never sat back. They are never comfortable just
you just start spamming top rubble.
This is a bold
top flower.
I've seen an all pull day.
Fuck is that called?
Before, Tom.
Top flower, right? No, top
you know,
root.
Usually from a little bit further back. Yeah, just
well, he does have the.
I had to think about it for a second.
So you know.
That's true.
You do have to get up nice and close.
Yeah, see if he pulls out any hip fires with it. Well, this might be a surprise for Sassy. Snakebite up and over. That's probably for Rubble.
Yeah.
Oh no!
He's a bit
because he saw the wall going up too, you expect someone to swing with it.
It's got to be infuriating.
It's disgusting, Lashy.
He's going back.
Was that Molly going? Rubble.
He's gone right back to the same spot again, confident that he'll hit the shot. Obviously, his teams have also sort of stacked it up over on the C side. Utility being broken, still a chance, but just look, 2 players already.
How does he get one?
He spots the majority. They're not just about. I thought that he might have flicked away. Karen's still here though, but he'll be traded out and back again. Leaving it
unacceptable.
25 seconds left, trying to fake out the plant, but Lakia not wanting to overextend. They've pinged exactly where he is, and Zekken's gonna go hunting. Gonna try and take this man down and do exactly that. He's also got a flank coming in from Texture, but already he'll make the realization that this is going to be a push towards the B site. He's actually going to go running in. That's the thing. Texture instantly puts the nade. He has to try and stick this. May even go down to 25 HP. But Zekken's still standing, still holding on. Texture just sticking it though. Already gets it to half. And looks to try and bait him in. He's got so much time to play with that he has to.
Oh my God!
Red Bull clutch for Sen.
What an incredible play. That headshot, it's what it needed to be anywhere else, and he was going to be traded out by the bullet swinging back at him. And the idea here from Zekken.
It was a double check. I thought I saw him look away, and I was like, there's no way, but...
that was a fool me once.
Oh,
shame on
what
you.
a shot.
Away with it again.
What a shot.
It was Karen, I think literally the round before. Certainly the last round that they went C, he was in that same corner, so of course they're going to check it.
They both headplant the deaths. They both do it. Synchronized coaches?
After that, but they're only 1 round behind, and as we said, Sentinels usually have a very strong attack, so it's not a bad position to be in, even if it ends 7-5, and they've called it time.
Damn.
That's the thing. I feel like it's one thing losing a round to your own mistakes, your own misplays, or your opponent maybe just doing something that you didn't foresee. I don't really believe that Gen.G did anything wrong in those clutches. Like, you look, the last 2 1v2s, you're sat there going, okay, they tried to play it together. Sassy manages to isolate the fight and win a round. Then you look at the next one, Lakia falls back so that his teammate can rotate. But Zekken gets aggressive, takes him down. Texture rotates quickly enough to nade him on the plant. And with 25 HP, he gets it to half, waits for his opponent, and gets insta one-tapped. Those are two
I
rounds
agree,
where Gen.G
casters.
are looking at going, well, there's not
Those are
really
good
an
decisions, but
adaptation there. We
unfortunately
played
just lost the
correctly.
round.
Sentinels were just better with those
Is it remain
individual
plushie?
plays.
Yes. I think it's sold out though.
That's all it is.
Someone
man.
said
Like,
it's sold
there
out.
are going to be rounds where your opponent just goes off, and there's rounds that Gen.G have had very similar. I mean, even earlier on in this tournament, Texture with a pistol over on Split, emerging from a smoke, 4 shots.
What the fuck is going on?
Got one through the smoke already with Tens dropped. And Sentinels, in this last round on their attack side, find themselves in a disadvantage due to scrappy early
the
A fight.
hell?
Oh no.
Oh, the timing is perfect. Toxins good trade from John QT.
Not good enough,
They
but
needed something extra. They needed to bring that back to at least within contention. And with the way the last few rounds have gone,
do you all see everyone's using the Kuranami? Because the Kuranami's sick. Prelude, Kuranami,
like, you
RGX.
can see though, Meteor is already set up. The
Good
Viper's
skins.
Pit is great, but it's not going to be that impactful if your opponent has a lockdown.
Especially on this side, Tom, you can very easily.
So
box
John get
them
the
in, and
plant.
only way out is it's a long run.
And then
Probably not
ult.
getting back in. There it is. Ultimate ready. You hear the voice line call.
Where do you ult from? You ult here so you can get waterfall control. You force the rewrap on the halls. Yeah, just like everyone, we're running halls.
Immediately look
yeah.
at Gen.G's adaptation. They come pushing in towards the spawn angle, but that's where Sassy's waiting, and the orb's obscuring him for just a moment. It's a beautiful angle. He can even get out of here.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
The lockdown as well. Clinical play from Sentinels, leaving Karen to do it all, and he doesn't
Oh,
stand a chance. Sentinels
John quality
on their way,
tactics
fought
strikes
their way
again.
back up to 7 at the half.
Damn!
Not a bad
Holy
scoreline, but their
crap!
defense is going to be tested.
That was brilliant. Honestly, I'm thoroughly enjoying this match. The adaptations from either side, the orb put in place.
Don't forget, the players can call for a timeout because the coaches have the comms like hooked in. The players can go like, "We need a timeout," and then the coaches will call for it, and then timeout will go.
Well, a lot of
So it's not
eyes
necessarily
being
the
drawn
coach
to
calling the
Sentinels,
timeout
and Tens, one of the main
all the
players.
time.
He's been
The players could call for it as
It's
well.
time to hear from some of his friends and family over in the audience.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and we are back in the crowd with some very special guests. I have Valerie here, who you all know as
Tenz's uncle.
mom, and you have Billy here, Tenz's uncle. The whole family's out here. Let's give a round of applause. All right, I saw you guys getting really, really into the game here. Of course, how are you guys enjoying it so far?
Oh, it's amazing. Hola, Madrid!
Hi, it's been awesome here, watching the Sentinels play their game.
Yeah, and I hear that you were actually a big influence on Tenz while he was, starting his gaming career.
Yeah, definitely it started out. You're definitely a gaming family, and just making sure that he stayed competitive and focused on getting better. And he just took it off by himself from there.
And Valerie here told me a little
Or is it
secret. What
Aqua
is your
Tenz?
rank,
Is this
sir?
a Vietnamese thing? Or?
Probably Decade Ascendant, but my peak's Immortal too.
Whoa!
Actually, I don't know.
Let's give a round of applause.
Oh, Uncle Immortal 2? He's better than me.
It's massive that you get to see your son here. You go to another corner of the globe, and you have fans all over just applauding his name. How does that make you feel?
It's very heartwarming. It's
Aw.
Don't make me cry.
No, amazing. I'm so proud. Tyson, oh my God. So proud.
We love him. We definitely do.
Beautiful,
Now, let's
beautiful.
hear the both of you. Can you give a massive shout out to Sentinels and to Tyson playing up there right now?
Let's go, Sentinels. You guys are amazing. Let's go. You got this. We love you, Tyson.
Whose parents are these? It's Tenz's mom, Tenz's uncle. They want to see us? I think so.
We love you, Tyson! What's that, Tom? You just left me hanging.
Yep.
We agreed on that. Tom, you told me let's do that when it comes back.
I've heard a lot of people heckin' love that guy, so you know.
But not you. Okay, fair enough. 7-5. Sentinel's doing pretty well at this stage of the game.
What
They said they're
the
used to a very strong
fuck?
attack, and sure, there were some stumbles.
Saucy! What is your ass doing?
On their defense, the pistol round under.
They're not even on B site yet. Why did you dart B site, you piece of shit?
Side. Gen.G not showing their intention just
He
yet. They've
fucked
got some
his
control
eye.
for the A push, looking for any B aggression. But it
What is
looks
that
like
eye?
intention
It very
to take
likely
this to
lands
see
on
open that door and quickly double
on
back.
route from B site.
Smoke timing.
No, he was looking towards A. What do you mean CI?
A little bit of space towards that B side, but it looks like Sentinels have a decent read. 2 players.
Was he looking towards C? If it's C, then it just lands on mound.
Is actually going to give it away.
There's
a couple of players here. Zekken does have his name
because we've seen the CI for a while. Oh, that's so annoying.
He's taken out Lakia.
You think it's C? Then it's just the mound eye.
As well. It's a beautiful crossfire if they
It's
do
not actually all
emerge
that
onto the
special.
site.
I would be more interested if he had a
Stopping
fucking eye for A.
We see aggression. Turret watching the push up on the other side. 2 players on C as well.
Interesting
Sentinels
wall
have
gap?
no worries on that
Yeah.
side of the map or B. But A, on the other hand, has come under
Weird.
threat. They've lost robo control. They've seen players
What the
here,
fuck?
and they're making a
Bios,
quick
thanks for
reaction
T1.
with a 3-man
Rediscover, thanks for
rotate
T1.
onto that actual
Double
site.
up. That gap on purpose? Likely.
For this push. Tens of smokes.
The thing is about these smoke gaps is
Already though, Munchkin's able to trade one back. The paranoia's missed, and Sassy's going to try and capitalize.
No, Sassy! What the hell is going on? We're losing. We were up. All right, I'm out.
Gotta get that spike down. Snakebite into position, but it's not going to deny. Karen
Bro,
just
what the
holding,
fuck?
At least for the moment, but Zelsis again is going to be able to bring this back. Both players low, but Munchkin just isn't missing a beat. He hits his 4th kill of the round, and
The fuck?
just whenever there's a
We were
moment for
up.
someone to step up, it always seems to happen.
Unbelievable.
We were up.
I mean, this guy was unreal last map. Don't get me wrong. Pretty sure he came out of the first map. Yeah, the first half with 2 kills.
2. Yeah.
He was quiet, and now he's woken up at such a crucial time for this squad. It's not just the 4 kills. He's 1 hit, and I'm pretty sure his teammate is too.
Bear in mind, that reaction was Texture, the guy who won them the pistol on split by hiding and killing 3 people. And he's like, ooh! What?
Looks like we might have gotten an early reaction, because I'm sure he's going to be hyped up after that one too. Tense, though, sneaking around the corner.
Not again.
Good
Okay,
punch,
we'll make it
caught
sure.
immediately. Good catch by Munchkin, good react, and the follow-up from Lakia closes the round. Pretty clinical on the way through. 1 player lost.
I need that much slower because my brain wasn't able to comprehend how Texture got 2 kills that quickly. Even still, relatively clean. I'm seeing Meteor with a sniper on attack, and I don't mind it because at this point, not going to doubt him. 17 and 9. He may not be on the duelist anymore, but he definitely has that duelist mentality. And yeah, couple of
This outlaw
both
is
players not
scary
that
as
far away
hell.
from a showstopper. It could be a big round for the Rays players.
Especially with the economy kind of low for the attacking side. Texture,
The
there's one
fuck?
already. Now just 1 from the showstopper with most of his HP still intact. Gen.G, they haven't gotten away with it scot-free.
Speed running map
being
too.
lost.
Oh,
Both
look,
on each side.
the faster this ends, the
Paranoia
faster I
is
can
no
go
longer
drive
in play.
to go to get my
Zelsis
laptop.
with one of
You know what I'm
the
saying?
stranger angles you'll see held with an Odin. It's just a fallback, so he's covering C and B with his utility.
What the
And a
fuck?
wild shot
And that's
through
why
the
you just
smoke
spam
from
smokes
John QT.
everybody.
There's the advantage claimed,
So
although
fucking-
marginally considering Sassy's HP.
What the hell?
Sassy was able to trade off that first kill. I think it was actually a solid reveal.
There's an
from
eye for
Gibbs.
that?
He gave up Tenz's position up close. There was expectations there for Gen.G that they were going to be challenged. But even still,
What the fuck? What did we just see?
They've got the
What?
turret, they've got the
That
alarm
eye
box, so they
spotted
know that
the orb.
There's not really much of a chance that anybody's got
That's
this
annoying.
aggressive.
That's really annoying.
But other than that, information is barren for the side of Gen.G. They have no idea what they're pushing into. You mentioned that Odin and its position. Well, depending on the plant spot,
What's
it
the
might
buyback?
actually have quite
Fuck
high
no.
impact. And he's holding on to one of his nano swarms. With 20 seconds left, sure, it's probably going to end up in a retake. But there is a
Honestly,
chance
I should have just started a stream on the
There's the nano
production
activated that's
thing.
onside
We're not using text to speech
through
right now,
delay even further, 10 seconds. Time to get that
and the
plan
text to
through.
speech isn't
Gotta be
working
safe
on
in the corner.
what
Gotta wait a little longer
Lakia?
after the nano runs the clock down, and that is a very tight plant. I think he's just about got it, but no spray coming through on the other side. That was 0.1 or 0.2 of a second by my read, but just about close enough. To
Ooh, Zekin, you're sick with it. Oh, anyways,
the numbers thin even further on the attacking
it's for
side.
A route,
Now,
so it wasn't A dart.
of this site, one found by Lakia.
I was like, the
Meteor
direction he was
needs
looking, I didn't see on the map where he was.
Another kill, but he's 4 HP. 1 against 2. The nade.
Okay, so Risen. The way he was looking, I didn't check where the indicator was looking on the map, but that direction in the sky is where I look when I throw my Viper molly for root. So I was like, that's an A dart, and then you pieces of shit said it was a C dart.
That came down to a split second, and I think there was a very real world where Lakia fat fingers that and they lose the round just off time. Yep. Like, it was so insanely
For someone to see you looking at main though, I swear. I don't believe you. I don't care though. Like, the thing is, like, playing B side, you can throw darts for both sides, so it's like whatever. I got B side reveal? No. The direction and angles he was looking, and it was a run jump throw, right? A run jump throw dart in that direction tells me it was a root dart.
Never safe, it's never secure, nor are these players. Early aggression again from Sentinels, a lot of utility.
That bomb like a lineup. He didn't want to be spammed.
Gets caught by the other sides though, so he's not able to get a clean shot off on the showstopper. It's interrupted, and Sentinels start to fall back, concede some of this space.
What the fuck?
GEN.G, and they thought they had a
Caught
lot
his
to
ass.
work with
Caught his ass.
sneaking through to B, but he's being caught.
On the lineup, he just wanted to get close to the edge because he had no timeout. I don't know.
So
Doesn't
much
matter.
space, but also
It might not need a lineup.
all of that extra killjoy utility, so they can't really afford to dilly down anymore. They're gonna have to make their move again. Walking into the Lion's Den. Zeus is with his utility, but also with his Odin at the back. Hasn't been revealed.
His head is tucked away from the box. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
Oh
shit! He almost got spammed down.
A lot of damage to Karen, but he's just buying time for the rotation. You don't really see
Odin? Is this Puxu? Am I watching Puxu? Puxu? Puxu, you fucking piece of shit. Oh man, I can't believe we just watched Puxu, man.
I've never seen it. Just hip fire.
Have I told everyone here the story about how we got mod mails about EU in-houses that people were using Odin too much, and like we got complaints about it?
It makes it a little more awkward for
That was funny.
Like, this is good. The swing here, it perfectly offsets where Karen was looking to
I don't think it was explicitly Puxu's Odin, but I think it was like
what an
in
unbelievable
general.
play, and then to actually deliver sprays like that, hip firing when you're just beginning it, you have a lower rate of fire. Unbelievable.
Mod mail for that? I mean, we get mod mails for people using guns sometimes, like using shotguns or Judge or whatever.
Seem to be slipping away.
And like, I understand the complaint that they're coming from, but
extending that lead and now back to
it's not like it's
pistols and a
disallowed
hero
in solo
rifle
queue
for
either, and
texture.
it's not a toxic
He's had
thing
his
to do. It's
moments in
just
this
a
game,
good
but
thing to
most of
do
it has
to
been
buy these guns.
with an operator in his
And
hand.
it's kind of important for you to understand how to play around them, because these guns do have their weaknesses. Although I don't know if this gun has a fucking weakness on Lotus.
And the thing is as well, that it leaves them with so little opportunity for
Fuck
where they
this
can
gun
run.
on Lotus.
Instead, they're going to go back, look to put some pressure.
This is way
on
too
the
strong.
Tenzu.
But
Now,
overall,
one of his
like
quieter
they have
performances, that's for
weaknesses.
sure. But even still,
On
all he
Lotus, though, is really
has to
strong.
do is get that information, call for the
And it's okay to be
rotations,
mad at
get
each
some
other for
support.
certain guns they like people buy. Like, you get frustrated. People have frustrations. Like, your feelings are valid. Doesn't make your mod mail correct either. The weakness is having to play A retake, which is why typically you have the Odin play A or B, or even have the Odin playing on A.
Go to a map 3.
But the Odin is the same thing as, like, it's weak to retakes more significantly than it is to
it was nothing but
a rifle.
Thrifties starting off that first map.
I can complain about that.
Return to it now. Meteor's flanks
It's just how it is. People complain about all kinds of things.
To find him, and with 13 seconds left, they need to make a move onto the site. 10 on the clock as they get close. Blast pack still in play, going to be used.
The
here,
blast
but
pack
not
missed!
fully off.
Fuck.
Just about far enough away that he can continue planting. Karen falls. Pistol standing, Guardian spotted and dropped, and it's cleaned up nicely.
Oh, guys,
Sentinels, it's only
Gen are
left,
getting
and he can't even
Jeff
get
because
near
of
that
this
spike to stop
dumbass
the use.
Odin.
Well, a nice shot connected. That's where the hope of the round ends.
Yeah, in the end,
Trigger free Red Bull is the way to go. Agreed.
Just to make sure that he's gonna have
I
weaponry
hate
for
the
the
regular
next
one.
round.
Weird.
And it's going to be a small.
They fix some C
cost
wallbang spamming A
on side
tree is
Sentinels,
awkward
3 rounds
sometimes.
in a row. Relatively clean ones as that. They've got Zeus now. 7,000.
I don't think it
They have
actually
got the
destroyed
crowd
the
support.
strength of
Definitely
it,
seems
regardless.
like they are the favorites, even if they're on.
Yeah, it's a little weaker than what it was
continent from
before.
where they're normally
Still really strong. Like, if you look at the two maps where Odin is really strong, you look at Ascent and you look at Lotus.
lead. Even still, though,
It's way strong.
pressure, an immediate push here. as they take control of Mound.
That util in response. Good paranoia, but too late. The player's already able to see and take down Zekin. As TenZ fades from the angle, they find themselves in a 4v4.
Only map where you're not buying Odin is Breeze. Yeah.
That can counteract the Viper's Pit as we've
He's
seen
kind of
before,
rough.
but the potential
Breeze
to
actually
play
stops you from
aggressively on the
buying
back
certain
of
guns.
Lakia's could cancel it out. It has for Sentinels previously. TenZ.
I'm sure you know there about some Breeze. Oh shit! He got TP'd on. I'm sure you know about some Breeze wallbangs. Uxu.
Nightfall gone all the way through. JEN.G 13 HP, but he fades into the corner, and now he'll be able to get his health back online. Even notices the Nano Swarm chasing him down. Snakebite now landed right on him, and he's jumping forward.
Oh my
caught
God.
by another
Dude,
piece
how
of
is he
utility.
alive?
This time the alarm bot Sassy.
Oh, Saucy gets the kill there.
Oh, and Zelsis in on the Odin.
Don't worry, Zelsis got this. Zelsis got this.
Down in prime position. Another swing, and a player spotted. Only one to root out of that Viper's Pit. And Munchkin's already given up the angle, essentially. They're running for the hills. As Zelsis steps forward, he'll catch Lakia.
Zelsis! Oh, God!
It's Zelsis round. As 11 goes on the board for Sentinels. They're close to a map 3.
We've said it throughout this tournament. We've seen a lot of teams lose their own map pick. We've seen a lot of teams fight back. Mentioned it as well that throughout their last 9 series, Sentinels have taken the first map every single time.
Ooh, that shot was
But we're seeing
crispy.
that they have no trouble looking for a response in map number 2. Zekin leading the way, but we've also in this second half seen a massive resurgence from Zelsis. Had a couple of really high impact rounds. Seems to love the C site. And more for GEN.G. They're going to give the legend that is Solo an opportunity to try and talk this one through. As said, we have seen him play against Sentinels the last time they actually won an event. He played in the
I think the
upper
biggest thing,
match
Puxu,
to
that
go
you want
into
to
the
point out
final
is that
and
you
lost.
play retake on
Now
Breeze
he has
all
to
the
find
time.
some wise
Like,
words
a majority of the
to try and
time you
bring
play
this
Breeze,
team
it's
back
pretty
and
much
have an opportunity
retake
for the
o'clock.
2-0. Otherwise they head into Breeze.
That's what makes it
And
even
honestly,
worse.
Either of these teams have looked fantastic on that map, so I have no idea which way it will go.
It's going to be whoever's made best use of the downtime, what little of it there is in between these games. Again, talking about the stakes of this match, I believe it was Kaplan that was talking about it, and actually it was because we showed it on the desk. The fact that whoever wins this, first of all, gets to watch their opponent play, always a great advantage to have, but mainly they get a day off. They can prepare, they can scrim, they can
That's a
relax,
crazy
get up
thing to
late,
say,
whatever.
Krista.
Veto advantage as
Veto
well.
advantage, exactly.
I'm in for it.
The impact of winning this series, it's not just about, oh yeah, they can get to the grand final anyways. They can, but they'll be on the back foot when they make it there, running off back-to-back game days.
Well, 4 rounds in a row. This attack side for GEN.G hasn't looked great. We're going to see the same again. This adaptation to the C-side control is to have aggression, and then Zelsis now sits with his setup on the A side of the map. And I think they're going for this again because it's yet to be tested. We haven't seen the pressure put onto Zelsis on the other side. But they feel confident in it. They've left
Dude,
him there
look at
alone.
Zelsis the Odin. He's ready to fuck somebody up right now. The moment he hears that door spin, someone's getting shot in the head.
They want this man to go for
I know that lineup from
with no support
ads.
whatsoever.
Oh, no, he's backing up.
If he just commits
He's-
to it, he could have
he's-
so
he's
much
ready for the
value
B
spraying
split.
through that wall. Look at the players creeping up towards the switch. Zelsis doesn't know though.
Yeah.
No information to play with just yet. He's waiting for his alarm bot to get contact. Now the door's open. He needs to run.
Nah, he's backing the hell out.
Players are about to flood that part of the map, or that they might be. In fact, GEN.G have changed their
Up.
idea. The direction now brings them towards B.
Oh,
Got
no!
the kill as TenZ is caught out of position. Nightfall through. And that is going to slow them way down. Keep the information in their hands. Allow Zelsis to
What the
fuck?
fuck?
Does much the same. This one's done. Karen in a barrel. And Zelsis spraying
My
away.
God.
It's 12-7. 5 in a row for GEN.G. Well, we're going to go all the way to Breeze.
Yeah, they were so ready for that. Had the utility available to play the retake on C if they needed to. So Zelsis' only play was to just get out of there. They had 4 players ready for the B site, and the second the Nightfall goes in, Zekin, he can smell his opponents. He can sense the blood in the water and gets himself a couple of headshots easily. 5 rounds in a row
The
now.
crazy Sentinels moment.
And that's
Thank you for
exactly what
coaching them,
Gen.G need on the
Kaplan.
other side
Great
to
job.
take us to overtime.
Great
Feels
job.
unlikely with how
Yeah,
clean
see, that's
this
the
has
eye
been
he
for
was trying to
Sentinels.
throw. It's a, yeah, it's
Already
a.
they're getting the early read.
Oh my
The
God!
opener.
Oh, it's going to. Because after you spam
Shoot,
that,
shoot,
you
shoot,
spam
shoot.
this wall.
Do it.
Karen's right there. The bullets get very close, but not close enough. Zels is now back on the site, reloading as pressure's applied. The doors open, but all the while
they
Texture
in
is creeping his way
stairs.
towards the stairs. 2 players spotted, 1 up close, and even suspecting 1 near the switch. Zalsis has a lot of information.
Oh my God! It's Buxu.
Blind fire pays off. Karen's in danger too.
I'm making a mod mail about Zelsis.
All the while, they're just hoping that
I'm mod mailing this piece of shit. God, I scream so loud. I'm sorry. I won't scream anymore. I do it because I think people find it interesting, but I may be wrong. I will no longer scream.
That maybe Sentinels aren't
What does mod mail mean?
Never mind.
Just
Sassy
people
fakes the play, but
people
gets caught
report
out.
stuff
Even still, though,
about
Phoenix
like
found
our
another.
in-houses
Somehow
depends
this round has
on
become
like the
competitive.
scenario,
30
right?
seconds left on the clock. They still have themselves
Uh,
lockdown available. The spam might
Look at
actually
that.
just about get rid of it. It's still online, at least for now, surviving an extra second.
so annoying, right? That wall is wall bangable by medium pen.
With one more, leaves it all up to
Ooh,
Karen. He's on
ooh, pay that out, pay that out.
John QT will close it. We're
Nice
getting the
job.
map 3 we desired, as both teams will win their opponent's map choice.
Convincingly at that 13-7 for Sentinels. They came in with
Was that
control.
lockdown?
And they
I
never
don't
let
know.
go. It was a close fight all the way up to that 7-8 scoreline, and then they ran away with it. Gorgeous play from the Sentinel side, and we saw the resurgence of so many players. Zekin finishing 23-10. This is a good sign for what's to come. Breeze, map 3 to close this round and send 1 team to the grand final. It's coming up after this.
It's a big compression. I don't know how to add that. Filter, compressor. Hold on, let me mute the music. Mute. Okay, filter, compressor. I don't know what any of this stuff does. I have not changed a single thing about this compressor setting, but let's just see how well that goes. Fuck it. Isn't Breeze Sentinel's worst map? Who knows? Why wouldn't they ban it, right? It's really their worst map. They should have just banned it. Don't stop screaming. All right, I'll do my best. I think. What the fuck, B-Boom? I think it's just hype. You know, like when you're in a stadium, compressor sets a max volume, compressor sets audio ratio 10:1, threshold -18. I don't know what any of this stuff means, but I added it. I don't even have to open up the chat because I kept it open the entire time. I will not stream more. I will stream the watch parties because Fuji needs someone to stream it, but I'm not a streamer. Eight halls open again. Mid from there. You can spam. You can shoot from mid. You want to Sensei Fuxu? I fucking knew it. I saw that who should play in houses and I was not teaching anything about Odin only while I'm working ranked. Wrong. Odin only, baby. Start the huge modcast podcast. Podcast about what? I'm poorly organized. Craziest tickets. Yeah, look at him. They're doing replays right now. We don't get to watch the replays. Dumb. Pause that. Music. Get audio back ready.
With this
Our own gets nerfed.
white-hot crowd here in the
Why are we
Madrid
getting nerfed?
Arena, the Sentinels managed to force that map 3, and what a way to do so. Zelsis had to pray to a Norse god.
See
and then
IG
he
behind
just
my
went,
name?
"Brrr." That was unbelievable.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that
I
second
want you to
half,
take a
John QT was
fat
putting
guess
on a
about why
masterclass
I'm
with
named the way I
defense.
am.
Lotus calling something like
'Cause I
5
think that's
or
pretty
6 rounds
obvious.
in
I
a
could be
row
wrong,
to
but
win it there. They killed the lurker
I think the
every
reason is
round.
pretty
Zelsis'
explicit.
Odin was holding
Dire
in
thanks to
space
the
every time,
T3.
and the retakes were looking sublime.
I was gonna say, great call in G.E.N.G just Celsius. You know the Odin, just spam. We were
His-
saying like
his
the
Ekik?
economy was
Maybe
so
I pronounced
good.
it.
Why not buy
He
a
say
second
kick?
Odin and have someone behind you that is
Sec-
either like when you're not shooting, somebody else is shooting, or they can reload for you and you just keep going on those plays
Prime,
because
thank you.
it was stellar. Not only
If you
the
were to Google my name, you'd be able to, you'd know immediately why.
Sentinels need to do. He's like, they need to shoot back.
They
and I
did
think
it.
Zelsis
Pretty
was
much.
like, yes.
And honestly,
If you Googled my name, you'd know exactly what it's from and why I'm named the way
It's
I
also
am.
so easy to just be like Odin go Burr, but the way they use it strategically to punish the A pressure, to repush, the way that they call around
Yeah,
it
you're
as
right,
well.
Hydro.
You kind of
Yeah,
make the
Google
joke of
my
having
name, you'll
another
know
Oden
why.
behind, but they
Pretty
always
much.
had someone else ready to follow up off of it. It's another showcase of what you needed.
Hold on one second, I
How
gotta
good
do
the
this.
fundamentals are for Sen.
Yeah, it truly was impressive there. Of course, so let's take a look at a Verizon high-speed moment of the match because we got to give some love to 2 players here, Sassy and Zenkin. First, Sassy, for this brilliant player, I thought he was cooked at this point. Manages to whip that headshot there. Kakuka finds a second, and then Zenkin, here you go.
I am loving this place because these are the kind of rounds that get you back into the game. Something that definitely, and just based off on the score that we're seeing right now, Sentinels needed desperately. But also, I wanted to point out that even Kaplan, like, asked for a timeout this late into the first half, being like, guys, this cannot be the way. I think that he had a major impact. Also, in giving them the keys
Battle
as
for
to what to
Zendikar.
expect for when their defense came.
It's the second set in the series, I believe.
Because they're like guaranteed
I
to win
haven't
at least
played in a
4
while,
clutches
but
a
when
game, it
the
feels like. But Sentinels can do it right
when
back,
the
showing us
Zendikar
that
came out
John
the first
QT
time,
is quality tactics, but also insane
love
clutches
that
for
they
everyone on
had
this team.
I couldn't agree more. But also,
full art lands.
Listen, I said it on Twitter. Zekin's out here.
I think it was one of the few. I think they had one of the
his hardest out here, as I
few.
expect him to, because this kid gives you 110%.
Few full art lands, actually. I think they were the first. I could be wrong. But I thought they were super sick.
Santissimo is at least holy. That first blood success rate is
Zel's
unreal.
giving
Of course,
massages funny.
you know, the
He's
stats
high
based
energy,
off on
man.
a 13-5 and what we just
Zendikar
saw
sounds like Zen
is
plus
going
any
to
name.
speak volumes of it. But the fact is that we were
Dakar?
seeing a second that was comfortable, that he was
Is it me?
reliable
Interesting.
on when this clutch scenarios came
Hello,
onto play,
Aelthorn.
and definitely
Welcome
one of
back.
the keys to Sentinel success.
By the way, casual
I actually
75%
have,
first blood win rate. The guy
hold on,
was
let me quickly take a
electric.
picture.
I love especially the way in that first half, Sentinels was approaching the C site with the double dive between him and Tens. They're so good at getting those openers.
Wow. It's just another day in the office for that kid. It's just
Yeah.
unbelievable.
He just turned 19, by the way. It was just like his birthday.
Yeah, when I was
Okay,
19,
I took a picture. I'm gonna
really
put it in
trash
stream
Halo.
chat real
Meanwhile,
quick.
this kid is out here probably on
My
pace
cringe mill
to
deck?
maybe
I
go to a
fucking hate
final
mill.
if
I
they
think
keep playing
mill
like
is
this. But what
fun,
happens here on
but it's not
Breeze,
really
guys,
my cup of
because
tea.
last time we saw Sentinels play this, it
I'm
was
actually
not
an
the
artifact
best for them, and it was not here,
Urzatron.
and it was not the best for them.
Yeah, exactly.
Gamer,
and we also have a
but
Gen.G
me-
on the other side that decided to pick this map against an America squad and Loud and did
This
not
up,
find the
stream
success.
chat.
And then EDG picked it onto them and they were able to win that. But I feel like there were 2 very different matches.
You got framed
and it also
lands
relies
that
on
I
the
think are
compositions
super,
that we
super
can
clean.
expect from both these teams. Sentinels or a very like more standard note, and then Mimi, all the craziness that we see coming out from Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Sentinels play this map was
Yeah,
in the match that didn't matter
the oil
against
slick
K2
lands are
when they had already
sick.
clinched
And they
playoffs.
played Leviathan beforehand
Sure,
and got
but
clapped
even
there
that,
too.
that
Sick.
was, that
Oh
was
my
months
God.
ago by this point,
That's
and they
true.
had some time in between. They had a
Let
little
me
bit
go
of
back
time to prep.
this.
They
So
let it through
Sliver,
the
yeah.
veto.
If you play Slivers, I hate
Gen.G
you.
would have wanted to go
Objectively.
here, so I can't wait to see what Sen has prepared.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
And talking
most
about,
Magic
those
players hate you, actually, if you play
compositions, Not
Slivers.
only, as you're saying, on the side of Sentinels, have they prepared something? Are they going to
I think
change
it's not even
some
me. I
things
think it's
around?
everybody.
They're playing with the KO. We know that
I think
they
you
can
find
be
haters There's just
possible with
slivers
that, but
everywhere.
also
Anyways,
thinking about the composition from their opponents, they potentially having the
Send
Astra
map
in this
pick.
map is something
Why am I
that
called mom?
regionally
I used to
you're not
run a
gonna
server, a guild
But
server.
it's going to be a third map here. And
I mean, I used to be the
let's take a
owner of
look at what
the
Comp
guild,
Sentinels go for.
and
It's the
me
same
and my
thing
friend
as
ran
last
it together
time.
as
This
like
map, I think, is honestly a
the guild
50-50.
masters, and
It
I
can
was the
come down
mom,
to
he was the
duels,
dad.
performance on the day. But what we have
Do I have
to
any beta
focus
alpha
on
cards?
is what
No.
this would mean for either of these
I'd be
teams.
poor.
Gen.G, in the organization's first international appearance that they qualified
Ixalan
to,
deck?
they have a
I'm
chance
with you on that.
to make it to the finals with rookies on
carry
their
you through
squad.
Cobb?
And for
I
Sentinels,
could.
it is a return
Easily,
that has
actually.
been so long awaited.
Gen.G has been able to turn these things around. Losing
I
their
need to
pick is
recruit
something
my
that
my
they're
team
very
to do
familiar
it
with
because
in
they
this
know how
event,
to.
but they always
I
win
would need them
in
to
that
do
third
it,
map.
help me with
This
it, but
has to be the case if they want to
it's
make
not that
history.
hard.
The winner of this match has a huge
Funny
advantage
nerds on
in
the
the
server.
grand finals.
We're
This
all
last
nerds,
map
man.
could
We're all
very well
nerds.
define the winner of Masters Madrid.
This is it, folks. Map 3, and the winner moves on to Sunday. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's send it back over to your casters to close this bad boy out. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our fantastic analyst desk. Just saw the results
Eden
come in
ulti?
from
Why the hell are you
Tom,
doing Eden ulti?
And it looks like
For
Sentinels
the
are
glam,
pretty
maybe?
heavily favored
Because
to win this, but
Sentinels are winning a fan vote.
first tier of Eden has really nice glam, but you can get that in like
we can get
normal.
the stats from the Korean stream. It might be a little bit different over
Oh,
there.
Eden
but
Ultimate next
we'll see
week? What do you
if
mean
that
Ultimate
fan
next week?
favor actually carries any weight.
Eden
As we
Ultimate
move on
next
to
week?
Breeze,
Come
the
on.
final map in this series, the
Is it next
decider
week? You're
that
tripping
sets
me out,
Gen.G
right?
on the defensive side. They stumbled on the last with big plays coming out of players like Zek on the side of Sentinels. Let's see what the Sentinel side has up their sleeve on Breeze. It's not like the other two maps we expected a lot from both teams. Here, it's hard to really gauge expectations.
I was gonna say like next week you tripped me up. I wasn't sure what the hell was going
the
on.
victory that came out of this composition for Gen.G was an 11-1 attack side, so we don't know what they've got on the defense. We'll have to wait and see. Zekken, though, already looking to take that initial space. Again, the utility
Dark Matter,
from
thanks for the
initiators
tier
is
2.
sublime.
Appreciate it.
Sets him up wonderfully. That shock dart has
That
done
shock dart
so
did a lot
much
of damage, man.
Zekken's almost dead as well. I don't think he's got anything else to throw at them, but they are slowly making their move forward.
Here comes a recon, just came back online from Lackey. It was used at the start of the round, now buys a little bit of space. Second down, and Texture emerging from the smoke gets caught. They know there's a player in the corner, and they'll
You
look
voted
to
for Gen.G
isolate
when you
that
met
fight.
SEN?
Close
I mean,
punch
Gen.G
as
might
well to find
win
another
this round
advantage
map
stack
just solely based on like
Celsius, but the spike is down, and he knows it's not being diffused. Sometime bought,
Alright,
but
common
15 HP.
suffix.
One more bullet's all that's
Interesting.
needed, and it should be only seconds away. With Lackey as third, Gen.G find a first.
Yeah, exactly how you want to start off on that defensive side. I think the expectations will be there for both sides to have the success there, but that's the thing though, you're kind of facing off against what was a bread and butter comp on this map before. What Gen.G's running definitely has a little bit more spice to it on that attack side. That's the thing that I said, that shock dart was sublime. It almost killed off Zekken as well and ended the round. And seeing Black here as one of the players looking to get his redemption versus Sentinels from a long, long time ago. And we're talking about a ridiculous, what was it, 1,029 days since Sentinels sent New Turn to the lower bracket. Will they do it again? Early days in this map at least, and obviously for the side of Sentinels, they don't normally invest much into these rounds, and they haven't again. It's either all or nothing. They're not like a sheriff team. They're not like, let's put a little bit in.
Yeah, we saw that right last map. It was the full force and a lot of success found, but obviously don't put as much stock in being able to claim that space on this map. And you can understand why. Normally, though, it's on the back of Cypher comps that are really hard to break through if you actually play diving on towards one site. At this time, Gen.G have a lot of reactive utility. Meteor can always get towards that site. Karen's got global util to support them with those stars. For now, Sentinels have claimed the space. They have got the plant down by the looks of things, and there's not a lot that Gen.G had to push them out.
Not
Even the
bad.
shotgun doesn't land. So a chance now for the pistols, most of which are grouped up
maybe
on the
this
back of the
bad
site.
still.
Good shots to start this off. And it doesn't look like there's too much being found, but you gotta look at the HP bars. Meteor's down a little bit low and emerging from the smoke. Yeah, Celsius ran into heavy traffic, but Lackey is down. Another opportunity for kills here on Zekken. Low HP on Meteor, but not a shot to hit. And John QT's last alive. Hey, okay.
Meteor just
2
swung
kills.
to die.
That's not terrible.
Yeah, they do a little bit of damage. They get a plant. They earn some extra credits.
Kill
Weaponry's going to be
2.
picked up
Plant
for
bomb.
Gen.G, so again, it's not really the end of the
Alright.
world, but
Whatever.
I don't think either side is going to be particularly unhappy, especially with how Gen.G set up. That was basically working off the retake. Now those where things get that little
It's a
bit
good
more
enough
interesting.
eco.
Well, the plant, in some cases, will actually have made the difference of having full shields, having full utility, which, as we know, there is an outlaw on the other side, so that will actually make a difference.
Yes, yes, absolutely. You know, the outlaw here, it's really drawing my eye how Gen.G use it, but this is going to be the more conventional usage,
They're on
right?
defense for starters.
Yeah, attack side split, you know, we're going to have a conversation about that. But here, so much value. The whole map is just long-range angles. You can do so much damage. As we see, Sentinels have got shields on everybody, the full 150. Those pistols, weaker weapons, spams could be able to take him down already. Texture's able to pick up GEN.G, lucky on another Karen
it's a
Munchkin. Everyone's got their bite
flawless
of the pie.
eco.
It's just Sassy left alone. I mean, this is not a round that I expected Gen.G to win, but to dominate? There's barely been any damage done, Tom.
No, and they're already looking at their flank. They know that there's a very good chance, especially now that they're starting to clear out the positions behind, that he will be somewhere towards their spawn, already pings on the map. It might even just be a scenario where we're going to have to wait the full 50 seconds for Sassy to just try and hold on to the gun, but again,
Now we wait the
I wanna
fucking
shout out
40
the utility
seconds.
being thrown in from Lakia. He's someone that I definitely don't think always gets his plaudits, has some rough games individually, but his dart basically gave a free kill over onto the side of Karen. Well,
30 seconds
it is
left.
just going to be Sassy holding onto the gun. All 5 players looking to survive. Upgrades
That's
as well.
unfortunate.
We were talking about them having
This is
I think it was
truly-
a Marshal, a
truly
Sheriff,
unfortunate.
an Outlaw. None of those weapons are in play anymore. It is just the rifles for Gen.G. If you're talking about a great start to this map, it really doesn't get better than this.
No, that is a boost to their economy if ever I've seen one.
10
3
seconds
upgrades across the board, able to make it work with the weaker weapons. And you know, the funny thing is, the Viper Wall can be so useful. Viper Wall wasn't there.
It's
Viper
Ala,
Orb,
takes
same
the
thing,
T1.
Not there. It's just straight up fights. Players spamming through the smoke, putting them low. And now they found
No.
Sassy. After all that time.
After we've sat there for 50 plus seconds waiting for him to hold onto that guard, and Meteor just goes, no, right at the end. But that's just disgusting. Like, that's the thing. That's where you see actually just the usage coming out of Lakia, and then also just the denial. Like, it's having that second controller. Like, Karen's just been able to slow the push by putting that smoke into position. And there you go. You got the Gen.G watch party over in Seoul as well. After what was probably a bleak 2023, it is paying dividends to be a fan of this team now.
Yeah.
Maybe even a few people
It's rough.
may have jumped
This is all.
ship.
I mean, Gen.G have crazy aimers. They're all aimers. They're all aimers.
Kind of feel like you did call them out there, Tom. I'll be honest with you.
All
That's I heard a bus coming. I saw you throw someone under it, but there's no evidence left behind. That's you know, for Gen.G, got to be one of the most successful rebuilds we've ever seen in such a short turnaround as well. I mean, to be at this stage, to have challenged Sentinels on split, to move to 3-0 up, winning out a low buy round there on Breeze.
Thanks,
We've
Red
never seen
Bull.
a Korean team look this scary, and we've heard about them. Hell, I talked a lot to Achilleos and Paperthin back in 2020, 2021, 2022. I'll even throw
I
2023
mean,
in there.
I need pen flash, but everyone needs to
But now,
remember
for
that
once,
he's downing a Red Bull this early.
Been most impressive as
We still
well
have a
is they
whole nother
built this
match.
team out of players that
We still have a whole nother
ultimately
match.
Didn't have mass success. You're talking about Texture coming from G, Karen coming from Rank.
We're cooked.
Munchkin
We're cooked.
definitely didn't have a great 2023. Meteor as well. Expectations
Pen
were
Flash
high.
is cooked.
Lakia came back from tier 2.
Yeah.
This team just works together. Nice start though from Zekken. That's going to be an instant kill. Looking to try and break back with what is some weaker weaponry here. They may even look to try and go through the smoke. This is awkward now for Texture. No dash, no escape. They're not going to expect him to be here though. Not expecting him to stick around.
Doesn't
because
matter
now
if
he
they
has
don't
delivered them a
expect him.
rifle.
Like, he didn't actually get more than one.
It's being guarded though. Lakia's not giving it up.
Oh!
They've lined up for the double, the triple for Lakia.
Get your ecos. Get your ecos.
To be retrieved, but in comes Munchkin to close that one out. Nice and clean for Gen.G in those last couple of
I was
fights.
about to
But the
say.
damage was done by Sentinels early on. Thing is, because of those massive economical rounds they had early on, they're not really going to struggle for that all too much.
definitely got dangerous, but is this man again coming alive exactly when they need him most? 7-1 on the scoreboard. The comeback of Latvia
You hear him?
may have been seriously understated when he made it back into a tier 1 team. There are many of us who have been
Dude,
waiting
Sentinels
for
is
this for
losing.
such a
What was the score? Not able to
ridiculously
watch.
long time.
It is 4-0. Gen.G are up 4-0.
Over Vision Strikers.
It is not good looking for
Had
Sentinels.
a long redemption
They are
arc
getting
to even
cooked.
get this far. Texture about to come under pressure, but he's not shying away at all.
Oh.
Maybe he should have done. Zekka's removed him and taken the operator.
A reveal there would have been huge. The spam through the wall after, but nothing to be found. To swing out from Zekken confirms another kill. And
Don't worry, Zekken got the op. We're okay. We're okay.
Finally, it looks like Gen.G have been left in the dust
Never
here on
mind.
the defense, and with Munchkin falling, that's confirmed. Karen, 1v4. The first is his. Pulled back a star, but, well, that's going to be quite a while before that's up and online. Trying to bait out the op, but he won't hit
Yeah,
the
he's
shot.
cooked.
Snake bite up and over. If he's anywhere nearby, it'll take him down. But playing ahead of it, GEN.G spots him. 1 round on the board for Sentinels. They found their first on the attack.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes back off the individual play of Zekken. Definitely up there in terms of the entry fraggers, and just was happy to put that pressure straight onto Texture. Picking up the operator as well, just taking this round into his own hands. That's the value that Sentinels have in this youngster.
Apples
Still
Sentinels.
just
I don't know
19
if
years of
that
age.
pronounces
Literally
correctly,
just.
Robin.
I think it was during this tournament.
It's crazy to have that success so early on in your career.
And you better believe that contract is probably as solid as it gets. Again, they're just going straight back in for this play in towards the A site. And again, no fear out from Texture. This time he will catch it, but it's a player that can be brought back. It's going very differently this time around, though. They're being destroyed.
What the fuck? All right, well.
That's like one of the first A-site pushes we saw come out of Sentinels. Ult used by Meteor, human drone, aggressive op pick. They try to punish that op, and then they get swung by the smoke. They have a guy calling shoot me as well. It's never easy to play in rounds like that. Even uses his decoy as he comes out of the ultimate just to bait them even further. You can see they're getting hyped up on the Gen.G side, and understandably, as they now lead 5-1. We're a quarter of the way through, halfway through the first half.
This is like League of Legends. The Koreans just take over.
Stuck on the reins.
Yeah, we've heard behind the scenes that in scrims, this map for Gen.G has been going fantastic, even if the results don't display that. When it comes to the officials, they were confident. They were happy to take it here. Again, Sentinels, we hadn't seen it successful in Americas, and it's definitely not looking great here. Tech's just so aggressive in his control. They have to be using the drone just to force him back out of main. Shock darts being sent onto him, but if you believe that he's giving this up, you'd be foolish. And look at what's happening on the other side. Gen.G are already stacking up players into this B site. The read they have is bang on.
And there's not even an intention to have Meteor go somewhere else, rotate to A if the pressure's there. His gate crashes on site, decoy used. They might even think that's the real one. They do. Flashed on Zekken, he slowed down and peeked out from the side. Munchkin wrapping to get a nice angle, and he's found another. They still haven't found Meteor. He's spraying away, catching the jump up and dropping the spike. These players have to come out of the pit. They're getting a reveal. Meteor staying alive for now, and he's up close to the pit, knowing that they have to emerge from it to pick the spike, but they already have. GEN.G's around the backside, and he's coming right back into the safety of the pit to try to get the plant down. A flash inside, but it's all a decoy to push them towards him as Meteor moves around the other side. This is beautiful play. They're not even looking as he goes back in. And now the plant, sure, it's going to be found, but blinded up, he is stuck in a corner.
It's not it. It's not it. It's not it.
From Meteor on the
I gotta close my eyes, man. It's not it.
Leading by 5.
That's the thing you love about this guy. Like, you've watched him play these Sentinels in such an aggressive manner. The operator on Killjoy in the last map, happy to run in 1v2s, use his ult immediately and clutch out, but then you put him back on the duelist, and you almost miss it. If it wasn't for Texture, he'd probably be playing it on any other team. This guy is so damn good. 9-3, top of the board. And Sentinels at the moment, they just don't have an answer. They're coming back in with a buy, but it is one of the weaker we've seen. Ults, none of them are even remotely close. And almost all of them are either close or online. Here he goes again.
He's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. They baited him in. They thought they baited him in.
Jacob.
He bites, but he takes it with him. Zekin down, and he's sticking around.
Missed?
Texture's not going anywhere. Eventually, he has to fall back. The flash is good. Was that a leg or a spam from someone else? Indeed, it was a spam from someone else. Lakia, who's now down on the floor. The ult used by Meteor. 1 spotted, 2 spotted, and 2 taken down just like that. They saw the final player. They know exactly where he is. Nothing slipping past Gen.G right now with a 7th round locked in. Sentinels have to be feeling stuck in the mud. They got 1 round, and this A site has not worked for them since.
It's over. It's over. It's over. We all know it's over.
Or they lose that map control immediately
It's
because it
over.
gets pushed by Texture. Like, they have to challenge for it. The problem is they're not winning that fight. So there almost has to be a response. Mid-control.
You say I own you.
It sounds like it. Mid-control has not been something that we see too much from SEN. I almost want to see the pressure put in because these A takes are just being slaughtered.
Thanks to the T1.
And now we're even seeing the switch up of Gen.G putting Texture on the other side of the map. I think his expectation is, well, surely they don't go for that again.
There's going to be some Halls congestion off rip. Lakia has given up the space. He was going to drone it. Instead, close the door. Shotgun and a follow-up. That is gorgeous. But Sassy does manage to trade with the ultimate, and look who's gone running through! Karen uses their own util as a smoke, walks up and surprises everyone. And the spike is on the floor again. Not just Karen anymore. Meteor's holding it. He's still got his flashes. Cosmic Divide, insult to injury. Sentinels are locked out as more rotations are coming through. Munchkin, not even looking at the... He's not trying to hold anything other than Halls. They know that they can't go back because of Texture on mid, and there's 2 players watching for that walkout. Sentinels need a miracle to get away with this.
They also lined that up so that he can peek in front of it. It's a dual access ult. Trying to make their way out. The pop flash is perfect, and it's instant. Both players executed. Gen.G, after losing their own map choice haphazardly, have come back in like nothing ever happened. 8-1 up. I want to see a second pause coming out from Sentinels here. Yeah, I don't know how.
Damn, him getting that kill there was
a split second later. I thought Lackey was going to be dead immediately, and then we need to talk about what he just did.
In through a Hunter's Fury, through a snake bite, through a smoke. Guy just ran through the whole opposition's utility belt and came out on top. Gen.G have got Sentinels in their pocket. And so I don't know
You time out
what
again?
they can say. Kaplan's got his task cut out for him and Drew.
Oh, shit.
Better be combining an fusion dance of brains to get this
We're
one across
cooked,
the line.
man. We're
It's looking
cooked.
grim.
It's
and
over,
the best part
man.
about it for
It's
Gen.G,
over.
you spoke about how they had all their ultis online. They've used them
Can't do it.
incrementally. We had Yoru pop his, Karen pops the Cosmic Divide. Still now, they have a Viper's Pit. Still they have a Blade Storm. And they're about to have the Hunter's Fury back online. There's no way in which they're letting this slip without Sentinels running up against a brick wall again and again. They've got to be sensational to even have a foundation laid coming out of this half.
I'll give you one better.
Go for it.
In the last 4 matches, they won only 1 of them. And they got 11 rounds on attack.
Breeze, just on Breeze.
Yeah, on Breeze. So, if anything, they should be feeling more, and especially when you look at the composition they're running, the expectation is that they'll be able to cause chaos. You've got a double duelist, and you've got double controller to just basically create space for them. This is it almost seems like doomsday for Sen City. Gen.G have dropped a nuke on them, and finally we're going to see some mid control. I wanted to see this challenge for, but again, there's always another layer. A disgusting position that's not going to be checked. Even sticks around to fight, maybe goes a little bit too far with that one. Not able to escape, and because of that, it's just going to be the 1-for-1 trade.
Well, the man advantage might not sit with any team, but TenZ has been tagged pretty low. That will stand to them in future fights. Not if it's Texture taking it with an operator.
Spam this bell to help Sentinel. Oh, I mean, it's null, not Nell, but I guess you could say Sentinel. Oh, weird, but
happy. Dash online and back pocket, but Sentinels are on the wraparound, moving in for mid control, moving back through mid, in fact, hoping the rotations have come through. There's an aggressive push from Lakia, so he'll be inside of main for this retake, not able to get past the trap wire. And on the site, there's only one man. All alone is Karen.
The molly missed.
To give himself a safe haven to play from, and they're trying to root him out. They suspect that he's in this position, and Celsius has got him on the running spray.
It's whether they expect anybody to be in A main, though. Lakia might be the snake in the grass. It does seem like they're watching that position now. Enough time has gone through. Has to be an instant win on this battle. Otherwise, it's definitely going to become problematic in terms of the time. The thing is, though, in terms of finances, Gen.G can definitely afford to throw some players into the win. Munchkin looking to lead the charge. The time, though, is ticking. Texture has already found one, but surely this round has to be going the way of Sentinels at this point. But it's more so, how many players do they come out with? The answer is 3. A solid hold after a huge hiatus from the board.
Winnable?
Finally bounce back.
Can it be A4 winnable?
As if I'm Cypher popping an ultimate.
No?
I'll take my hat off to you there, Kaplan and Drew. Good calls to change up the pace of this game. Look like it's a B play. Wrap back through middle, which is somewhere they've had trouble holding on to control with.
They've barely gone middle. That's been the thing. It's been mostly A takes, like battling to make sure that that control can't be taken. This time it was taken, but it didn't matter because they managed to get those rotations back through, and a good call from GEN.G as well.
They have tried a few times with John lurking around mid, right, trying to get up through elbow, but every single time there's somebody there ready and waiting for it. John did also get a little bit of space on mid, but they've seen the constant aggression. Camera up, I'm watching this, but gets a little closer than you'd like to see. GEN.G gonna survive the round and rally the troops towards the A site. Good wall to cross in mid, drone clearing it out, and the pressure on. Lakia's close to the wall. Meteor's already rotated through, albeit he's only got, 0 HP now, never mind, not 40. There's also Carry on the site, and they've managed to chop and change some of these fights.
Spam shy collude to help Gen.G play good. You're crazy, man. Also, why does the worm not render?
Push up by Sassy, and a headshot angle, one by Texture with 2 kills and a 3rd. He retook it all by his lonesome.
Yeah, it's almost like he just completely ignored the plan. The plan was that Lakia would get a tag, kill someone with the Hunter's Fury, and they retake together. Instead, he kills the guy who gets tagged
renders,
immediately.
right?
He hits the most disgusting headshot with an operator,
Yeah, bug renders.
and then just peeks through the Viper screen to kill the last.
You replace all that worms with bugs.
Whatsoever.
Whoa, nice.
And while for Solo, we've already mentioned, he may not be in the server anymore, but there is a story of redemption. Elise versus Sentinels, and more so Tens. The MVP of that Reykjavik that Newturn finished 3rd. His move to coaching was something that anybody knew and was excited for. Now it's going to be a more direct approach, straight into
There you go, it's rendering now.
Desperately looking for a 3rd round.
Nice shot by Texture. That's 4 in a row on that off. He's making a highlight reel of his own, and still to be dealt with. All 3 players spotted. The info there. Bladestorm in the back pocket. Sprays are in, forcing them into this angle. The shot didn't actually land. The Bladestorm only doing marginal damage. Eventually, Tens falls, unable to be rezzed back anymore, but Sassy and GEN.G keep it competitive, keep it in Sentinel's favor now. And they know exactly where Munchkin is. Snake bite towards the back. It might force them into Texture, but they go the other way. And Sentinels handle every battle perfectly. 3 rounds
I'm in Creature, thanks for the Prime sub. Any Prime subbers?
Ideal, but it's workable.
Prime sub to help Sen win.
A scary prospect going forward.
You know what I'm saying? Prime sub to help Sen win.
Slight resurgence from Sentinels at the end. Of course, as mentioned, though, you look at the composition that's there for the side of Gen.G, and you feel like it's going to be better on their attack, which really is a marvel to look at, because they have been truly unbelievable, making a mark as the best team in Pacific, and they are very close to making that final.
Well, a big factor on their attack is going to be Meteor, so let's hear what Meteor had to say ahead of this
welcome,
game.
Welcome.
안녕하세요. 젠지에서 활동 중인 메테오 김태호입니다. 일단 저희가 리빌딩 하고 나서 제일 성적을 좋게 되고 있는 것 같은데 사실 아직 실감은 안 나지만 그래도 또 저희끼리 잘해서 올라왔으니까
Great
사실
AF,
PRX라는
thanks to the Prime sub.
팀이 에임이 굉장히 좋다고 생각하고 있는데 이제 저희
Look, we need
팀원들도
at least 9
그
Prime
PRX
subs. So that's one for each round. Wait, no.
간의 에임 싸움이라 해야 되나?
We need 10
저희끼리
Prime
그런 거 피하지 말고
subs.
우리도 한번 싸워보자라고 얘기했던 것 같습니다. 사실 감이 온다기보다는 그냥 평상시대로 공격적으로 할 것 같으니까
QXZ,
이제
thanks to
새로
the
리빌딩이
Discord
되면서 이제 팀원들과 친해지려고
Point Story, thanks to the
노력을
Prime
많이
sub.
했고,
Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there.
팀들끼리
We're getting there. We're about to get enough Prime subs to let Sentinels
사람들끼리
win.
모인 거라서 우리가 어떻게 게임을 풀어 나갈 건지 이런 거에 대해서 많이 얘기했던 것 같아요. 그런 부분도 이제 저희 팀
This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. One bullet left. And nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are. A peek out is perfect and he goes back with the pistol.
사실 센티넬 경기를 자세히 보진 못했는데 사실 센티넬에 대해 아는 것도 많이 없고 그냥 이 선수가 뭐 잘하더라 이런 거
More Prime subbers.
그냥
More Prime.
센티넬이랑 하게 된다면 그냥 저희가 하던 대로 하면
you
충분히
posted a sticker?
이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
I'm pretty sure the
한국 팀이라는 게
sticker
굉장히
permission. Actually,
자랑스럽고
sticker
그리고
permission
한국에서도
might
많은
be
팬분들이
only on the
응원해
tier
주시고 있기 때문에
6.
저희가 꼭 그 응원에
There's no way, right?
보답해드리도록
Hold on.
하겠습니다. 세계 각국에서 젠지를
6
응원해 주시는 분들이 계신데
6 month
그
embed links,
응원에
that's why I use
보답해드리도록
stickers.
하고 싶고
12
그리고
month,
저희와
use external
함께
stickers.
항상
There you go. That's why.
감사합니다.
I fixed it.
Well, Meteor says they've got fans all over
There
the
you
world.
go.
I'll tell you what,
It's not the
plenty of them
trustworthy
showed
roll. It
up
was
here to
the
support them today, and they'll be
6
thankful that they did.
12 month roll. I'll have to add the
History
18th month roll as
already
well.
with Sentinels challenge heavily, and Meteor off the bat, he is swinging with Zekin down. The man advantage goes to the team. 9-3 in the lead. Winning this pistol could spell the end for Sentinels.
Well, that's the thing. He talked about
Embed.
the pride he has for being that Korean team in this tournament. They win 4 more rounds, and they have got further than any Korean team has done in the history
There you
of
go.
BCT.
Fixed.
Right now, they've matched Newturn and DRX, and
Jam Prime to get something. I don't need a raise. I already get paid a lot of money by Hooge for the amount of work that I do, and like, it's true. If you,
looks for the second, but Sassy
Adam,
will
thanks
take
to
him
the
down.
Discord Tier 1.
Even still, though, it's brought enough for the rest of the team to make their way in towards that A site. Sassy
Wait for anything
hoping
yummy? I don't
maybe
know.
he could hit something with a
I didn't
miracle
work today,
shot or a
so
shot dart, but instead
I'm chilling. I
they're
don't want to think about
aggressive
work.
to try and take him down. Left on just 40 HP.
He has done damage to the other side, though. 68 and 40. Obviously, Meteor tagged up in the earlier fight. Munchkin now in danger.
Yeah,
With a few full HP
trustworthy
players
roll
goes
should
back,
get
opens the door, and is
it-
going to try to bail. Snakebite chasing him down, but he's
Yeah,
out.
I'll add
And he'll close that
paid
door right in his
artists
opponent's face.
to it.
That buys a little bit of
Trustworthy
extra time
gets
as he
the
turns around to the
permission.
bridge, ready for the
Trustworthy
fight.
doesn't get
Munchkin
use
wins his,
external
and
stickers
Meteor,
as a permission.
That's a triple.
So I don't know where you're getting the
Sensational
permission
pistol
from.
round with Gen.G losing only one player. They're now 10 and 3 up. Sentinels, I don't know if they'll consider the Force. I think they'll play the Eco, but either way, it's not looking good for the #1 America's team.
He could have been dead within the first few seconds. And instead,
Turn my mic up. Sorry, I wasn't at my mic. My mic should be good, right? It's just I was looking away.
With this team. Munchkin, the leader,
I was checking something.
had so many bites at the cherry at internationals, never even come close. 3 rounds from a final.
It's
This would
over.
be his 7th
It is over.
international event. 9th to 10th was his best placing before this. To say that this Gen.G side, this squad is special, even if Sentinels manage to run this back. History is already being made. For the side of Ascent, it's not a pretty picture. I say they normally buy nothing. Well, they have a single Marshal in the hands of Zekin. He's had an amazing tournament, but he's got to hit some crazy shots just to give them a little bit of life in this round.
Even the one hit off rip textures down to
3
76.
subs over 6 months. They embed
How
images.
much impact that can realistically have
This,
once these players round the corner. It's classics waiting for them.
No, I know.
leading
I'm
the
looking
charge,
at the
spotted by
explicit
Sassy.
permissions
He's
that I
ready for
give
this, and
to
there's
the.
the finish on the earlier shot.
What the fuck?
Out of the Marshal.
I'm
Damage
looking
done
at
to
the
Meteor. He's
explicit
actually used
permissions
his
that we
ulti
assign
already.
to the
Thanks to a
roles.
fantastic performance in early rounds. He's
I'm just
already
making
diving
sure.
in. Oh, close,
Ooh.
but that's a mistake. A mistake that Zelsis punishes and leaves John QT in a spot where he could get this done with the first player.
No, I'm looking at the permissions list.
11-3. Good damage.
I'm not worrying about it. I mean, I can figure it out later.
Sentinels, but Gen.G 2 away from sending them to the lower bracket. And with players like Sassy showing up, we had a great first map out of 10s as well. Both of them fighting for their third appearance at a Masters Grand Final. For now, it's looking like they're going to have another fight.
Honey Badger, thanks to the Discord tier 1.
That's the thing. There's players on the Sentinel side that have been there, done that. Masters winner, a Champions winner. But right now, it is the Korean squad that are proving this is a new world, a new realm in 2024. The time of the rookie, Karen. Maybe the time of the comeback for some of these players. The thing is, though, Sentinels are not out of it just yet. They're trying to find a pocket, get a little bit aggressive. They've got the better buy here, but already not the greatest of starts. Sassy does trade, but he takes damage. And Zeken's aggressive position should be revealed. He's going to try and play ahead of it, see if anybody gives him a fight, but they don't.
Oh, and there was cover as well, just in case the wide swings came through. That was through the wall. That was blind fire.
Where is it going?
Second, and Texture's got another up top, aggressive, still with a dash to play with. And Zelsis and John-QT backed into a corner. All their credits on the line. This defensive side has a decision to make. Carrying two weapons forward wouldn't be that useful, and it won't be possible. Not with Texture on his fourth kill. A potential
I'm
ace
sad.
to put 12
Dead, thanks to the prime sub.
John-QT, all that's left of Sentinels, all that stands in the way of this accolade.
Now this one I'm
Texture.
gonna extra pay out early because there's no fucking way. Oh, prediction.
John-QT's making the right decision. He's legging it to the other side of the map, but he's not away.
Pay that out right now.
Yeah, okay, Karen is actually going the other direction, so he might have just managed to slip through to the next round with this rifle by the skin of his teeth.
Give you extra for what?
An escape. Unless he goes peeking into the window, but I don't think he's ever going to do that. He's also had his cam spot them out as well. Not going to risk the rifle, but it means that the purchase that's there for Sen, 9 rounds in a row needed.
Oh, great.
We've seen comebacks.
I gotta do some mod work. Warn some of the stupid people in the server.
Side of Fnatic managing it versus Loud. This is absurd, but this just shows the confidence that this man is running with at this stage. The Sentinels, it wouldn't be doom and gloom just yet.
So
a lower
loud.
bracket
Warning, set timeout
Loud and
for
PRX
a
play
day,
after this to
maybe?
decide
Fuck it.
Will likely
Goodbye.
get the
Come
chance.
back for a day.
Zeken's going to try and get aggressive, but this time it's a be execute.
Done.
They're looking to end this quickly. Straight into the side they go.
Resolved.
Sassy has at least
Warned
kicked it off
them.
with an opener. The spike dropped for a second, and Meteor desperately low.
But that doesn't deter him. He is still going aggressive and swinging into heavy traffic. Only the one to be found. But with 10s on 5 HP, those pieces can be picked up by someone
kind
else.
of.
Texture, Munchkin, and Karen.
Sometimes
History on
my
the line,
team
but still
isn't
plenty of
available
opportunities.
to.
The pressure
What
won't
the
be felt
fuck is
just
that
yet.
Molly?
Snakebite up and over from Sentinels. They look to push some players on backside out of position. Here comes the util from Sassy. The swing from Karen is good to start. Another for Texture.
Wait, what was that Molly?
Sentinels left. Sassy does well, but they need to
What
get
the
on this spike.
Someone record
Force
that
these
shit.
players
What the
out
fuck
into
was
an open
that?
fight. And it's Sassy to look to punish. John-QT gets it half, but they're both extremely low. The time is running out, and now it's gone.
Hey, look, I already paid it out.
For Korean Valorant as Gen.G 13-3 Sentinels. An absolute demolition of America's number one. They booked their spot in the grand final. And anyone who faces them moving forward will be terrified of these new names. Players like Meteor, Texture, Karen. Unbelievable performances from every one of these
At least we
players.
won one map. We should have won
rounds for
split.
Sentinels, Tom. How is that even possible?
I don't think they're going to be playing Breeze much throughout the rest of the tournament, I'll be honest with you. And they'll go into the best of 5. That's the thing, though. There is still time to recover. It was mentioned by Kablan. He wanted that day off. He's not getting it.
Man.
He's got to get right back to prepping. He's got to get right back to watching this next series because the Korean powerhouse, the new look Gen.G, They brought back some risky players, some players who didn't have success last year, taking a gamble with a youngster.
Let me go back to
7th times the charm as he makes a grand final with this team. What a performance from them. And this ragtag bunch of individuals has come together to build one of the best teams we've seen in a long, long time. They have already made history. They have matched PRX. They have outdone PRX and U-Turn. And now look to be maybe the first Pacific team to ever win an international event. They just need to win
Ascent.
one more match.
They've already taken down tournament
they really
favorites,
they don't like Icebox, they don't like Ascent, but
like
Breeze was not good.
But certainly,
I don't blame them though.
So I don't know.
Sentinels looked insane.
This is somewhere that coming into this game, we set the,
Take a look at the
stakes.
stats.
Gen.G could win, but it will be close. This was a demolition, 13-5 and 13-3.
Let me actually
the fact is they lost their own map
that
choice,
as well. All right.
but they smashed them on
Fuck the
Split, which
interview
is the
right
map
now.
we
I
were
don't care about
saying
this part.
The Sentinels are the
Let's take
best
a
team
look.
in the world on. So this series by
Split.
no regard makes
They
any
got
sense.
they got cooked on both these
Breeze,
maps,
they looked
man.
rough on. They just won 13-3. I don't think anyone's going to want to play them on it anymore. After I think their record now throughout this year is
Split, they just
3-3,
underperformed
One
like
of those
hell.
includes destroying
But
EDG and destroying
overall, the
Sentinels. Like,
entire
this team has
Gen.G
proved
roster
they can adapt, they can improve,
shoved
but
them.
also they have faith in themselves. They go, okay, no, we like this map. It didn't work last time. We don't care.
Lotus
We're going to go back to it again.
Lotus,
And they've done that
fine.
a couple of times. Where
Actually, hold on. Let's take a look.
Changes, slight
10s,
adaptations on Split.
negative.
They changed
8, 14,
from an Astra to an
13.
Omen, and that took them from
Negative,
a pretty
8,
bad
15,
team on
8.
Split to an unbelievable team on Split.
4,
It
16.
truly is impressive how much this team
Is it a
has
10s
managed
diff
to
today?
adapt in a short amount of time. Solo, you're doing God's work. Munchkin, he's got to be in a shout for being a fantastic IGL.
My
because
sense
he
stats are
was
too
shouted
small.
out by Lakia,
No way it's
who's
too small, right?
finally
I
making
zoomed
his
it in,
name
right?
Back in the scene.
You can still read
I'm
it.
so happy
Your
to
ass
see
is
this
trolling.
team succeed.
Hey, long have we
Oh,
waited.
like
We heard
10s
about
has been-
Lakia
look
for
at that.
a long, long time. This time around, you know,
Actually, let's go to all maps, combine it together, and look at 10s.
In this game
20,
from day
45.
one, May 4th, 2020.
That's fucked,
Almost
man.
4 years ago, these guys put together a roster to try and compete, and they've never even come close to hitting this
not
level.
to this.
Even before today,
Oh,
there were accolades that
ooh.
they'd never seen. Now, though,
Ew,
history has
ewy,
been made.
ewy.
All the way back on May 4th. It was the Phantom Menace like Meteor they needed, sneaking around in a different dimension. He was so fun to watch
10's
play.
carrier than that
Texture-
really far.
Texture's
I
insane.
mean, you kind of
Lakia
need
finally
all
reaching
5
that
players
top
to do
level.
well.
This is what I wanted to see, and now I want to hear from Lakia. Let's toss it over to the stage.
Muchas gracias, Uli, que te estaba escuchando. Congratulations. Let's give it up for Gen.G one more time. I'm joined here with Lakia and Jen for some translation. Now, my first question is going to be, you, of course, have made it into playoffs in previous international events, but this is the first time that you're going to be in the grand final. I want you to tell me what makes this team such a good contender for winning
Oh
the
man,
first
I haven't been doing the fucking
라키아 선수 그동안 국제전에서
stream
결승전에
markers.
진출한 건 이번이 처음이잖아요. 젠지의 어떤 점이
Whatever.
결승전에서 잘해서 우승까지 가져갈 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
일단 저희 팀이 오늘 나왔던 실수 정도만 좀 줄이면은 좋은 결과를 낼 수 있을 거라고 생각을 하고요.
By the way, I was not awake for the Hoop stream, obviously, because it was at 2 in the morning. How was that?
The fact
Anyone
that we
here that
believe
was
in
up for that?
ourselves, and
I'm sure someone was here for
If we
that.
just clean up some of the mistakes, make sure that mistakes don't happen, I think we have a great chance at winning everything.
Bueno, le he preguntado que después de toda la carrera que él tiene,
You
que sí
were-
que llega a
you
playoffs
were
alguna vez,
nice.
pero nunca a la final. ¿Qué es lo que hace que este equipo
Is
del
his language
Pacífico
Korean? No, she's
sea
speaking
tan
Spanish
bueno
right
y
now.
que consiga tan buenos resultados? Dice que lo único que tienen que hacer es limpiar un poco de esos errores que cometen y que de verdad creen en ellos mismos. Now, my next question is going to be about the opponents that you faced. Of course, you have already won against all of the opponents that you have left here in the tournament, but you most likely take it to that last and third map. What are the biggest hurdles that you want to brush off for
Can you have fast Spanish people speak like? I think it depends on the language and how like well versed you are.
그동안 2대1
You
경기를
could definitely
많이
speak
해왔잖아요. 풀세트
fast
경기를
in
하면서
Korean as
힘든
well.
여정이기도
But
하는데 결승전을
I mean,
앞두고
listen to this.
좀 어떤 점을 고치면 좋겠다고 생각하시나요?
Actually, it's not that fast.
일단 앞서
That's actually
말했다시피
kinda slow.
저희끼리의 실수를 좀 줄여야 될 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 저희가 어떻게 보면 많은 영상들이 나온
Nah, take it back. It's not that fast.
저희끼리의 이제 피드백을 통해서 더 고쳐야 될 부분도 만들어야 될 것 같고 추가해야 할 부분도 이제 감독, 코치 그리고 선수들과 함께 상의를 해봐야 될 것 같아요.
Well, the first thing would be the fact that there's a lot of bots on us, but which is good for us as well because we can go review them and make sure we make the adjustments that are necessary
watch how fast he goes through the
to our
words
game,
Spanish command
build
English.
on top of that, and just not making mistakes and making
Yeah,
sure that
I
we
can't
don't drop the
compare
ball
very
and
well
we
right
keep
now,
the
but I'm
momentum
sure that is a
going.
real thing
So
also
we'll
just because she's a
head back to the
translator and she's
hotel
really
and
good
have
at
a
her
little talk
job.
with the coaching staff and our teammates.
Yeah, the Korean's not
Lovely.
fast.
Le he preguntado
That's why I
que
took it back.
sus series siempre se van al tercer mapa, bueno, casi siempre, pero consiguen ganar. ¿Qué es lo que van a intentar limpiar, no? Para esa final, para que tengan esa ventaja y puedan ganar. Dice que una de las cosas que pasa es que hay muchísimas bots en ellos, tienen los oponentes muchísimas repeticiones para poder sacar esas conclusiones, pero dice que ellos también los tienen y que ahora mismo se van a ir al hotel a darle una vuelta, a revisarlo absolutamente todo. Well, thank you guys very much. We'll see you in a couple of days. Thank you, Jen. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Esperad un momento porque desde luego que no nos vamos. Tenemos otro partido por delante. Don't go anywhere because PRX versus Loud is on the other side.
Bye. Fight.
A grand final spot is
English speaking is you gotta pick up the face. I mean, you can speak fast in English as well. You can speak really, really fast in English as long as you understand what you're gonna say and what you want to say. Usually, why language slows down is because you're thinking about what you want to say, and the slower you speak, the more time you have to think about the comments you want to make. If you have a script, you can read from the script really fast. When you're developing a sentence, it takes time. But like actually speaking the language really fast is not hard, right? And it's also you kind of like slur the language a little bit. You cut some of the sounds and intonations a little bit from your language, but the actual sentence that you speak is still like understandable. That's the same thing for like Spanish or Korean or whatever. You cut down a lot of the enunciations from it, and people will still understand what you're saying.
There you go. He's waiting for someone to go over the ball. They've done it right. He's able to drop.
Like I said all that stuff really fast, and I kind of cut down a lot of the little bits in there, do-ads in the language, but you'll still understand what I'm talking about. If I'm talking really slow, it's the same exact sentence. It's just the enunciation is a lot clearer, you can understand better, and for non-native speakers, it's extremely important.
Black is not giving it up. They've lined up for the triple. And two taken down just like that.
When you're learning a language, you need to slow it down, or like you need the media you're watching to be slow, which is why when you learn a language, you actually are expected to watch children's shows, because a children's show or like a newscast, they speak really slowly and they speak really clearly and enunciated.
13-3 Sentinels, an
Right.
absolute demolition of America's
But
number
we're not
one.
trying to learn Spanish. We're not trying to learn English in this media right now. So that's why when she's speaking really fast, you might not understand, but it doesn't matter. That's not the goal. But if it were me, I'm like, you would want to listen to a Spanish lullaby, and you can hear the language much clearer. HP Omen. Did you prefer to hire which magic expansion you had? I mean, people have tried to develop those live translators, right? The in media as well, they pretend that exists.
Red Bull gives
you wings. Yeah, it just depends. I'm gonna have to meet the stream soon. Yep, see you later. No, there's this. Let's scroll. Can't scroll. Never mind. Can't even scroll on it. Gotta sign up or some bullshit. That was that Twitter account that had lineups from the pro matches. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Here we go. So like, this is the lineup that was literally in the game 20-some minutes ago on Split. No, like the first match. Take a look. Huh. I actually would use that. Do I think it's that good? I guess. But if you're hitting A as the Viper with your orb, I don't see them throw that often. Whatever. Hey, Finn's dad, thanks for the Prime Discord T1. Oh, I wanted to do this one. So I asked about this the other day. This Molly was for it was for. Can I bump this up? Yes, for pipes. Nice Molly. I like this one. This is like, if you think about it, right? This is the spot Hooge tells you to play when you're defending, to jump up pipes and swing that shit.
Here.
This is like a great Molly. You're playing against super loud. My bad. Let me mute that. Super good Molly. Muted. It's okay. We don't actually need the volume from it. I'm stealing that one. Anyways.
The time, August 2023. The place,
You wouldn't need it? I mean, you
Los
should
Angeles.
use it.
Loud and PRX, kings of their respective regions, meet on stage for the first time. PRX scores an overtime map win and bounces back from a 13-2 loss and manages to take down the defending champions on a run that sends them straight to the grand final. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Day 7 of Masters Madrid and our lower bracket semifinal between PRX and Loud. And this is going to be their second meeting here on the global stage, but I'm expecting this one to be fireworks. Hopefully, PRX gives us some funnies. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, you got Mimi, you got Kakuka. This is going to be a good one, Kakuka. I'm excited.
Yeah, totally. I mean, after the introduction that you gave, I'm kind of scared to say anything, but also the stakes were different in that time that they made, because as you were saying, it was the upper final, right? It was the upper semifinal, so nobody was going home from there. We're talking about upsets. We will be talking about form in just a minute, but of course, seeing either one of these teams, especially Loud after the standard that we hold them to, would be kind of a surprise.
Am I getting pizza today? No.
I agree wholeheartedly with that one. I mean, honestly, it's kind of crazy to see that, you know, PRX, a team that we have really valued for them being a creative, innovative team. But this event, Mimi, it is really just felt like PRX has struggled to not just find an identity, but to find a rhythm.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for PRX has been like balancing the confidence, right? In these early interviews at the start of games, it really seems like it's not there. They're not playing like themselves, but continually in big matches, in second halves where it matters, they continue to step up and find that magic at the very last second. That's what brought them here, but what we're looking for today is really consistency from this team. But this is the match for PRX to prove if they're ready to lift a trophy in Madrid.
Couldn't agree more with that one, Mimi. But earlier, Mika Fabs actually got a chance to speak with PRX's Divide. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Hey Devi, what's up? What's up? How are you feeling?
PRX versus
All right, I
Loud.
like the smile. I
God.
like the smile. So Forsaken previously at I believe the top of Masters Madrid rated PRX a 6 out of 10. Now that you've made it to the top 4, would you like to go back and maybe give a score again now that you've come this far?
I think we have to give credits to ourselves. I think now we are like 10 out, about 10, you know, 10 on 10. So yeah, I mean, pretty excited to play Loud, and yeah, you know what L stands for?
What does it stand for?
It means less, so means less coming for us again today.
Good luck out there.
Dude, that's a GV level pun coming out of that one.
I'm offended.
You should feel honored.
I am.
You should feel honored that I
I'm
would
actually
compare
quite proud of him. I'm quite proud of Devi for that one.
But by the way, least confident, like 10 out of 10 is at least saying that, right? We need to see the PRX fired up for this match.
Right, and the
The
way
hell?
not the PRX looked, but the way the
What
Gen.G made
the
them
heck?
look.
Oh,
you know, we know that PRX is all about the flashiness, the quick
That was
plays,
weird.
and Gen.G had a response for everything. But it is an opponent that they know very well.
I feel like though we learned a little
Not
bit
my
more
fault.
about what Gen.G is capable of today
Yeah.
than what we saw. So now that makes me
Love the
wonder
context.
what happens here with PRX. Was that a matter of Gen.G just flattening people, or is this a PRX team that maybe has a little bit more to show here?
Yes, because I think in previous,
I mean, it was
yes,
only that
both
video.
Are true.
I
Gen.G
don't
looked
understand.
incredible, but PRX, I think in previous matches,
Yeah,
we've
Cypher
seen
was
them
hacking
really
us.
push Gen.G. That's one where they were making a lot of fundamental mistakes. Players were kind of going off, losing picks. They're taking the normal PRX risks, but against a team like Gen.G, with their structure and their firepower, they were ripping that apart.
Yeah, no, it's hard to put into words how just well this Gen.G team is playing. I mean, we could probably talk about it all day, and that's why on the other side, you know, you're going to need some players to step up here, right? On the PRX side, you're really looking at Munyet. This guy has truly been impressive, but I'm excited to see him go up against QCK because I do feel like, Kukuka, that QCK throughout this tournament has grown as a player, and his stonks have definitely risen.
Yeah, let me get my strongly agree card to show
There
with
you
you
go.
because it is crazy what we have seen from QCK, especially like the other day when he was sick, when he had to go to the hospital at the beginning of the day to then come in here, play the way that he did, and especially the performance that we saw yesterday. I am very happy with what we saw. I think that we have to be very careful how we talk about that Sentinels versus Loud that we saw yesterday, because in the end it was two very, very close overtimes, and a QCK that overall is feeling super comfortable, that has found his space in Loud. Many people have that question of, can it be better or worse than us? But doesn't matter, he's his own person.
The similarities between these two, I feel like, are kind of endless, right? They both had to fill massive shoes. Jing, the best race player in the world, and Ospas, the best jet player in the world, on the other side. I mean, this year maybe. But
QCK not quick? Yeah, it's
these guys
QCK.
have come in, and they haven't necessarily perfectly filled those shoes, but they have
But I don't think it
stepped up
matters
and found
necessarily.
their own place in this team. Both got criticized a ton in their respective kickoffs in the early stages of Madrid, but in the playoffs, in the late group stages, where it really matters, both of these guys have stepped up for their squads.
Exactly, like probably the biggest question coming in from Loud into this event is QCK going to be a detriment to them? And I feel happy that all of that people can be quiet for a second.
Oh, for sure. I mean, honestly, if Sadok's telling me that this is what they wanted, I believe Sadok. Speaking of, actually, I'm actually quite excited to send it back over to Mika because we're going to hear from the Capitan himself, Sadok, as we get ready for this matchup.
He's good.
Hey Sadok, how's it going? How are you feeling?
Feeling super good.
Feeling super good. Love to hear it. So last time you guys went up against PRX, PRX came out on top. So what do you think you learned from that match that you think will be important in this one?
They're gonna be super crazy. So yeah, we're just gonna have to be super aware of what they are going to do at the start of the round and be prepared.
Out crazy the crazy?
Super crazy.
All right, excited to see it. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
These are definitely two teams that are going to be fighting here with very, unique forms, I would say, coming into this one, maybe.
Yeah, I think the last two matches for these squads was very different. For Loud, this was a game that came down to the wire. It was a second away from getting defuses. It was one clutch making the difference for Loud ending up losing that. Versus a PRX that's coming
Cat
into
hasn't
this
melted
one
in the
after
couch.
getting stomped
Love
by
cats.
Gen.G.
Yeah, so many of these rounds come to close to nothing. We're talking about, as you mentioned, in those retakes, they do not go their well for literally less than a second.
Yeah.
And time after time, it's not the kind of thing that just happens once. But for PRX, I feel like yesterday, Gen.G just showed every single weakness that they had. And talking about vaults and talking about what Lakia was saying in the interview, there's so much you can learn about how to exploit those mistakes in PRX that is very scary to go up against Loud today.
Yeah, I think PRX are definitely going to have to dial down some of these individual risks they're taking, especially if they're shooting like they were against
Big question
Gen.G.
to ask.
Yeah, I mean, giving away those opening kills, giving away those opportunities is the reason that PRX ended up getting rolled in the way that they did. Loud is another team with fantastic fundamentals. They will punish those mistakes.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like I feel like PRX just really wants to try and like be, you know, ridiculous, and they kind of have to not do that this time around.
I love this lower third about talking about the pistol, because I think that is also a very important part of what is happening. Even though they are the two best pistol round teams in
assuming you get embed perms? No, embed perms are explicitly for 6-month tier 3s. The reason for it is because embeds show up on stream.
To push through all of that, of
We
course,
ain't letting you embed on stream.
It was the other way around. They got pistols and not.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be fascinating to see how both of these teams compare against one another. But for now, though, let's send it down to the stage and bring out our teams for this epic battle.
A 6-month tier 3 perk only. We need to know you're committed to not screw our stream over. Is it true? Thanks for the prime sub.
Loud.
Yeah, you're committed to screwing over your bridges, Robin. That's different. That's okay.
PRX.
It's the unique and bombastic team from Pacific in PRX going up against the well-oiled machine in Loud. But the question on everyone's mind here is, does that man right there, Sadak in the middle, have the plan to shut down a team that sometimes doesn't even know what their plan is?
Yeah, Sadak has done this before. He always leads teams to these top-level events. But last time,
thanks for the tier 1.
into the map select, and we are starting
Alex hit the
Ascent,
game
which
1.
is wild to me. Both
Christ.
these teams play ridiculous comms. Loud was locking the Yoru. We see a Gecko from PRX there. I think that this is a match of two teams with incredibly unique reads on the game.
I think that the surprise comes even before that. Loud banning Split throughout the entire year. They have been banning the Breeze, now coming into here. They ban on the Lotus. Definitely feels that they want to adapt more onto the opponent, just to, you know, besides showing that they're weak on the map.
But PRX also hasn't been willing to play that map, and they get rid of it towards the end, which means we get to land on Bind here, which I think is also going to be a really interesting map. Historically, some great calling from Sadak on that one. But that's been honestly my favorite map from PRX's tournament. I love the way they play that Harbor comp. They haven't won all the maps they've played it yet, but I think they have some great ideas that are really tough to deal with your first time playing into it.
Can we get to 3 though? I think that's the thing that I'm wondering is, can we get to 3, or are we going to see Loud kind of do what Gen.G did to PRX?
I feel like for both of these teams, we have the question of if they're going to make it through, are they serious contenders to making it all the way through and take on Sentinels tomorrow, right? We need a convincing win for either of them.
I think that this map number 1 is really going to decide this series. I think Loud is pretty favored when we get to Sunset, but this first map, I could see it going either way. Both these teams have looked really good at times, have looked really shaky at times on Ascent. I think PRX need to win this map. If they get to 3, I honestly favor them in this series.
Yeah, and of course, I think that fundamentally Loud should have the upper hand coming into this Ascent, knowing that is, you know, the more basic map in those terms. Now, if PRX, like shenanigans, all the crazy rounds that they put, are able to disrupt that confidence onto Loud, I can see them taking this 2-0.
Yeah, and if they...
What's that shit?
I mean, look...
Vote PRX, vote whoever you
no
want.
matter how you go here,
I mean, if you vote for where you think you're going to get money, or you vote for who you like.
Yeah,
side. Players are going to be pulling off some wild plays, but where I'm looking at here, I want to see if QCK is going to get rattled by a very aggressive PRX team, and if PRX, well, if they manage to find ways to kind of like wiggle around the brain of Sadak.
You got to look at the newcomers. You're talking about QCK. I'm looking at Munyet. What can he do in map 1? We're into the agent select, and PRX is running back this double initiator, Raise comp, and Loud have returned from the Yoru back to the Phoenix.
I like the
Who would have said, you know, that in 2024, no Sova, no Jet, this is a new way that Ascent is going to be played. I personally really like the
Wait,
Gecko
what were the
and
maps?
the Beta.
I zoned the fuck out.
And the hurdling that you can do, all
CMD maps.
the flooding that you can do with the utility,
Gotta
how
go to
recurring
VLR,
it can be,
whatever.
gives you an amazing edge. And I do think that Loud using the Phoenix here is something that can be countered easily.
This is a massive rematch for Loud. If they could beat PRX here,
I got it. I want to see who
have a chance to go for a run in a
Ascent,
finals and maybe get Sidok that second
PRX,
trophy. It would be
Sunset.
incredible. But PRX, they always show up at the right time.
Well, let's go ahead and get
Eastside
this elimination match
is
underway and send it
fine.
over to your casters, and they live for
Here
the
you go.
drama. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Yeah, we definitely do. I mean, there's plenty
Oh
of it
shit,
here.
the
This is an
capitalization is
elimination game.
totally
Loud
off.
versus PRX. Without a doubt, one of these teams going to be going home
Ascent.
exiting earlier than they potentially hoped
There you
for
go.
here in Madrid. And it's a weird one in terms of the expectations, to be honest, Josh. I mean, you're writing down, going over storylines, whatever, putting a large focus. But for both of these teams, feeling like maybe they've got something to prove here, but maybe not so much for PRX.
I think at the very beginning, this is set up to be an explosive game. But Des pointed out that neither of these teams are playing meta. And both teams love to fight. QCK immediately has just spotted 3 people over towards Titans.
Lucky that we didn't quite miss the action there getting into the game because
both of these teams are so fast.
Yeah, slow pause as well, just off the rip, waiting for the reaction of PRX. And look at this, there is that reaction. Loud wandering and wading into mid, trying to go for the double setup, just swinging into it now with the fault line to set this one up. They want to try and take the brawl, and it's a delayed fight, honestly. At 1 minute, who can really call it? This is it, the damage now, finally. Bullets peppering through, and blind as a bat does not matter for Kawazine. There needs to be the response, and it's there. PRX coming out swinging. Heads have been found here, straight to the cranium. The shots, that's a little bit messy. Still, the job getting done. QCK.
There you go.
Standing, players are weak, walking right into him, but he instant trade. And so a pissed around for PRX.
Conductor,
A highlight
why?
focused on by the desk, talking about how much these pissed arounds matter for both of these teams. They're leading in terms of that metric here in Madrid, but it's PRX who are the victors.
And guess who comes out on top throughout all of that? Being able to bail his team out of a rough situation from top mid against a tiles crunch, essentially. It's Forsaken, the guy who's been clearly, in my opinion, the best player for PRX at this tournament. I don't think he was during kickoff. I don't think he always has been, but he is right here, right now. Getting him online, getting something online, major win conditions in a match like this.
It's
where
impossible to say. I mean,
we're
the
expecting
effect.
so
Yeah, that's the
much of
point,
this
you know?
to be brawly.
Point.
I mean, Loud immediately taking a gamble in round 2, going for a mid exploration.
Awful audio quality? You're welcome.
Mindfreak only has the Sheriff. Plenty of shots. Rattled away. Narrowly missing the heads here. Snakebite dropped down, vulnerable. Kawazine's holding some util out into his hand. Doesn't know which direction. Flash through. There it is. The follow and double face. Might be cleaned up though here by Devi. Should be at least. Nice
He dodged!
reactions,
Oh, I
yeah.
mean, I guess it's not that
Beautiful
totally
business.
unexpected. You know, it's a Phoenix. You know, it's like, it's whatever.
No real chances for Loud. It looks like to really win this round, but a good chance to
Oh my!
highlight really how important winning that pistol round, and this follow-up
Anyways.
as well is for them. I mean, PRX and Loud at these comps, very ult generation heavy. They want to try and get these ultimates online. Their attack sites, they want to go for these big exits with them. They've got util, they want to dump it into these sites alongside the ultimates.
Yeah, and I think they're going to turn Ascent into an attack-sided map as well. It's one of the reasons I think that QCK's gone back to the Phoenix here rather than the Yoru they were down.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
They know the PRX are running this comp without a Sentinel anyway. They're not worried about a
What's called
Cypher or
mirrors?
being able to get into
Yeah.
the sites. It is truly a bizarre situation we find ourselves in. Very different from Meta's past when these two teams clashed. But they have been here through thick and thin and through all the metas in Valorant.
Don't get me wrong, I mean, PRX have never been standard, even on Ascent.
That's very true.
Playing their Reina Harbor
They're
comp.
not standard on any of the 3 maps we have today.
Who knows which direction it's going to go
No Sentinels
into.
on Ascent. What the fuck?
A peek and a wonder will get at least punished
I
for
mean,
it. Head
the
taken
two teams that
clean
are
off
playing on
West.
Ascent are not
Repeats.
playing.
Plays looking away, but a nice double face of PRX.
They are not the conventional comp players, you know.
Smokes drop down. More exploration into mid. Only a stinger, so Forsaken can't quite take a peek. But will they clear this corner? The peak angle. Sadak might just be able to react in time. He's not going to push it. He's just holding for it. Tuyes anticipating some sort of reaction there. Something now. He's in a forward close position. Lucky to be live there with a util out into his hands. But finally with the Paranoid Ascent flying. Follow through with Devi. Watching all the appropriate
Hold so far,
angles
though.
and avenues of the plant down to
Yeah, it looks like both these teams love double controller more than they like the Sentinel. You know, if you think about it, it's very much just like the bind comp, right?
in the smoke, flash around the corner, but it's an empty site. Fully evacuated. Wall up. This is cheeky. Devi now has to get a move on, pushing forwards. QCK half on the board, finds the first kill. 1 versus 1. Can he win it? It's a gamble!
Oh, he got it!
Has he got it? Time?
He did. He got it. Easily got it. Easily got it.
He got prior. Holy.
Easily got it. But damn.
Woo! Now that is going to obliterate the Loud economy because it was a bonus round for PRX.
But that PRX could have won that. 100%. You're here just a little late. Thank you. Welcome.
Look, he comes off it just at the perfect time to be able to grab that one. But like I said,
ooh.
it's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory. Loud cannot buy into the next. So despite the fact they get on the board, PRX achieve their goals essentially. And already we're seeing an attack-sided operator come online for something.
He loves to pull it out.
He's the strangest Gecko player you will ever watch. Do not study his VODs if you're trying to learn Gecko in your ranked games.
Been watching some old Kang footage.
Yeah.
They really do love to opt into it.
He's also got a vendetta against Dizzy. He tosses him away and doesn't ever...
I mean, it was half, so he wasn't sure. It's rough. It's rough.
Contacting in could be spelling his own defeat and doom here. There's a judge. Close to the corner.
Fucking attack op.
Real specialist with that regard. Here we go. Thrash forwards. Wants to take the fight.
He
Stray
loses.
Shots flying through. Pellets for no kill. Only the damage being done. Munyet now fast onto the approach here. Have to cancel that ult for a bit of info. Devi. And they have taken tree control. Looking to slip into the back here. Now QCK has a rifle and he's watching for
QCK's in a great spot. He's good for one minimum.
Just holding for the right time. He's might freak with that one, with the pause being called. I mean, PRX, this is...
Is that good enough, though? He's good for both because they have no... Never mind. What the fuck? I take it back. Why did I say that? Is it my fault? Is it because I said that?
Rifle with him dealt with. It looks like a sealed up, done deal. Detained. You might see some knife action swinging around. We won't make the London reference again.
No, you took his knife kill!
For a knife kill, I mean, it wasn't even a knife kill, but for the knives to be coming out for PRX in round 4, yeah, this is going to tick all the
I
boxes.
jinxed him? My bad.
I think it speaks.
I mean, he's supposed to be good for one, no?
Massively, I think, to their mentality coming into this. I mean, Alex did a fantastic interview, really going in deep in terms of the mentality.
Ooh, the judge.
They were saying they'd be happy if
How
they
does Sonic not kill one, though? Mind freak.
Treating it as almost like just a practice boot camp. So the fact that they made playoffs, they're playing with house money.
It was banned from
I think that's much.
Not really.
At home, but I tell you now, there is no team
I think
more
it's highly contextual.
Yeah.
But on average, not really.
Their expectations. Oh, this is a great idea from PRX. They're making it feel like it's full A main exec, and they've got Munyet so deep into tree already. Faking as if everybody's coming to
mid-wall from PRX? Yeah, that's a pretty normal mid-wall.
Sound cue's cut away. It's going to be breaking the glass and already in their faces.
Yeah, it's a super good mid-wall. Like, you know how it's always split from...
below, sees, connects, but there it is.
Oh, it's always a split from piles to A. It's a very normal, like...
But yet,
yeah, I know I split
really
it.
It's
a normal... Is he getting an ace?
One player left
It's a normal... play to split A, mid, and you smoke top mid or bot mid. You smoke tree, but the wall does both.
QCK's miles away from
Good wall. Great wall.
What a beautiful setup, though, for PRX. I don't think PRX get enough credit for the way that they set up some of their tactical stuff because they move so quickly.
The defense wall is good, too.
Fluidly.
The only problem is, like, you give up your double initiator or your sentinel.
They're making it feel like
and on average, people don't do that in solo queue, obviously.
And Munyet finds the timing down mid. When you're a defender on Ascent, if you see utility being piled into A main and you're playing in like tree or grass, you are going to focus on A main. You expect it to be 4 or 5 people coming from that direction. And so the fact that
also the maps are at the bottom of the thingy.
Even though they're not
everybody.
utility for those people splitting mid, absolutely ruins this defense. The small adjustments that they make are lovely. But I feel like we've seen this team evolve over the course of this tournament.
They have, yeah.
I'm completely sure that Alex is telling the truth when he says that when they came into this, they were only looking for one win. And I was watching them in kickoff, and frankly, I wasn't that impressed with what I was seeing from Paper.
No, it was very slapdash, you know.
Yeah.
They were throwing ideas into the mix. It looked like they were really just improvising.
And just to pull another quote from that exact same interview that you referenced in, Brett, Alex, the coach, said, "We have problems that we need to fix. There's too little time.
Is he
too much
commando?
to
I
do.
guess.
We've been carried by our individual performances, in my
guess.
opinion, rather than good gameplay and good Valorant." But to me, actually, some of that incredible individual performance has bought them enough time to start figuring out what is working for them. And they get into a match like this, and I don't think they are underdogs. I actually think that both teams could win on any of the 3 maps that we have here. And it's so difficult to predict because they play such off-meta styles. You know, when are either of these teams going to be practicing for what the other person is doing? There's
never.
Nobody plays like Loud and nobody plays like PRX.
Yeah. So a blistering pace to begin here from PRX, but throwing enough nuance into their own game plans that it doesn't quite feel like the old textbook, the old documents being read out aloud. They've had that time now to reinvent themselves ever so slightly. Now Loud, with that timeout, we're heading into the half buy. They're going to have time to think about some of the mistakes, the adjustments. Probably not
Literally, Eric,
active
the
here.
prime shot.
And I think one of the things that you're seeing from Loud is that they're very willing to fight forwards. You see the angle that Kawanzin is currently playing at. Think about Sadek with the judge, Kawanzin playing market aggressively. They want to contest PRX and not just give them space. But finding those timings and being
Look
able
at
to
these
match the
walls,
tempo
man.
of
It's
PRX
so
is quite
weird.
difficult.
Look at these walls. What?
Okay.
Especially if they're hitting timing shots like that.
Just off the cue of the flash. 2 players are left stacked now. Cat is being watched. You can see something. He's got his eye on it. Anticipating that there might be that reflank with a minute on the mark here for the round.
Why do we remove the
Definitely
cat
time to
command?
play
What
with,
cat
definitely
command?
Time to work around. But if they do walk into the Bucky, there's some.
You're talking
level
about
of
like the
danger
ones that
here.
post
I mean,
pictures? I don't know, just because like it gets kind of spammy.
No, but Mindfreak is way ahead of the pack, so I don't think he's going to get traded.
Oh!
And he is.
Sadek with his shotgun. Sadek with the shotgun.
This guy
It's
is now
Sadek.
nuisance. Thorn in their side. He's buying them time, and the mosh pit has to
Fucking
be
dead.
committed. Force him out wide into the
Oh,
open.
he's not
Still
dead. He's
alive,
locked
by
forward.
the way.
On yet, he walked in through A main.
Okay, well, he's found that timing from the classic. Okay, a heaven position, 2 years. He's got his, and now it is a little bit messy and scrappy.
But
Words I use.
But Monyet lurked in through A main, and now Davai is lurking in through B main. So because Loud are playing this composition,
Ooh, something.
God, what a shot! Because Loud are playing the comp without the Sentinels, that
I
doesn't
expect
play
everyone
spread around
here
the
that's
map,
doing the
that
aim
needs to
training
group up
playlist
and
should be able to
fight
hit a
and
shot
peek
like
for
that.
info. PRX are finding those lurk timings real nicely.
They didn't get ahead of themselves, did they? Didn't
I mean, it's also different, like expecting the player to swing that versus like otherwise, but you should be able to hit a shot like that.
A beacon pointing directly towards in a double face.
Brother,
There's no
you're silver. Okay,
hesitation
not
in
you,
the play of
but
PRX
anyone ascending it up knows they can hit that shot.
Anticipating the horn coming out, though.
Everyone here sending it up knows they can hit that shot. That up shot is not that bad.
For that horn lineup in the slightest.
It was nice, but it's not
Bear in
that
mind
bad.
that this was a light buy round, so it wasn't the most danger in the world. That timeout that you were talking about, Ren, that
You
Loud
time it
took,
too good.
that's for the rifle round coming up here. And we can
Was
see
that what the
QCK
fuck
is
was
going for an
that
operator.
breach?
So you've got the Phoenix op online.
Is that
Get your bingo
Shrek
cards out.
breach?
Did you have that one down? Phoenix op versus Gecko op.
There's no chance.
Oh, funny.
Just no chance at all.
Why do you link your Valorant to Discord? Rank icon.
Fast though. A lot of util now being dumped straight into main.
You'd be better pressed to like look at our FAQ because we do get a lot of questions like that. I'm not gonna time you out because it's kind of mean. I actually do want to tell my chat mods to kind of tone it down. People are getting kind of mean about it, you know? Yeah, people ask dumb questions all the time. That's my. Yeah, people ask dumb questions all the time. Whoa. But at the same time, it's kind of mean for everybody to say or to spam the sticker. You can do the same thing with the sticker. Oh, Kawanzin!
Disgusting work, and QCK would have followed through.
So you could do the same thing, but without the sticker. He's like, you should check. Like here's a good way to put it. You should check out our FAQ. It'll answer a majority of your questions, and then we can help you out with anything else. That single sentence is way better than just using the sticker. The sticker people feel is rude, and I don't disagree. Like it's a pretty rude statement. I think it's a really funny sticker to spam when people are in stream chat, and then Huge does something, and then people spam it because it's funny, or like does the Rip Bozo thing.
I think they're getting the read now after the timeout.
You'd be better for us to like respond with some kindness first, and then if they're not being resourceful on their own, yeah, point them towards us. But like,
you see where the Viper Wall goes.
you can add the sticker too, but it would be better for you to say you should check our FAQ out first, and then we can help you with everything else. Like do like just hashtag FAQ, and then take a look at this first.
Tradition.
Classic.
Your intention with the sticker redirection in general? Yeah, but the sticker alone, people, it's not a conversation. Typically, when people ask something, on average, they're not asking out of malice. They're asking out of like good intention. So if you respond with a good intention, like with a sentence, because they want to be responded to, they don't want to be like directed, I guess is the better way to put it. Because when you get hit with a sticker, when you get hit with a sticker, it feels like you're being directed.
Usually going to be the lurking player.
I like that Loud swap it up. Previous round they were playing heavy for mid. Now they're playing heavy for the outsides of the map.
And there's more of that.
I'm not exactly sure what pressure that was off.
Who aren't
certainly thought
the moderators use it, and they're really mean about it. Like if my moderators are the only ones doing it, I don't think people would mind so much. But a bunch of people are like backseat moderating in Valorant discussion all the fucking time. It's really annoying.
A lot of noise on both sides of the map. There's a thrash. And yet
You just knocked my glasses over, cat.
Towards any direction. QCK layers down with a volley, but a TP forwards.
The hell?
Get right past it, Divide. Slunk his way into the site, but can he follow up with this kill here? There's so much going on all over the place.
Yeah, the sticker is a little condescending. The FAQ one is pretty kind of like it shows you the book and it says to read it.
Left. He loses his duel at 2 years. Critical one at that.
And the Google thing is also kind of fucking Sawdog, man.
In his face. And operator as well. The barrel practically in his
Sawdog and his goddamn
that is a bizarre round for
shotgun.
PRX, but you can see that they're very clearly trying to work their lurkers into position. It's just that none of them actually found any success. Alex is calling a timeout here and might want to readjust
ping my
the
chat
game plan
mons and let everybody know. Be a little nicer on the FAQ and Google shit.
Making something happen there. I don't think Cowan knows that he's around. And if Monier is able to win the duel against 2Es, these lurkers are finding opportunities.
And tell
when they
them
lose their duels, it looks stupid.
Shut those people down when they're trying to backseat them up.
With PRX's style, if they win that fight, suddenly there's a gap in the defense, and PRX are very opportunistic. They do tend to exploit those fairly well. So certainly a weird round, not a successful one for PRX on their attack side, but indicating a little bit of their game plan that Alex might try to adjust.
Good time to talk about Loud's expectations, I think, heading into this.
The Google one feels warranted. Not necessarily either. There's a nice way to put it too.
So winning this matchup would guarantee that rematch.
Count for you and chat my timeout.
Exactly. You know Loud are eager for it.
Nope, you're back on duty, you fucker. You've been slacking off because I forgot to give you your rollback. Get your ass back there.
Last time those two teams play. So listen, they're going to be looking to try and pave that way to redemption. Bit of revenge maybe on the cards too.
Both of these squads had to retool.
Google one can feel warranted. No. It is and it isn't, right? Just like the FAQ one is and it isn't.
For PRX, Alex was talking about how difficult it's been
like it depends.
to life post-Jing.
As always.
Loud were nose to the grindstone immediately. Started in October, only taking about a month break after champs, and tried to reinvent themselves, find this new style.
Mass people
this is what they've settled
on with the
brawl to be taken here. This is an onslaught approaching from every single direction, and nobody can hang on.
And
PRX didn't stand a chance. They're the ones that's supposed to be going for the W gaming.
And such a classic, great idea from Loud. You come out of your opponent's timeout and run a set play to steal the tempo, and they've wiped the floor with PRX. An absolutely flawless round. You'll see that so often.
It feels more condescending. Yeah, well, I mean that's what I mean. Is like people can see either sticker as really condescending.
And you say, right, well, we're just going to force the fight to them. And they go for a bit of a tiles crunch there, punishing on.
Both are really condescending. I think it's only a sticker that's really should be used in stream chat. In my opinion, I didn't really like the stickers anywhere else. In stream chat, it's like a topical sticker, right?
In a weird spot.
They're both condescending, and they're both okay to be condescending in stream chat.
Been watching the Howdong VODs.
Because it's like a contextual sticker. People aren't using the sticker because someone asked a question and that's them responding. It's because who said, stop asking me these stupid questions in stream chat. Which is, to the point, it's his domain. It's fine. He can say that, and he's not wrong. It's really annoying when you're the streamer being asked that bullshit. All the time. So I'll give it, he gets the pass, which is why I moderate in the same way, but yeah, him swinging stairs there, you see why Hooch said stairs is a bad place to play? You just die. Doesn't do anything. Like, you swing and die often, all the time. Plus, you also get spammed because the walls are paper. Super annoying.
Down in his face, Molly. Oh, goodness me. How does that one catch? Everybody's giving this up, it looks like. What is that? Hello. 2 years. Chasing him over extension. No, I don't think there's any chances. Listen, surely time is running out, but handing these kills just over to him.
What the fuck? What happened?
And considering the PRX's economy was not amazing to come into this round, these are not
Are they just tossing it or what?
fantastic kills to be given in the other direction, but it won't make too much difference because we're so close to the end of the half.
Yeah.
When you see
maybe a 200 IQ player didn't see how close they were to the ultimates, but maybe they're like, okay, let's just feed our life away. 2 years has already got it.
Actually, before I even send the response thing, do I just delete the stickers? You get like, I would rather we just free the sticker slots up. Honestly,
that coordination not quite as good there. We'll keep an eye on that.
Did him dirty.
Oh, you know the camera.
like we got better shit to use. You know what I'm saying?
For it. Yeah.
I'm in favor of just tossing the stickers. Everybody else,
into B main.
Hey,
Face your fear.
people just use them like assholes, and at this point, we don't need these stickers. Everyone is already aware.
The goal of that really to try and
fuck these
make a fake
stickers.
play over towards A. Cut away to sound cues. Odin.
Do they get spammed out of stream chat? Yes. Everybody.
They are getting absolutely destroyed here.
Oh God.
Guess something managed to win his one, at least through the main angle. Also, now
I'm
with
just
that
the sticker
showstopper,
tell him
wants
what.
to
Fuck
send
you,
it and let it rip.
Cal.
Rolling Thunder cannot save you.
I had to
away
think
from
about
that
it.
one.
Okay, I had to think about it.
Explosive, high octane action, but an adjustment there. Beautiful by 2 years. Really just expecting
I think
that
we just toss the
reposition, and
stickers.
it's
In my
about catching
opinion, we
the
don't need
tempo and
them.
the timings here, walking right into it, but misses the opportunity. 2
I think,
years.
okay,
Jump spots,
better
gets a bit
idea.
of
I
additional
add them
information.
as 7 TV emotes because they'll only show up in stream, right? That makes a lot of sense to me.
This is going to take effort from Forsaken and something to clutch this out.
If we put them as 7 TV stick emotes, then it'll still work in stream chat, but they won't outside. They won't work outside of stream.
Walkabouts towards tree,
I
leaves
think
it.
that's a good idea.
1v3. QCK's on the flank. Should be unwinnable. Blind
Okay, you guys watch the game. I'm not paying attention. If something happens, just type at me because I see you guys. But I'm gonna do that now.
Sure. Corby made jumping down, and there it is. The kill found.
Very competitive half that we've had so far here. PRX have found some opportunities to burst into the
I'll just
site,
type
but the
this
more that they keep falling, the more
FAQ.
pick them apart, I think.
Submit.
You saw there a cute idea from PRX, like you
My
said.
emote
go
will
for
be
that
reviewed
fake
by a
play.
7 TV moderator. Blah blah blah. I don't care. Yeah, it'll take time. Whatever.
Certainly not compared to the previous round, where Forsaken was right behind Monyet on the entry.
What the hell is a Google? No, fuck! I renamed the wrong one. This is FAQ.
In terms of the pressure that they put onto B. Final round of the half, chances to tie this up, but PRX's economy in the
Emote.
dirt.
Oh yeah.
Compared with double op setups, I saw for
Place
a moment there on Loud.
conflict. Check
Probably toss them
mark.
on the floor, looking to play them in the early game.
Heavy stack of Loud as well. They can play over towards A because Les has got the pit down. Not being contested.
Redraw them? No, I don't think we need them redrawn. I just think them like people respond. Okay, the biggest thing is people responding in emojis or
Would
stickers
be a little cautious in this situation.
is
for some
not
pop flashes through the smoke. or this kind of
nice
thing,
in a lot of cases.
but not worried.
Nice shot.
It's not a
2 years.
discussion.
Expecting it from the
I
high
guess is a
ground
better way to
angle.
put it.
QCK. Good ball thrown at them. Still, it's back to a
emotes,
multitude of players now. He's
add.
going to try and at least put up that wall to try and prevent them from getting past it. 2 years.
I don't want to make a command for it either because getting responded to with a command also is a little
appropriate answers. Double smokes out to
disheartening.
try and get themselves into position.
And
But it's being
people want
spammed to the right for at work.
to see humanity.
Placed onto the end of the barrels.
Damn, 6-6. Were they just getting tossed?
Evened up.
What the fuck?
Doing a miraculous job there, honestly.
Always 6-6.
To 6.
I think this map is probably going to be a little attack-sided. I think it bodes fairly well for Loud that they were able to pick up so many rounds.
Banana is auto-emoting on people's comments? Yeah. It's a robo-emoji. If you use the robo-emoji command, you'll explain what the deal is.
Nice 2Es with the operator on Omen.
People aren't
really well.
that much people usually thankful they've answered the question. I mean, the sticker itself is not really an answer to the question necessarily.
Let's hear from it.
You can also just respond with the channel.
Sou o Gabriel, mais conhecido como QCK, atualmente duelista da Loud.
Anyways, what do we name the Google one? Do we just type Google or like back what do we name the I won't ask before Googling sticker? Was it already named? What's the sticker named? Click on it. It's just called Google.
E aí o jogo ficou pouco complicado. Falar sobre isso logo depois da derrota é
complicado. I'll just call this Google then.
Triste, sentimento ruim, mas o campeonato ainda não acabou. A gente tem muito para mostrar ainda.
Who's Google? I'm not gonna put who's Google. Do I name the FAQ one? Use the FAQ, or do I name it emote already enabled? Emote already enabled.
É a mesma coisa, a derrota do mesmo jeito.
Oh man, it's looking more likely. Finally fades away and he's back into it, but here it is. The follow-up.
Oh, it was you that FAQ before?
He doesn't have the time.
Okay, no, it's already added.
Eu não vim
Cool,
pra substituir ninguém.
But
Eu sou novo jogador do time.
No, we discussed this, Belly Roll. The term Google is, what do you call it?
Tô me saindo bem. Não sei se é confiança a palavra, mas traz conforto por você jogar com pessoas que já lidaram
brand just becomes the generic terminology.
Então, a gente vai lidar da melhor forma possível.
I know you guys talked about this with
A gente já venceu times com esse estilo de jogo, então a gente vai saber lidar com eles.
Why is the important category so low? Just really interesting insight
beneath
into QCK and his ideas. You know, he's coming into this
stage.
team. Obviously, a lot of players saying, and a lot of players, fans watching it, saying, well, he's replacing Aspas. He has to fill those shoes. But no, he's talking about how they've reinvented the team kind of around him, this new style that they've come forwards with. And there's parity there between them and PRX. PRX have had to do the exact same thing, missing Jing, one of their best players.
But I feel like Monyet is filling in Jing's shoes a little more. They haven't adjusted that style yet. And that's probably one of the things that had the confidence knocked for PRX, is that they haven't really figured out what the new team identity is. The deeper they go in this tournament, the more they'll be learning about themselves.
Sub's voice.
6-6 at the half. Both QCK and Monyet playing well individually so
Wait,
far.
why can't I move it below Sub's voice?
Loud's composition is devastatingly effective when it comes to site executes. So
for the commands on the stickers?
Doing their classic style of trying to disrupt things before.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You leave the commands on. Can I leave the fucking voice down? Hello?
Tagged, but he did not care. Still holds his ground.
Alright, tier 3 voice moved.
For a defensive wall that allows them to contest mid as well. So they're not worried about Loud's wall.
Was it they're just feeding back to folk if they're not reading it?
Loud
they
now
didn't see it.
Just contact in through A.
Fake bananas? I am fake bananas, not fake bananas.
Just fast on the approach. Maybe just hearing those sound cues out towards tree, but it closes the door in their faces. A bit of straight damage.
You know what? You guys are backseating me on moderating, right? Like, I'm trying to figure out how to make the server a little better right now anyways. Above live? Really?
Can't see the lesser, still really far away.
No way. I don't think so. Listen, okay, so the thing is, it only moves it above 1. I don't think it's a huge deal.
First wave of it being used out.
I think I move the FAQ stuff over down to important though. Like Discord port FAQ and good morning FAQ. Move down.
Might have to just jump in. It's a beautiful smoke. Two is using it to just divide up this side as well, and it's making it more than difficult.
Because I don't know. I actually have no idea what it's doing in live.
PRX mind free going forwards, right clicks away. An absolute bundle.
Oh God!
Something running. A mockery.
Damn!
Straight through main. Plenty of time available to them. Beautiful, flawless with the execution of that one.
I had to pause there. Okay. One out. 3 players in hell with the smoke set up. The spike is planted for them. Very clear game plan.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. Look at that thing. It shoots different.
Sale numbers up. Get the chart out, Leo. Get the chart out.
Why is there a dinosaur? Don't know. Don't care.
It looks cool. It looks cool.
Yeah, that's a nasty round from Mindfreak. Nothing more to it, really.
Yeah, I'll give it this, Zed. You don't understand that we're all kind of like... We're all volunteers. And imagine us trying to help people getting asked the same question over and over. the same reason why I give Huja pass.
One of the things that Des was talking about, Kakuka was saying that they didn't really get much else in their prior
It's really
game.
fucking annoying. And at a certain point, I cannot prioritize the mental of Valorant discussion over my chat mods. Because without my chat mods, I'm fucked. Without me, you guys are fucked.
Contacting punish for that.
So there's a certain balance to it.
Couldn't get away. They simply couldn't get away from something with this judge.
And you know, I can't just have everything for you guys. I can't say, oh, always answer the questions in kindness and always as explicit as you can, because we would get tired out and we would die. And I don't want us to die. I want us to be able to, you know, moderate this server to a certain degree.
Game plan for both of these teams. PRX winning this pistol and the follow-up eco, you know, relatively cleanly. I mean, the economy is flourishing after this.
Important over. Fuck it. I don't care.
Nice
it's not a huge deal to me.
Just to talk about how Loud got
I'll just tell the
so
mod team
during kickoff by EG. Part of that was a cipher, which doesn't exist for PRX.
There you
Part
go.
of it was a double Odin buy,
Shrug.
which we might see later on in the half. So keep your eyes
Yeah,
open.
reading Valorant discussion is always
the other
reading.
part was
You don't
playing
understand, Zed,
before Loud could get into
because you don't have to do this all the time, and
This is a perfect
that's
round
why
to
I
go
don't
for that
fault you
more
for the opinion that you have about it.
defense.
But
that's a lot of
we're exhausted, man. You know, we talk about it with each other. We are exhausted. Except for Axley for some reason.
Looking to try to catch a reposition
But,
elsewhere
like,
on the map.
that's why I let Axley do whatever he
Loud
wants.
have just decided to
He's
slowly
allowed to be nice to everybody
this area,
because I don't know he manages to
a
have the
serious
capacity for it.
gamble, but they have called the bluff of PRX.
But everybody else, we're gonna die.
What
I kind of need. We need some control over it.
Give it to Sadak for now. Nade into the corner. Devai almost getting spammed down, losing his life. But here we are. Another post-plant situation. Loud will be getting this plant down with no.
And I'm sorry if
real
it like
pushback.
experience the experience a little bit for people, but
Probably not playing up
I can't
close,
do
though.
it.
QCK of the smoke. Only laid down. Backing away.
I think that's
Now,
how
PRX
Ethan
did
would
use a
feel
lot of
about
that
me
util
for
just in the beginning of
unbans.
that round, so I don't know
He
how much
sees
he's
it
got now
easier
for this
for
really
us
big
to
attempt.
just.
Weapon is not too ideal either, but
got
Dizzy
that
does the
spam
work.
cook
Three
people.
revealed and suppressed out there. Forsaken is just in their faces now. Still trying to double up into hell.
Against the judges.
Two judges pushing hell. Oh my god! PRX!
And still not a sticking on.
Oh, never mind.
Destroyed in the process. Man's there, ready to try and pick up the pieces
Oh
of this
god!
fight. McCarry
Oh
said
lordy!
the time, something.
Why did most people plant there?
Little bit of danger.
You can shoot it from hell. Is the biggest thing, Gen.G. You cannot shoot the Gen plant from hell or the dice plant from hell. Remember, there's a 200 character limit. If you guys type, you guys are gonna get fucking deleted. not our fault. It's just 200 characters max. It's because the hell players can play on the bomb.
A little more often. That's over towards B main. Now, Les is usually going
And it's still visible from main. And it's still visible from tree.
Actually, we're seeing
Mostly.
a fight on the exact opposite side of the map.
And the Heaven player can watch it as well. So,
Just takes it to him.
a lot of stuff.
That's because Loud, you know, they're waiting for these right timings.
I'm gonna tell the mod
They
team.
think that they're ready for it. I mean, they're holding that with a lot of players. But someone just too quick with it, man. Too quick with it. 8 rebounds close to the corner. That's Munya hoping to catch a player that might have just repositioned there.
What I love about something is he's so good with Gecko's mobility utility, the legs.
Yeah, I love the way he presses 3 on the keyboard.
And I'm gonna delete the stickers.
Pulls out the knife just to run away. Oh, he does it better than anybody.
Devai does not have a paranoia to play off here. He's got to rely on the Thrash.
Yeah, he's using the Thrash to try to set this up here. Good return on the fire there from Sadak. Gets the trade off at least. Attainment into the corner, so it slowed them down once more. But 50 seconds left into the round. No prime
Yeah,
map
spam
control
your FAQ Google stickers while I can. All you can. They're getting tossed right now.
They're losing it, and now PRX have 3
You
players
got
ready
10
to
seconds.
Deep orb. Placed by Les. Trying to use this to try and get themselves into position. That spam, the spray, a few stray bullets, TP forwards into the mix of things. But listen, Munya inside the smoke, Loud, paving the way forwards
Are
here.
they gone?
Brute Force seems to be the name of the game, but only one player will stand. Sadak, the IGL, doesn't
PRX.
stand a chance there. Collected onto the position.
All right, let's bring back the
They realize
pump
that their
sticker
is extremely good at A execute.
and one more.
So they
Now that we
try
have
to
2
dominate
spots,
A main at the
what is
start
an
of these
old
rounds
sticker that
with
we
4 or
want?
5 players. And even if you know that
Is
they're
the
going
question.
A, their comp is very, very difficult to stop once they send a big exec into you. But before they can even start to take a main control, something's already run out and got a pick at the very beginning of the round. On their duelist player who has an ult to try to entry.
Maybe the reason he has capacity is because of Twitch mod. I mean, I have a capacity for kindness too. It's just I don't have time. I think Axel is very similar to me. It's just he's still in school, so he has more time than me. I was gonna mention it as Ethan was a little surprised at how much capacity I had for unbanning people. In the unbanned servers, people often honestly don't deserve the appeal, but I like to see the good in people, so I'll often give people second chances, despite the majority of the mod team saying it would just be easier and simpler for everybody if you just take only the really explicit obvious ones, obvious appeals, and then leave the rest, man.
I think PRX has got a nice read.
It makes more sense to me that people deserve
It's also great to see something.
Second chances.
Hitting shots, feeling aggressive, going for play.
People change. And people are
outside of one awesome game against Karmine Corp, he hasn't quite been at the top level that I expect from him.
He's a very confidence-driven player, I think, as well. I mean, if you take a gander at any of the PRX logs as well, you see it. You know, he wears his heart on his sleeve, actually. He has to be picked up on a frequent basis. You know, confidence around him.
Yeah, it's just the problem is it would be easy to give second chances. The problem is you don't realize I have to read a lot. A lot. I have to watch a lot of VODs for in-house appeals. I have to watch a lot or read a lot for unban requests because it's a lot of content.
As well. Bit of Odin spam and spray through. Jumping spot. You do not survive that apparently. It's a nice attempt and a nice clear rush. But still, as they're trying to swarm the positions, they're getting absolutely pounded with artillery.
Less on 1 is scary. God damn it! Less on 1. Got 1 HP less. How did you kill them?
Doesn't have the spike though. That was dropped down a little bit earlier.
Look how bold Forsaken is. He just jumped up on the same spot with a classic in hand. 2Es.
He's gonna get angled.
He's seen it. Just ulted up there and he just sees him crouched.
That's unreal.
Knee or an elbow. I'm not too sure.
Unacceptable.
Out here.
Dude, PRX are about to win.
Thinking, how on earth have my team lost this? What's going on?
I'm about to lose. I mean, they're about to get tossed.
Of course, being a difference maker. Now they don't know where Monya is.
They have no idea. And PRX are the kind of team to rotate a little on defense.
But it's also less about not being dicks, because I made sure the people that I recruited to the team are more than capable of empathy, but we all have like a limit to our compassion when we get abused.
Seal the deal. Here it is. Got a lot to clear here, but maybe gifted yet. Bit of that information. Pulls out the rifle, expecting the re-swing. Both the players are towards the back of the site now. A smoke. Drop down, classic out. Thinks twice against it, thinks second against it. Boombot forwards. That's going to have to be broken. Nade, rebounds, out wide, and now he's just firing. Here's the rocket. Talked about it earlier. Pre-fires in the corner, but he gets
doesn't know where he is.
He's left wondering. Which way is 2Es? How did he reposition? Time ticking, ticking, shortly getting
He thinks
away
he's
from him.
boxes?
He thinks he's behind the boxes. A miscom perhaps away from it. 2Es wins it out in a MasterCard Thrifty.
Oh.
What a wild way to end that round.
I mean, really that is a spot people can play. Don't be confused. Just because we have full vision doesn't mean he's confused. Right? Like, that's a legitimate spot he could have played. Alright, yeah, I want to see the POV here. This kill right here.
This one.
Oh.
Into that spot.
Damn.
Truly unheard of.
He didn't slam his desk, but that emotion he has right there feels almost worse. He's just tired, man. Alex is just tired.
Either inspired by Marcus Aurelius or Sigma males. Yeah. Very similar, actually. Very similar.
If I refresh the overlay right now, I think the emotes come up. Let me try. You guys are going to disappear and chat's going to be gone for a bit. But also the...
Their economy is now flourishing, right? They're going to be in a position
the Gamba.
where they've got a good economic bank to work
No? Okay, I won't do it. I'll do it after. I'll do it after the map. Not a huge deal. I'll do it after the map. After the map. After the map.
Looks so scary.
I'm not silencing you. It was just refreshing the overlay. You still here.
When it's starting to come alive.
I'm not just getting rid of you. I was just refreshing it.
That's how pivotal that last round was for PRX.
People are weird.
The weaker buy, Forsaken. How much is he really going to be able to do here with a runner back facing him? QCK going to be making sure to clear all the available.
Oh shit, how could I have missed this 8 minutes ago? Meow, meow, boo, kitten. Thanks for the tier 3.
Second go of things.
I don't know
Forsaken doing quite well in that position.
that you named yourself that, so I had to say it, but it's a good name, I guess.
4 versus 4, but he has more time for the fast rotate.
And everybody on Loud playing on-site post plants. You know, even if Loud are able to get this, PRX can make it extremely expensive just by holding B main and the defense spawn.
I'm 30 seconds to refresh your page, man. Refresh your page.
Smoke propped up. Free-firing up to the sky.
1985, the sequel to 1984. Crazy.
Now defaulting over towards the fold line, using that util to try and delay. But you are right, this could get pricey very, very quickly. Dizzy, broken. You're in there with the protocols, and now it is Loud to realize they have to really just barrel their way through this one. They are being penned in here with the guns, should be favored. Almost nice with the movement there from Divide, but shut down there. 2 players surviving.
Chad the Gamba is the new sticker.
Even scoreline.
Is it a new sticker?
And Loud keep enough players alive that they do still have that cushion to work with. To his control Sadak, and they've got a good buy going with some spare cash to float around. It's Loud's ults that now become an issue for PRX. The more you let them get set up to go for example, the Rolling Thunder, the more difficult it's going to be. I'm looking at the minimap, and PRX
why isn't it sorting by new? Not by date posted.
Puts the pressure on Mindfreak, doesn't it?
Yeah, because as soon as Sadak calls that, they're going to be running into the pit, I would imagine.
Drop down, knife, spam into the corner. Mindfreak already dropped down to 50. Never mind, he's dead.
He's gone.
Finished. Dealt with.
And now, to be honest, Loud have no reason to immediately go into a B site hit. Right? They know that PRX are very fast on defensive rotations.
Team doesn't have Twitch no YouTube stream.
Loud can just pump the brakes here and allow PRX to spread out a little bit around the map.
My bad, my bad. I'm sorry. Once he comes back from Madrid and like I need to do another watch party, we might figure out how for me to stream on
flying into the smoke here, ready with the spam. Damage being done. Sadak barely alive, but does return the fire. Forsaken still
what a
tucked
spot
into the side. Yeah, but not going to be clear potentially, but faced by too many targets in opposition. This time storming into the site. It's going to be gained for them with that territory. Loud now reload.
Fuck.
The Odin, 2 players left alive here. Munyet though has got us back to all the available players.
There's a co-stream option on stream. No. Look, once he's back from Madrid, we can figure it out. It's too late. We'll definitely figure it out. But what I'm saying is it's too late to figure it out.
How the comp operates, how it works.
And you can see the PRX are trying to disrupt it. If that had been allowed, taking a main control at the start of the round instead of B main control, then they would have had an enormous clash in Gelato. Yeah. And who knows who would have come out on top. But PRX kind of gambled incorrectly. They were going for the hard read.
Mango habanero.
Tend to favor the A site with the way that they call their attack sides. And just happened to be the wrong one. They were hoping that Mindfreak could hold stuff down on the B side of the map. And Les has got the read just inside his head. I think both of these teams struggled a little bit.
This animation file is too large.
But what we saw from Loud on defense was that they actually found those rounds to be able to catch PRX.
I like this overlaid player cam and coach cam.
I've seen that when the sides are flipped. PRX are going for a lot of early round aggression instead of mid-round aggression, and I think that timing difference...
Optics, Jack. Don't worry about it. The playlist is still qualifying for the 90 thing. It's just renamed. No one cares. It's fine.
It is.
Who denied win? No.
Over on Lotus.
I fucking hate that. I am mod abusing and saying I don't want that as a sticker.
Honestly, there's worse things to play.
The fuck is a hooge? What do you mean, what is a hooge?
I've seen it firsthand.
That's not a question, right?
Okay. He said it, not me. I can hear cackling from the desk, man.
All right.
Elimination game.
PRX are in a tough position here, though. They really are. It's about to spiral out.
Different countries that fry like chicken different ways. I mean, there are different countries that fry their bread in different ways. That's all called sweet, like fried bread, right? Every country has their own donut, right? If we call a donut a generic thing, even though it's not, we just call it fried sweet dough, right? A churro is a different country's donut.
So punished for that.
2 players waiting for him to just make that kind of mistake with the paranoia flash over the top. There was a bit of a team
like it's just a thing. That's a hooge slash J, you fucker.
Market. Something dropped dead. difficult spot the PRX are being put into here is that the
Hey,
fact that Loud are just getting into
300?
these sites. Obviously,
100
it gets a half by
pixels.
PRX, but they're not having to use ultimates
Size.
doing it. They can save them now for when PRX have a bit of a buy round, the money's back into
It's still too big. Is there a giraffe sticker? No. I'm sure there's a giraffe emote.
PRX here. Again, the silver lining would be to apply enough pressure that the ults do get invested. It just doesn't seem likely, though.
No, it doesn't, does it?
And PRX's game plan has broadly been... Hello, we'll just see.
Ooh.
No, there's no danger here. PRX's game plan has
And
broadly
we have
been
pen flashes
to try
now
to
to win.
stack one of the sites and just kind of hope that Loud are going there. And the problem with that
The
is,
PRX was
if you gamble incorrectly,
backlog
Loud
of
have
stickers
just
on
got into a
Ascent.
post-plan situation.
They usually just can get converted to
PRX are not
emotes.
playing the other side for full retake.
Too chill.
They're playing it to still
CeeLo?
anchor with like one player. For example, when Mind Freak was inside
I see the tier 1.
Or here, where
They're usually
Forsaken
just
is trying to challenge
emotes,
B-Main alone
not
for a cheeky
stickers.
kill.
Because we don't have the room for it.
But if you're gonna stack one side of the map super heavy, you're kind of forced to play full retake on the other. And just rely on your double initiator comp. At least something's enjoying himself out there. This is the round where PRX absolutely must get back in control if they have any chance of winning Ascent.
No, this slot Gambit thing is too big. Stickers have a very small size limit, and it won't work.
Paranoia, blind, nade, rebounds, and we'll clear out a few of these players to his timely
Why
there with
PRX are
TP.
happy? Because PRX are a fun team.
But Loud are going for a lot of re-clears, right? We haven't seen them go for big rotates around the map. PRX are realizing that. The re-hits coming through.
Here it is, rolling thunder. That will be a large
Divide dodged
connection.
it.
I did dodge it, but there's a one-way
Ooh,
smoke into
Meunier
his
got
face. At least he
the
deal with that, run it
ult
back.
down.
Divide. Does he seek to try and disrespect this timing?
Wait.
Out and through, yes. The PRX players still holding their ground and basically rooted.
Is that
in
one way
place.
for...
Unless it's
Wait,
now going to
who's
offload the
Hyper
pit to
Orb
try and
is
get them
that?
through. This is a call.
This is an
Am I only
amazing
producing for
ult
Underpeel
if you're
Champions Grand
planning to
Final or
rotate
also
and
for
maybe
Master?
split
I
or
don't
go
know what
over
the
to
hell.
B. It's not like
What
right
the
now
hell is
it's
this
like it
ult?
keeps a lot of players on site.
Using a Nightfall. 2 tags. Here and out. Prowler sent straight through tree.
The dog was too early.
40 seconds. Loud are happy to wait this one out, but
we want
the direction they're going to take it towards.
we want Pen Flash to produce a majority of it because we want him to get the paycheck from it.
He's had to watch and peel himself away. Top of mid. Eyes onto it, Meunier. Paranoia settling in. Divide. Inside the smoke wants to rule that position and take
I can
aims away
produce.
from them. What? Up. He's right
Ooh,
behind
what the
them.
fuck,
What is
Divide?
that?
I like
Fair
it.
play.
I like
Still,
it though.
Heads are falling and so are the bodies. Toppling down. Time working against them now over the top and running around. Oh my god.
I like that divide. No. You guys are crazy. I like that divide.
PRX could have secured in that moment. They got the read that it was over towards A. They're starting to figure
Anyways,
out how Sadak's
I can
calling the
produce
attack
more. If he
Remember
wants me
earlier on in
to, I
this game,
can.
PRX were throwing huge
But
utility into A main,
we're
and then
ideally
rotating
trying to
away,
make it so
expecting Loud
I'm
to
not
pivot.
doing
Do not want
every
to hit a
stream
heavy site.
and him
Sadak's
because
been
we
going
would
for
have to
re-clears
split
and
the
re-hits so
profits.
often. PRX had stacked so heavily on that area. Now, if that has got to be.
Wait, why is he not happy? They won.
He
Alex,
had that one moment
smile
of,
a little
despair and
bit.
Didn't follow up on it.
Whatever.
He's actually ready to
But if I was producing for every stream and then he was producing doing casting and observing, or like we're doing a lot of stuff, it's a lot of split profits that we're not trying to do. We want to give him a majority of proceeds.
Now it is Omen. He can
No?
reposition here, but sets him up onto the
So
line nevertheless. But now he's
I probably would come in for the significant
previous round, but Loud did end up
streams. I don't know what streams there are.
Wall up in his face, contact plays, and he's out of there. Backing
Ooh,
away, covering fire from
risky.
Forsaken. Making sure the evacuation goes off without a hitch. Walking straight into the line of sight. And something is sniping them away.
Damn,
Precision across the board for
something is
PRX.
crazy.
Wiping out the opposition.
Awesome round. This has really turned the tables.
Rolling it.
It's only Calancine left alive. They know where he is. Trapped in a corner. He's going to have to duel 4 players to be able to get out of here.
He's getting cooked, man. He's got the stun. He's got the everything.
The adjustments.
I was turning around. They're both turning around. They're both doing really good.
PRX don't try to contest super early.
I don't know what events there are because I'm not really following it.
Into B main, which is a nice
Lynn?
timing to go for that.
So
and they just catch this timing. Something
if
is always
Masters
a couple
and
of seconds
Champions are
ahead of
both
the
like
play.
significant events,
If
then
it was
I
a
will
second
come and
slower
do
pick
them.
and market, he might have
But
died
if
to
it's like the
Game. If it was a
day,
second
all
slower
the
pick in
day-to-day
Main,
stuff or like the
probably dies to
week-to-week
2Es.
stuff is
It's
gonna
all
be
about
him
those
only.
tiny,
To
fine
answer your
margins.
question.
No hesitation.
Cloud scratching their heads a little bit here, wondering how they can get that advantage. Now Les takes a load of damage off the rip, 61 health dropped down.
Yeah, it's actually one of the first times we've seen Les try to solo take this area, and he's immediately dropped.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a counterplay, I think, as well. Les usually throwing the orb from that
So
angle.
I actually don't know what Masters is. You're gonna have to explain that to me somewhere else, but I don't know what the fuck Masters is.
And now it's actually caused Loud to pivot away. They do not want any of that smoke.
Crack of an angle. Devi turns away just at the right time. Flash in his face, backs away now holding the paranoia. Now there is no contact for this kind of play, so he's going to be backing away to the site and gives up control of Tree.
With all of this noise, something's getting on a more aggressive line, so if they try to go back into a B-split, it's going to be difficult.
He doesn't even kill anyone!
No, this is overzealous, potentially. Perhaps, maybe over-aggressive, but they're not expecting it still. They've sucked up that space right back away from them. Sadak, the sole survivor of a position into Tree, lays down the nade, but there's no follow-up. Flash now to repeat.
Literally just the name? I don't know.
Try and cook up on the fly, but
oh my god, PRX coming back!
It's so
you love to try Unreal League updates? I fucking read that shit. I just need Pen Flash or somebody to tell me that I need to be coming in for
Loud
production.
Dragged 2 of the maps against Sentinels into overtime.
There's a lot. Underpeel Masters from these because a lot of Master events to be held. Longer turn it.
The economy is not good.
Off madness.
Their game plans through mid have been countered. But they were winning when they dominated one side of the map and went for the exec.
And kick off. I probably would produce for
Les is trying to play it himself with the Odin and disrespecting him.
Playoff Masters. You know what I'm saying?
It's like they just run back the highlights of the previous rounds.
That's just insanity.
Like I would produce for like the end part of the Masters, but for the like most for most of the Masters, I probably wouldn't be there. But like at the end,
Little to no chance for Loud
probably
now.
come in
This map
to help
one.
Up production league.
Be sealed up nice and pretty with a bow on top of it.
Or I might do all of Masters. I'll ask Pen Flash, but I don't know what the timing looks like. You know, a little difficult for me to know.
Flying. Quite connect. Kawazine seeking to try
Weekly
and
Underbowl tournaments.
Time has to reload too on top of this, and already something is there.
Don't know. It depends. Depends.
Bates had the op shot at least, but right into the judge. Now Forsaken trapped in the corner, but it matters not.
Let me get the payout ready.
Would have to be the player to use his career
left.
To stand even a
PRX
chance in
win.
hell. And for PaperX, a leisurely walk is what it feels like.
Because if he wins a 1v5, I deserve to get screwed on this early payout.
They are just setting sail into the sunset, happy as anything. Map one entirely wrapped up.
No way, right? Up to
a beautiful late resurgence from PaperX there, figuring out how to deal with Loud's attack side at the perfect moment. And Loud, I think, straying away from
the only time. Yeah, that's the thing. Once I get more data on when Masters are run, because it kind of depends on how I have my schedule.
So often with
but I'm more than happy to produce for him.
I mean, primarily the Odin and the op.
Absolute insanity, and guess what? We've got plenty more action left.
Because I still have to run down a lot of production for him anyways.
That is going to be a fantastic one. 2 teams that are potentially even.
And then it'll depend on what we can and can't do. I'll try to make it super easy for him. You know, if I can make the production super easy for him, he should be okay to run it by himself. But I also need to figure out why the TTS doesn't work.
Would you mind taking a picture of us?
Verizon?
No problem.
Thanks. Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits
I'm
of
never
me
calling
as
it
your
Pano.
heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
wings. Oh shit! Hold on, no. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. People down loud on Sunset. I mean, the thing is PRX. So here's the thing. It's PRX pick, but y'all are crazy. Ascent was Loud's pick. So, I don't know. It varies per player. What is the payout? What do you mean? Yeah, you multiply the bet you put in. That's what gambling is. Yeah, map pick doesn't really mean much. It still means something, don't get me wrong. But usually map picks don't even matter. And it didn't matter in the Gen.G matchup. Which is crazy. Close game? Yeah, maybe. Depends. Yeah, Sentinels are pretty dominant. What? How's the view? Look at that VIP seating. There's nobody there. The fuck? There's nobody. Hooch could have invited like 40 people. Damn.
Hey guys, Mika here, and I'm with Alex of PRX. That was a really, really close map. I want to know what was the most difficult part about the prep for this match, especially since it's such a high pressure match and you're up against a team that you really only get to play against in events like these.
Yeah, I think Loud is one of the most intelligent and most consistent teams on the circuit, right? So they don't, we don't even know what they're gonna pick on the map veto. They can play almost all 7 maps, probably can. We just have to focus on ourselves this game. I think we haven't had the best run, so we really just want to get this, get ourselves like quite more aligned, if anything.
Okay, keeping it humble, but that had us on the edge of our seats. So let's jump into the game for more.
PRX proving that you cannot judge a book by its cover. You think when they're out of this one, when they don't have it anymore, they find the magic yet again, and they're up 1-0, Mimi, in this elimination game against a Loud team that I don't think a lot of people were giving PRX the time of day against.
The thing is, even if you judge them by their contents, the context, it's changed a lot throughout this tournament. I think this team came in not looking in their best form, but they just displayed an incredible map against Loud here. Their executes were looking clean on the attacking side.
Yeah.
Something's up was dominating on the defense. It was clear that with time, this team is really starting to figure themselves out.
Yeah, exactly. And on the side of Loud, even though they have a lot of experience with this composition, we still see some mistakes, like dry picking when you have a composition that has Phoenix, KO, and Breach. Cowan from the defense not finding a moment to even use his ultimate until like the penultimate round, and holding them and actually not using the composition to the full of its ability.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people watching this team regionally was kind of bringing up up, and some of the combos looked undercooked. I was one of those people, but at this point, it's so well put together, right? The timings they're playing with, using the Fade ult to deny noise, send that heavy presence towards A main, as Monyet just picks the perfect timing. The coordination for the squad is looking
No, it's
on
more that he got threats, so he's not going to wear the banana because people might do things that we don't want.
Point in their attack, it looks a bit of overcooked. You see that the map looks very different when you don't have a Sentinel in both of the ways. And I also think it has to do a lot with the Viper play, right? Because we saw a lot of very different walls coming from both of the teams. I don't know if we will have the time to actually like dwell on what each one of them do. But I think that overall, this
You won, yeah, Sunset. I'm into Sunset.
One. I mean, you know what's one thing I really enjoy about PRX is that you think that they, like, when they go for these like wild plays, they look like they're geniuses. But when things don't go their way, you're questioning, you know, what they're cooking up here. One example of that, something. I mean, the guy was just lights out that whole map because he was just taking risks. He was getting in front of them, and he was creating opportunities and creating space for his team with that op.
I've been a big hater of the Gecko op in the past, but I think the way that they played it, in particular on this defensive side, was really good. Loud as a comp that relies on
it's more like if you wore the banana suit, people would be much. It would be much easier to find them.
Finding timings around flashes, taking that split-second moment and getting a kill on an extremity. That was utterly shutting down Loud's
That's why he's not wearing
in the
the
first
suit.
part of their attacking side.
But if we're talking about the random viewer, it's just said to meet him there, you know, like meet me here, right? It's pretty easy to just say meet me at the gate X, and then you know I'll be here.
From a Gecko. And by the way, you know, now that we're going into Sunset, this is not the composition that is played without a duelist. Okay, this is his Gecko when there is a duelist also in the composition. Definitely, this is one of the other things that throws everybody so off of a PRX. It's not that their duelist is going to be in your face, which he is going to be probably on your back because of that movement. It's also that you have to deal with something on the operator.
I also really want to credit Coach Alex and whoever the IGL du jour was for this team today, because they really varied up. Thank you. It's a very small word, actually.
I'm not a smart guy.
Actually. But they really varied up how they were going for that aggression. Early on, they were going for those extremity fights I was talking about. Then Loud figured it out. They varied it up and went for mid-round aggression instead. And then towards the end, very last round of the game, they go back to the extremity fight, win it. It was a beautiful map from PRX. Another heartbreaking, close map loss for Loud, which now brings us to Sunset.
Exactly. We need to talk about Sunset, about obviously what happened yesterday. A Loud that was running out of time in a lot of instances, that was losing the plot, and how this PRX is going to be different, right? We're talking about a PRX that most likely will be playing with the Sage. Again, with no duelist on this map against a Phoenix. Definitely, I'm looking at the Gecko play. I'm looking at that kind of surprise that I think was off for Loud yesterday.
Well, I think also, too, when you pair in with the fact that...
He's on GitHub. Yeah, his face is on GitHub, but it's also like when he was in college.
Both teams, you know,
and people look really different from like 10 years ago.
Right, in this
I think it's 10 years ago? I don't know. Like a long time ago.
They've thrown some unique ideas. They've beaten the likes of Heretics and EDG. They beat GEN.G in the Pacific Kickoff. This is doable for PRX at a 2-0.
Yeah, I really like the way, especially these two teams' comps are going to compare. Loud is playing the Phoenix Breach again. It's a similar win condition of playing for really heavy extremity control on their defense, getting QCK posted on those lines and farming him orbs. PRX did a good job of shutting that down in map number 1, but I think it's a lot harder to deal with this Breach when Loud will be on defense on Sunset.
And especially, we go back to something that we already saw on Ascent. No Sentinel for this team. So of course, we see the Sage, but it is not the same. A Sunset with no Cypher, but both Vipers on both the sides. I'm looking at the Vi and how he's going to be using those walls, not only for him, for Monyet, and how Loud is going to read onto those.
No matter who's on the team around him, Sodox Loud has an expectation of making it deep in these international runs. They lost to PRX at Champions. They have a chance to make up for it here if they can push us to a third map.
This could very well be a fitting battleground here for the final battle between Loud and PRX. If PRX end it here, they will sunset the run of Loud, or Loud can force a map 3. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow for the call.
Who on map 1? PRX.
Right.
PRX won map 1.
On the chopping block in this elimination game, our first one of the playoffs. And PRX coming out with some surprising form, surprising improvements, you know, against all regular expectations, I will say. And now we set our sights onto Sunset, the second map here of this series. Should be relatively even. Both of these teams, they like to play this map. They're quite good at it in their own way and form.
Oh, shit.
I love the way the PRX approach this. We're going to see immediately take some mid-control. The clashing tiles.
Yeah, they're just trying to fight them. They're watching for it.
Tui's. I think he got a collab there with the Ghost onto Divine and Monyet.
A ridiculous beginning here. That they can expect Mindfreak, who's worked his way in. He's thinking twice about it now. Backs himself into market. What a beginning. I mean, the smoke deep down, not expecting that Tiles aggression there. That just comes down to a game of chance.
Yeah. PRX are so happy to opt into the variance that is ever present in this game. And I hope that it works out in their favor. The smoke there to try to block off certain sight lines coming from bottom mid. But as you say, they just had no idea that Loud were going to run a pistol, which also involved them charging towards mid through Tiles.
They want to take the fight straight to him, try and earn a few more of these ults, less onto the corner.
It's a good idea for QCK to try to push through that, see if he can find the kill. Yeah. It's going to be his ult that they try to build up early, but that's not exactly the way the cookie crumbled to open things up. It's actually very close. Two
really
kills and a
good
death,
beginning.
plus the ult.
Yeah, we'll see how that opened up. I mean, yeah, they're just using that deep smoke to hide from a potential deep dart that gets used. Loud just above the sign of market.
Yeah. It's a specific Counter-Strike pistol, and Loud just happened to utterly destroy it.
Right here.
And now, PRX stacking towards the A site.
Standing ahead.
Smoking mid in the exact same fashion, hoping that somebody sees it. Just a call, like there could be that presence into mid.
Les completely alone here. Is going to get overwhelmed. And now PRX are going to understand that this was fake pressure early on over towards A. So Zalek's got to accelerate. They've got to get into the B site. But you've always got to be worried with PRX. Is there still one player hanging around this area? It's going to slow them down slightly.
That's why they're clearing it. Due diligence. Showcase, drone through as well, making sure they're into the back of the site.
Flash.
Players though, deep flash. As long with that, I mean, a Dizzy, a Wingman, everybody collided and collected into that deep corner here, but it just don't have the weaponry to really nail them. The paranoia was fantastic, and maybe more so. One player to stand. It's 2 years on 1 HP. Smoking onto the spike, it's turned just like that.
Huh.
Wall up,
All right, PRX.
blocking it, has to be broken here, but a reload for 2 years now, and he's so loaded, it just feels like he can't get the spam bullets on, spraying through, just needs one to really hit and connect. It's not happening.
Damn.
It's a MasterCard Thrifty.
MasterCard Thrifty. Hurry! Get the rifle! No!
He can't recover the rifle. But what a round for PRX.
It's all right.
That is immediately in round 2 showing you some of the power that PRX have on defense. And it comes down to the fact that their comp is so good for flood defending into B. That flood defending back B is one of the most successful ways you can possibly play this map. And when you have flash dizzy combos to get into backside, and then sage walls to block stuff off, and smokes additionally too, Loud are going to find it difficult in post-plant situations.
Nice, 4 spotted here. Wonderful indicator. What danger is there in this round? Maybe if 2 years are able to just flip the back ahead of Devi. Doesn't. He's in mid though.
2E's is fast to get into position to make the play. But 2 players doubled up, Devi and something looking to re-clear.
Yeah, good level of awareness.
And Forsaken also with pretty decent awareness on the other side, even though that one-way missed.
Yeah, into this corner, he's really stuck here. There's no repositioning, they've overwhelmed them.
There's no way.
Superior weaponry. Needs to be that refight, the re-peek as well, a little bit. Strangling the beast that is their rifles. Aftershock can't be walking too far into this one. Dodging of the flash. Dizzy up into the air. Beside, he's taking a fight straight to them. And now, frustration really showing. Dodging the timing. No, the dart just revealed towards the back, and it's back-to-back Thrifties, man.
MasterCard are getting their money's worth today. I mean, we're coming off the back of the SEN GEN.G game where we just had Thrifties over and over and over too. I'm confused though. In what way was Forsaken stuck in the corner? Monyet's above him. He can walk backwards whilst keeping his crosshair focused towards A-Link. They could have set up a double face.
Yeah, they could have.
He's just kind of shoved himself in a corner looking to try to take the fight. I assumed he was just going to continue backing up. Very odd. Opened up the door though for Loud. Opportunism. Finding them the second round there and getting things back on track. There's that same smoke to try to deny.
Oh my goodness, you're joking. You're joking.
And it gets Cowanzine down.
Not again, that's a spike dropped. And they've gained control and ground and another kill. You cannot be doing this to me now. I'm telling you, the MasterCard representatives will be very happy, but it's not exactly the most picture-perfect Valorant that we've ever seen here. Wingman alerting the presence, at least to know now that a few Loud players are here. Spike's still dropped down, but it's coordinated off, and they've obtained those rifles, and they're using them to great success. Now, having to really just brute force their way through. They've gathered the Spike up, but listen, they're just spamming it through. One left to stand, Sadak. You can't overcome it.
Bruh.
It's a back through these.
I know how everyone just complained about the noise, right?
This is so
Is it your fault? You keep complaining about the noise? Stop complaining. Stop complaining about the noise, and we might stop getting the noises.
The aggression coming out, very similar to the pistol round. And Loud, think of things from their perspective just for a moment here.
They go to
in an
Lotus,
elimination
Jack.
game. The pressure is on them. They're playing against a difficult opponent. They've only matched up against once, and they lost that time. Expectations.
I mean, if they get thrifted again, they beat the streak, right? Because that streak was
You get the pistol win, you throw it away, you win it back, and it disappears out of your hands again.
Relation to disappointment, back again here for Loud.
A true roller coaster of emotions. Now, Kawanzin's trying to get Tiles to use this fault line that goes sideways and covers both sides, and they use it to pick off something. So once again, Bren, the team with worse utilities winning it out.
Okay.
Oh.
I say worse utility, I scrambled my words. I meant worse weaponry. The utility was fantastic. But that's Kawanzin trying to get that deep Tiles position, and this time no one from PRX punishes him for it. It's just a game of playing over various different areas of map control and a little bit of gambling of where PRX want to fight.
QCK will lead the charge here, making sure all the areas are cleared. Into the side, Kawanzin dart into a risky position. An attempt of a timing by Mindfreak is immediately punished. 2 left to stand, 2 left to fight. PRX. What have they got in them? Yeah, really wide face there, and he's going to get beamed down straight through the wall. Devi does have the money to make a go of this, but does he really still opt into it?
The thing is, their economy's still in a good spot because we've just been sent through the tombola machine. You never know what's coming out the other side, and we're all getting shaken up and down.
Backside position, though. Quickly, Devi is going to be swarmed from this position. Molly at the feet, dropping down, and a nailed shot, man. I mean, so much precision.
I'm not saying it again.
I'm not saying it again.
I'm not doing it.
Great.
I'll do it. I'll activate the sponsors. I'll make
It's a dumb sound. I love MasterCard.
Loud
They
now
use a
in
better
position,
sound, but
where they're starting to get huge ultimates on.
fucking with me, huh?
Their composition has ults that you need like 7, 8 points to be able to get online. You're not supposed to really have access to these big ultimates as soon as the economy starts going for your opponent. But PRX are 1 away from being broken here. Not that that means anything in this map. And now Loud are pretty close to some big ults. Now I'm looking at Kawanzin's positioning. And he sends an early fault line up towards A and is trying to take space off the back of this recon. But look, he is quite exposed in mid here. And he's trying to take this Tiles position. The second fault line perhaps for a later reclear
chill.
A.
We love MasterCard.
If indeed you had somebody like
the fuck
looking to fight there or something with his operator.
Quite slow and steady,
MasterCard gives me a lot of bonuses. Honestly, though, if you could use your MasterCard, you probably should. They usually give you like most of the bonuses compared to most card companies.
And if you break it, you give away that there was serious pressure behind that.
They're pinging up onto the top of it. I mean, Devi loves to play on top of this here. Great flash. Taken, rattles off a few bullets.
Yeah, we need you to test something, reply to this message when we know what.
The opposite direction there with 2
Can a
attacks.
teammate
To try and
block
make
a
a go of this
flash
one here.
with
Pop
their
flash plays
body?
on Fury at his back to set it
Another
up.
teammate.
And then we're in anti-flash position. Okay, so Loud.
Why did you say no, Lid? What the fuck?
Salves now into this site. Will they choose to use any more ultimates?
Timing out for answers, no proof.
Spray once more by
Yeah, that's
Devi.
fair.
It's that Phantom at play, at work. It's a bit of chip damage, but nothing really more to show for it. And here it is.
4 players blinded.
Tim out. No Tim's here.
Rolling thunder now has to be committed. Thrash slow to a crawl. Les is a monster in this spot.
No.
This particular position.
No
and any
Tims.
attempt here, they just want to barrel over the smoke position. Something. No chance here on the retake. Not with the operator now, so he has to just run tail between his legs.
PRX's
teammate block a flash with their body for another teammate.
retakes. You saw the amount of utility.
That should be pretty easy to test with like KO or Sky, either or. But we would need a lot of people to do
the
it.
fact that Kawanzin had managed to save his ultimate They were thinking
We
about
need
investing it.
a flash.
See Cowan positioned in a spot where he was thinking of ulting sight
And
towards
2
A.
people on the other
But
side.
they took the gamble, saved it for the post.
Although, you can just flash behind you, right?
Now Cowan
No, it's teammate with a teammate. So ally doesn't count. Because, no. Sky does this already, right? Sky thing is like when you throw your flash and pop it immediately, and you run in front of it. Like it pops behind you technically.
Trying to take the aggressive option, not caught by
But it still flashes the enemy, right?
It's perfect.
So it doesn't work for your body, but does it work for ally body?
The trouble is, how do you get a grip in terms of what is replicatable? Because
But does that make a difference?
have been,
I don't know.
You know, seemingly down to just hitting a few stray shots, going for the mid-aggression.
Well, you can clearly see that they have an anti-strat prep with regards to Moniak's smoke to try to deny info for Sadak's recon, right? So maybe you try to lean into that a little more and put pressure onto Tiles. That was clearly their game plan coming in, and just because you lost the pistol round doesn't mean that you're always going to lose a fight happening there. But I think the other part of it too is that they just allowed, because of the craziness of how this map began, allowed to start getting some big ults online.
Yeah, we need people to test it. I don't want to test it. I don't want to do anything. I'm bored. I mean, not bored. I don't want to. I want to stay sitting and chilling.
Look like it.
And it is.
You all
so
can go in and
important
test it.
moments like this to
KO or Sky would probably be your best bet. I think Skybird is too big.
right ideas,
KO probably might be a better bet
just not
because the
working,
flash is like
I
small.
still want to stick to them.
So
Like
you
I was
need
talking
an
about
enemy
earlier, PRX
flasher
doing a
and then
lot of
2
variants.
allies on the other side, right? So
When you have 2 teams like this,
you
that
got to
are
make
so
sure your flash
down to
lands in
just
front of the
opt
first
into
person
fighting
while the
against
second
each other.
person is looking at the ally.
It is going to vary. Form is going to play an enormous
Really,
factor.
not
Like
that
just a
bad.
coin flip at times here. We could buy 4 PRX. We'll see if it makes a difference. Freak is sole recipient of the rifle. He's going to be holding down.
KO
the
Phoenix
angle
is
just by
easiest.
himself here.
You're right, actually. Phoenix makes sense too.
Giving up.
The wall on A that left a gap.
Down, so they know that there's players
Sometimes the
lurking around,
gaps
slow
are like on,
default play, which,
on
you know,
purpose.
Isn't anything out of the ordinary for Loud.
No, and you can see
If you're
that
talking
Loud
about the
starting
Harbor
rounds
Icebox
really
wall.
massively. They're making sure to not go
So
for any deep plays
annoying.
over
That
towards
that
mid.
that wall was annoying.
Barely going into B main until
What?
just now. Spot the shoulder of Mind Freak, and he hops away. Did they even really get confirmation there that he has a rifle? I'm not sure.
Man free position. Always trying to tuck himself up onto the box here. Are they even going to be aware of it through slow orb at their feet? Kawazine, a few random bullets. He might think it's cleared. It's not. Patience played to perfection here by Mind Freak. Might be looking for a few more still. He's dropped down to 2 of them. Divide has gun of his own now, ready for the spray through, ready for the spray down revealed. Tucks to the corner, sidearm out and wide, but less will put him down and put him to rest here, dodging to the flash, but he's got a lot to overcome now. Positioning flipped around, weaponry handed over.
Thrifty.
Honed and ready, showcased by PRX. Now listen, the spike is on Less's side, but he's going to have no opportunity to really get a free plan off here. Molly, down, running through it, Moniette, and there it is. Round 1, they know it, tucked to the corner, something. Recognizing the win conditions, guess what? Another Massacre Thrifty.
Yeah, and also an ace. Just to cap off how absolutely crazy this game has been.
PRX, what are you doing?
We have another Thrifty round, powered by Mindfree being able to get a Q play in this corner and Kamanzine not really able to clear it. Devi following up with the rifle. And Les does what he
I was
can,
like,
but it's just,
I guess.
it's not enough.
Whatever, man.
Taking the risk, playing for that variance, and it pays off for Mindfree. Now Loud, change up the pace.
Oh my goodness, it's PRX taking a fight straight to them. Yeah, Loud opted into that pace increase. They wanted
What
to
the hell is this one way?
them being punished, one-way smoke as well. This is just sharpness on display.
That's wild. That caught me completely off guard. I mean, Loud have been playing such slow defaults to start these rounds off, focused on A main control, but not that fast. Forsaken almost caught a timing. Surely will.
With the gun, yeah, sticking wide and out. Tap, tap, tap with the AD. Yes, 2 years survives the duel and encounter. Has the spike in his hands, but he'd have to do a lot more than that to make this winnable, especially when he's on 8 HP.
And I'm not exactly sure what the read was there for Sadok in this round, but PaperX have been fighting with 2 or 3 players every single time over towards A main. I think you've got to start trying to take space in the early round somewhere else on the map. You can go back and late re-clear with the fault line or the drone, but I think trying to just run in and take that fight straight up is gonna be so difficult. There are so many tools, though, that PaperX have at their disposal with this no duelist composition. If you ignore A main completely, sometimes Divide might just wall it off, and then they can just ignore it. I mean, what are the chances that both teams just decide to fight A main that fast? The flash connections were so perfect. PaperX fight through all of the smoke utility to get the kills.
Yeah, not just the flash connections, I mean the shots on target too.
Yeah. And that was something that I was a little concerned about going into this game, actually. Loud are going to take a tactical timeout, but I felt like from what we had seen over the course of the rest of this tournament, Loud had more players stepping up with their individual form. You know, Les is just consistent. He's always a monstrous player. But I feel like QCK's had some big moments. Tui's has been playing better than expected too, and Kawanzi's been like putting in some solid work at times. When I was looking at the other side of things for PaperX, it was only really Forsaken that was blowing me away.
Damn, this grin to help PRX win. You lost Dirties in their pro match? Dog, so many thrifties.
If you want to look at one individual that turned the tide of Ascent,
well, yeah, it was pretty back and forth in the beginning, but this one was like
and you've also been getting better and better.
Can't block the blind.
As he spends
more
more time
share it? Yeah,
pressure on him on the
Go
stage.
for it, and then I'll ping Cooch for it. Just to upload the video, and I'll let him know.
Interviews, but just that stage experience being so valuable for a team like PaperX when they've been making these adjustments, trying to find that identity, I think. But listen, if it's form that carried them to this point right now, the ideas and time are kind of flourishing, honestly. They've got good reads, they've got good adaptations, they've got good counter strats prepped and planned. They're making it so damn hard right now for Loud to try and deal with.
Again, PaperX start 3 players ready to fight over A. And Loud go for the exact same default setup again. You know, Sova, Viper over towards A, Kawanzi in tiles. Ready for any kind of mid-aggression, sure, but not actually taking aggressive map control in B main or market, anything like that.
Up for mid, face wide, doubled up in the high-low, but no casualties or kills. Yet Divide, he's making a go of it.
I would say most company credit cards are MasterCard because I know a lot of people, stores don't accept MasterCard, but
oh no!
No!
Wait.
He almost ran away.
That's wild.
Just hoping
it's a good card. It's a really good card.
What the but something gets the response, and it's all left to Tui's, who, of course, is not in A main where the fight is happening.
No, he wouldn't be. He'd be on the other side.
Turns out all transparent as far as Flash is concerned. Yeah, that would make sense.
Be able to make the play
like, because if it worked, you would think enemy collision would make be the same thing. So that's why I just assumed it would be, but we'd have to test it. Because Skies do that flash where they flash in front of them, and they just run through it, right? You insta flash in front of you. There's a real flash.
If something gives him a free kill, though, this is winnable.
That's how the clutch really begins, but he was just aiming in the wrong location. 4 kills in the round for something.
And this round, Loud did actually try to... It wasn't early round market control, but QCK started walking into mid after they realized PaperX weren't fighting it, and then was looking to prod towards that area of the map.
Yeah.
But there was no smoke up towards top mid, not enough players in mid to dominate those sight lines. And so there's a kerfuffle that happens over there that PaperX come out, I guess, to the good. And Sadak's trying to make it fake like it's happening over towards A, and the PaperX players just peek. The more mess that's involved here, the more I think you start playing towards PaperX's strengths.
Fast play again. Deep molly, deep dart, flash into the corner. Munyet's here with the judge. No clearance. No clearance. It's starting to get sloppy. It's starting to get sloppy indeed. And guess what? Exactly where a team like PaperX thrives. Pound for pound, his team, they were born and bred in the chaos.
See you later. What the hell?
Exactly why you can never underestimate
You're brand friendly. You don't need to wag nobody. I tossed him. Tossed him.
Straight into it.
Get out of here.
Again,
Get out of here.
Essentially an unwinnable scenario.
Another round, another Loud player in a 1vx, completely surrounded.
Yep.
And PaperX are coming out here. They're really not adjusting their defensive setup too much. It's that Loud cannot come up with the answers. We've now seen 4 rounds in a row, roughly following the same kind of trend, where Loud want to take control of A and push PaperX back, and they can't figure out how. the judge, the paranoia, the swings from both sides, just getting pulled into the maw of PRX.
That's all smiles on the
Alex.
faces of the PRX players. Of course it would be.
Not coach.
He's having
Never
fun.
Alex. It's scary when he smiles, actually. You don't expect it.
This is the first time PRX decide not to fight over towards A, so we might see a very different round here.
Ooh.
Loud are actually being
This
given
round.
this space. PRX anticipating that they would change it up. Surely they don't go A main again after we've just been beating them.
I mean, can
Allowed not to be deterred.
Him
though.
and Yet protect Halls?
One away from the ultimates. Sonic builds up his. Deep drone that wasn't used to clear elbow, so they can start to use that now towards the site. Munyet, his position is vulnerable here. It's a pop flash play to set him up with a bit of supportive utility. He wants to disengage now with a smoke dropped down. No command, feeling the heat, feeling the pressure.
That's a weird one, actually, because
It's a really early ult.
but they've popped an
A
ult.
really early ult.
And Loud think that they're
I
anchoring
wonder.
the site, so they haven't committed. This is a strange standoff.
Line in the sand has been drawn. Deep TP into mid here, 2 years. I believe just sticking that one, so he's given himself a deep position to mid. Probably won't matter too much. Munyet might be eager though for a challenge here. How's your reaction time? Sun flashes on flashes. Paranoia to meet their match. And a deep dart as well. That's not going to be accounted for. Hunter's Fury though tucks into it, gets the connection, gets the collision course straight into these players. And Munyet
Whoa, he's
does
alive?
a decent job of just
Okay,
avoiding
no, he's
it.
dead now.
Dodging, ducking, weaving, but not enough there. And a repeat with the Outlaw. Something has something to
Ooh.
say. On a reload online, shock darts though, jumping around the punish, and they're out wide and open.
Damn, PRX!
Ready for the taking.
Oh, it's you? Okay, here, let me... I got it, I got it.
Given control of elbow,
Got it.
PRX still find a way
Thank
to come
you.
out on top. This is 5 rounds in a row now. After a very back and forth beginning, when no team could really get a handle on the economy,
Reply to this message when we know. Reply,
bearing in mind that this was
ping,
a
post.
lower eco buy
There we
as well,
go.
but it's all just been getting crushed. Surely Loud are going to change things up. And this time their defensive
good job,
their attacking
everybody.
setup, sorry, does look slightly different. PRX have already
We did it.
anticipated it though.
Time for mid.
Tiles
Clapper. Do we need a clapper
already
emo, you know?
forwards in the approach, and he is set up with that util. Run it back, dealt with, and dropped immediately. These ults just tumbling before our very eyes here. The deep pit into B main.
It is
where
a great
everybody
read
at?
though from Les. He realizes that if they're
The hell?
fighting over mid, they can't be doing their normal
Damn.
A setup.
Disappear
so
something.
he takes this timing into elbow. There is a chance that a bullet could find the back of
My clap was
something's
at.
here.
He's not watching for it, so he will be falling. Flat lined to the side, and the site gains now for less. Going to be calling for the rotate and the pivot. Smokes.
He could drop a pit.
Falling down, he certainly could, and really turn this into more than a winnable spot with 2 years. In that late lurk player, dropping like flies. 2v3 here. Loud have a massive advantage here with the pit, with the rolling thunder. Really just letting it loose and letting it rip here. Sky high, that's the Vi. It's going to be flying forwards and won't be able to withstand any sort of pressure there, leaving it just to Mind Freak now.
Mind Freak's been good at catching 2Es in all of these previous rounds, but finally
I feel like we
2Es
misunderstood
gets
the
his value
request.
on the lurk. Loud with 5, but questions in my head about whether or not that's going
That
to be
was
enough.
ambiguous.
There was a serious streak there of dominance from PRX on the
I
defense
will
side.
have...
And I do
yeah,
like the way that PRX play
a
their attack too. I
test.
think both of these teams are very confident in Sunset. Still, anybody's game.
Yeah,
but
can you
Loud
test that
team
again?
under the most
Hell was
pressure.
ambiguous.
Listen, it's elimination. They're already one map behind.
That was
Have to be
ambiguous,
that comeback
right?
starting at the pistol round
Like,
in that
did
second
anyone
half.
else misunderstand him, or is it just me? Like, I thought he meant it was,
Forsaken, just heading into the
you know,
series.
like, it's just me? It was ambiguous to me.
Hello guys, I'm Jason, aka Forsaken.
What the fuck is he typing? He's not in the gun.
Against GEN.G, we lost, but I don't.
He's at the venue. Don't copy whatever the hell he's posting.
I mean, I can tell
Doesn't
that
mean
we're gonna
anything.
lost because they play well, but at the same
Yeah,
time, I would say we just want to go lower bracket, you know, because
Stop,
I know
drop,
that they're
party,
good,
kill my ass.
and also we're not in the good shape. I mean, like we have like shaky map, shaky roster. Also, it's like
I
we're
seriously
not
thought
doing as great as last time.
Huge meant
so
like they were both
I
teammates.
didn't like regret or whatever.
Something needs to do a little bit more.
Like the enemies. No, not your bad. It's his fault.
A
The
shot
fuck?
right
It was
to
ambiguous.
Texture's
Straight
temple.
up.
That's going to put us in a 4v2 with PRX.
Someone else does it.
Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something though delivers. Okay, he's up top and not spotted. Easy peasy.
If we meet Loud, I'm just gonna go all in, and I hope you guys enjoy our W gaming, you know. Actually, I feel like we shouldn't have been in the playoff. We should have been like lost, like long time ago, maybe against TH or KC, because I felt like lucky, I would say last time. But you know, like I said, when we go our bracket, and every time we already played the match, finished the match, no matter we win or lose, we will like improve very fast. And hopefully in our bracket, we will show you guys on our improvement.
Yeah, Forsaken just handling that pressure like water off a duck's back coming into this entire tournament, just with the lowest of expectations, and now they're just improving at a meteoric pace, looking to really just take it to a team like Loud. They have the lead here at the half of a decider map.
Yeah, I think that one of the big problems for PRX is that their previous playstyle involved them being in the flow state, of all just having the same understanding of what was going on. And the more that you try to force that kind of thing and worry about the fact that you're outside of it, the worse it gets. But just getting absorbed into this tournament seems to have brought back some of that synergy. Some of the single-mindedness that we see from them, the hive mind of PRX.
That's what made them deadly.
And the pistol rounds have been, well, I hesitate to say important because they did flip-flop a lot at the beginning of this map. But they could be decisive. Everybody on PRX grouped up to try to punish 2Es.
Disrespected for that one here. 2Es backs away with the TP. Off-angle approach now with the paranoia. Sent flying onto the left-hand side. 2Es. So not accounted for. QCK just trying to back him up as well as bail him out. And they are just collecting all sorts of kills. But the damage done.
PRX are up on this?
The kill onto Divide.
Too far forward and not playing great angles. Pushing themselves
Did
into
Sen
spots
win
where they
earlier?
couldn't
Nope,
quite
Sen
get it.
lost.
Overextending to deal with Divide.
They got sent down to losers.
Shots himself on the corner, but does pick up the kill.
Getting flustered, but
Jesus
okay
Christ.
there eventually with the reset of the aim. Less. 1v3. We've seen magic.
He's done damage, but he can't get through this wall. It's so powerful on the pistol. On both sides.
Right there.
For the retake.
Right there.
To block off angles in the post. It's such a nice addition to the KO Gecko comp that a lot of teams have been looking at.
Look at this, too much to clear really for Less. The man in his face, follow through with the bullets. No kill collected, but he does have too much to do. Already the time's getting away from him. Look at PRX. Stanced up, holding their ground, swinging off the contact, and that's pistol round 1 out for them. It's been so damn important. Like you said, we've been talking about the details of the importance of it, despite the initial stats. This first
On
half,
VLR, you read
really
the VLR comments? You're weird.
Look, the slow up there. Divide is used
Hella
as bait,
weird.
and they really do bait Loud.
Yeah, we need more flash testers. Join that party code from Abundant. I trust you all, because I am not doing it.
I know that people have been
You know,
looking at the something
I'll do
POV and talking about how he doesn't, recycle the Gecko utility as much, that kind of thing. But they are really good at being able to combo those together to apply a lot of pressure to their opponents. And frankly, PRX move fast
comment? You're weird. You're very weird.
second round of Gecko util. Les takes an opportunity.
Please not more
to
thrifties. Okay, thank God. What the
gambling
hell?
on the fact that PRX would not have everybody stacked in
Well,
zone.
what the hell is going
itself
on?
For a team like Loud as well, because
We're good now
Eagles
or
are
what?
pissed around. PRX
Jesus.
on their attack side again. Very ult generation heavy. Something now one away from the Thrash to be used into the bonus round into the next. Assuming Loud can't do too much more damage here on their retake.
on the flash peek into backside as well.
Whoa!
Z picking up 2. Still got that wall, but 2's on the flank.
Yeah, Peppered here, holding the util. Good adjustment by Mind Freak.
Close. A decent opportunity, actually, to turn that away. Send us down the spiraling path of
You got
Thrifty
Cypher
after
hacked.
Thrifty. But it was not to be. And as you were saying, Brett, building up something's ultimate here is really devastating for Loud. Difficult to deal with. And I think the addition of the Sage Wall just makes so many of these post
There's a world they won that. There's a world for everything. That doesn't mean it's
Where we've
likely.
seen a lot of teams develop really solid retake setups, where the amount of utility coming in just ends up being overwhelming. But if you force the retakers down a certain path dictated by that Sage Wall, things get a little easier for PRX.
Just throw a wrench into the plans of a lot of teams. I mean, Sage is so unorthodox on this map. Early Thrash. Used to set up here, out towards A.
But a fake in terms of where the pressure's actually coming from.
Yeah, I mean, he did have the spike on him, but the rest of his team now working into mid. Pop flash, wall up. Hearing all this noise, hearing all these sounds, we can't survive it past the box. A call is made though. Loud want to commit into this fight. I'm going to commit.
Damn, what? They dropped that bomb, man!
Perhaps something drops down as well, forced into the spectator's seat with the spike drop down.
Uh-oh.
Favorite situation for Loud now.
They have spike. Very difficult to retrieve. If Monier gets another smoke online, which he does, He just sneaks in, sneaks out, and now all of Loud are in a pretty rough spot. They don't have any map control or information. Could be worried about some lurking happening here. So just like that, suddenly there's a lot of doubt in the heads of this Brazilian team.
A daylight robbery from Monyet.
You'd expect the spam to be coming through as soon as the smoke gets deployed.
It wasn't there though, and now, because Loud was so heavily stacked up around that spike position, as you were saying, they've lost all map control.
Yeah.
They're having to triple up and re-clear everything together just in case.
And they're slow to do it as well. What you see from PRX is that after throwing that A utility, they were immediately up mid. And I was praising Sadak in the games that I've been recently watching of Sunset. He's very aware of those mid lurk timings, but PRX are faster than Loud are anticipating. And didn't we see that all the time on Ascent? With individuals finding timings ahead of when they were going to be expected. And look at the map here, how far away the nearest Loud player is. PRX have got tons of time to try to reposition into a spot where they can upend the player disadvantage.
Miles away. PRX seeking to try and fight them deep into these angles. Now Loud already for it with those protocols. Monyet left alone to his devices. Only the Spectre in his hands. It would have to be a miracle. It would have to be mistakes to be made.
Oh, shit.
Though,
oh, God.
Heals as well to really collect up that kill and get that trade online. So that was a bonus round for PRX. The 2 players surviving for Loud, they might even consider that a bit of a success.
Oh, damn, that was close.
I think I would. PRX's economy's in a really nice
happy.
spot. And not just that, they did find a timing through mid. So anytime one of these timing-based macro plays works, it's going to add another layer of confusion in Sadak's calling.
Yeah.
Because with a composition like this, you have to be mobile to plug the gaps. And if you're slower than your opponents, you're going to leave those gaps open. Something, of course, he is picking up the attack side operator here on Gecko. His opping was sublime on Ascent, one of the big reasons that Loud are now 1 map away from elimination.
Massive round for Loud. Have to really lock this one up. Pretty heavy with the economical investment across the board from Loud. I mean, 2 players with a
15
bit of
bullets. He got a pistol.
Spare, all picked up as
He
well.
got a pistol.
So they can just doing his darnest to try and build up towards that big ultimate.
And a very slow beginning to the round from PRX. Loud choosing to try to fight A main there. Recommitting to the angle after this utility was thrown.
Pushing them up. Here's a pivot though, straight into market. They got anything to try and push 2 years off. Here are the sound cues. Tidy placement there with a snake bite. Less well timed on top of it. Here we go. Drone into mid. Monyet. Second tag, fakes like he could be TPing away, but he still maintains his position and his composure. In through mid now, deep knife going to be landing into market, wall through, broken immediately, couple of shots sprayed out. Can't quite break it though, Monyet. Could really be that insurance player now. Coming out from the back, here's the rotation, QCK collects him.
Caught the
Quick
lurker.
on it with the trigger. Now we see it, players lit up like a beacon, something only to 1, instant trade, something Forsaken just trying to play in tandem with each other, but they are overwhelming them. Mindfreak towards the back, Less is dodging and weaving, gliding across the floor. He finds it now, leaving it to divide.
With a Spectre? There's no way, right?
Time ticking away. What is the call here? Tapping again, this time Less sticking, not making the same mistake as the prior game, 2 years, locking down the angle.
What I will say is that the half armor meta is dangerous because the Guardian kills you in 2 shots. To the
really
body.
Crucial that they picked up that mid lurk.
That shit's
QCK
scary.
is at the bottom of the scoreboard, but most of that is because he found it so difficult on the attack side to get in through A main. He just got beaten up over and over again in that same position. It's not really that he's even been able to take some fair duels. And I'm surprised at how much the PRX economy
yeah,
was
so does the
hurt. They
Outlaw.
came into that round with a stinger and a
But
Spectre.
the Guardian buy is often more
The previous one as a bonus.
bought
Clearly they
as like
PRX
a buy.
messing with their own
The Guardian
economy
is
little
a
bit. It's put them in
quote-unquote
a
buy
really tough
when you
spot.
need to buy.
Oh, they're going to be happy with it. Ooh, wall down. Face potentially can hear it. The footsteps rumbling towards him. He's looking for a tussle and a tumble. Less backing away. Will be postured away from that angle.
It's very rare that you see Less scrambled. But he did seem a little less than his calm usual self there. Forced to backpedal at some pace.
Clear game plan here for PRX, making sure that they can absorb up all the orbs around the map. PRX now defaulting back over towards B main.
And 2, he's getting posted on A with the AWP. This is something that Loud have brought out fairly recently, but Twiz has been doing quite a lot of opping at this event so far.
Yeah.
And it allows them just to post him up on A, and they're not
I don't know,
too worried.
enthusiast. How often your enemies behind
Stacks towards
Guardian?
the rest of the site. Having said that, Loud
I'm
have
not
also
saying it's a
played B for
common
retake
thing. I'm
here.
saying that
Not gonna
exists.
have any way of
An
being able to
HP
challenge
combination
Side of market, Dizzy.
that is dangerous.
Looks like connection there onto QCK, so it looks like the wall is intact. Wasn't able to spam it down in time. Forsaken. Tux. Side by side wants to play together now. Him and something here. Running back forwards, facing with it. The flash is not connecting here. Less from the back, feeling really the heat and the pressure, but Kawazin seeks to relieve it. And now back into the action and the fight. Rolling Thunder committed. You're not getting away with that one yet. Tried to TP to evacuate and escape the ire. Still after shock. Plenty of util left. Where that come from? Mind Freak. 2 on the table now. 2 left to go. Dropping down. Knows they're not on it. Peeking through. Another tap. Will force Mind Freak out into the open. Kawazin really seeking to deny this one.
Oh, God!
Mind Freak performs magic.
I think free frames on your stream end. I don't know why it was freezing, but it was freezing.
What
Oh
a ridiculous round for PRX to get. That was them on a basically
It does
an
not
eco
block the
round as
flash.
well.
Do you have a video abundant? We're looking for like video proof
Labels
so
the
we
Red
can
Bull clutch, but
King
could
Hooch.
just as easily be called the Thrifty. Their economy was not good. It all came down to Mind Freak. And Lau could not find a safe position to go for the half.
Hesitation just to stick it and trust that they could potentially just hold down the angle. The Kawazin in that spot. I mean, it's super reminiscent, honestly, of the other day.
It's very...
Loud are playing SEN, John QT's playing the clutch. They can't decide who's sticking, a bit of miscommunication, maybe getting frantic.
It's very tough in those situations where you don't have smoke utility because you don't isolate angles that the clutch player there, Mind Freak, could be peeking from. So really, you got to just tap and push. But instead, they were, you know, Sadak's trying to get half, wondering if he can, trying to tap to bait out the peaks, hoping that they can rely on their individual skill to win it out. And Mind Freak simply better in that moment. What a way for things to turn around. Because other than that, the game plan is actually not really working here for PRX. So weirdly enough, it's Loud to take the tactical timeout, but I think Alex will be happy to have a little chat with his team here.
Yeah.
Because what's happening is PRX are getting into post-plant situations quite a lot, and then they're forced to go for some post-plant aggression, and there's a bit of anti-synergy with the Sage Wall and the positioning. You saw them swing with just stingers into market there without too much util at hand. They're finding it difficult to pick those timings to disrupt the Loud retake. And if they just sit there, they can do that against other teams.
Is that the link for the...
Loud are running. They're going to get obliterated.
I go ping Hooch again.
See if they change things up or coordinate that post-plant aggression just a tad bit better.
Strange buy though for Loud.
It is, yeah. It is a force.
Yeah.
But Les would rather have a sheriff than anything else.
Sky, I mean, he is incredibly consistent with it.
Can you list your POV too, Abundant? And I'll just link both.
Raw aim based on his
that way we can just make sure he's happy with the verification.
Slow beginning though for PRX, nice and cautious.
Also, I can hear you moving your mouse 20 times. What the hell?
Initially, lots of ults really to work with for PRX on top of that. So
can you not do a 180 like with one swipe?
Essentially for free. Looking like there is that hesitation though in terms of how they want to play it.
Yeah, it's interesting. They've spotted Tui's, and that seems to be a hard read.
You should be able to do a 180 with one swipe. Lower your sense with aim training. No, you should still be able to do a 180 with lower sense.
We're ready to go for the B exec there, and now they've just come all the way back.
You should be able to use your arm and just sweep.
And that's got to be a call from Mind Freak.
You're not using your arm to sweep 180?
They're going to hit a
You
fairly
100% should be able to sweep 180.
30 seconds on the clock.
Orb rebounding. 2 years chance to play spoiler. But no, he's out of there. So.
It's a legitimate concern. Belly roll. Like, if you can't do a 180, you're going to do worse. It's a legitimate concern.
It's actually a nasty one as well.
Oh, your mouse pad? Okay, fine. I'm letting you know now. Those small movements are really bad.
The entirety of the field.
Like, it doesn't matter how good your aim training is because you can't reposition your mouse well without the 180.
Paranoid on one yet, going to be using this one nice and early, still holding for the shotgun. Molly at your feet, Mind Freak going to be pushed out to the open, and he is the critical player. Has to dodge and duck and weave away from these bullets. Led just flying straight past him as they're trying to attempt to clear through. Look at the ore placement on high.
Your mouse won't track a 180. You need a new
so
mouse.
much more to do from this position. He just doesn't have enough info to really work with. Disastrous here for Loud with the fact that it was that weaker investment. fact, the total
That's in the wrong
investment
place. Yeah,
correction
okay.
from me. Loud, they did put everything into that one.
Funny.
It was weaker because it was a force. They were coming into it with at least one
Okay,
sheriff
as long as
and
you
I
want
think a
A,
stinger
it's
to
fine.
work with.
Abundant. Let me know when you drop your POV, and then I'll ping Hooch.
Loud are now only 2 lost rounds away from being eliminated.
You don't want to watch
in
anymore?
4th
Yeah, we're
place.
cooked.
When was the last time that happened? I mean,
We're cooked.
Top 4 of the Masters, listen, that is not bad by any means. They made it to playoffs, but when there's only 8 teams here, sure, 8 of the top teams. Look at this, another boost play coming out from Paper.
Oh! It's disgusting.
They were innovating with that over towards A, and they do it again. Very reminiscent of when they first brought out the Sage Comp on Pearl. Bait out the fights here from
Oh, no.
Tower is going crumbling down. Making a fool of Leicester boot.
It's pure whimsy. Smiles on the faces as they're having it. I mean, they have brought this to series point.
Is it time to pay it out? Is it time to pay it out?
Of being
Oh,
eliminated.
okay. Let me get the payout.
I don't think
Just get the
many
payout
people
ready.
had Paper X
Payout
winning in
left.
2-0 fashion.
Oh, damn. Damn. Oh, no, this is not okay.
Boost play. They know that the Dizzy has been broken in many rounds, so they know that somebody is top mid, waiting to break that piece of Gecko utility. They boost up, get the punish, and all of that. And around Eco anyway, trying to play for overtime. Forced to by the Force in round 19. Or round 18, I should say.
And this is now going to take some heroics. Attack there with a knife. What's
He's so
the call
fast.
now for Paper?
He's so fast.
Oh, how's he here?
Disrespectful in nature.
Oh, that's
of the head.
not as good, but
By Kawazin as he does seek out that trade, and he will be granted it. Now to Thrash, though. Set this one up forwards here, still slow, seeking to reposition. Kawazin lays down the law and potentially gives them a fighting chance.
Can he be the hero just when his team needs it? One more onto Forsaken, important, and he takes it.
Good control.
4K in the round.
Something drops
all right, I was gonna say it's like the only way.
Really look for something. Pulling this out of seemingly nowhere, 1v1, and Loud. Desperation, QCK knows the position, throws the molly, flash round dodge, juked, avoided, QCK saves the day.
It takes such heroics from Loud to just put the first of 5 necessary rounds on the board. Cowanzine was slowed up, top A lane, had to take out 2 players where the trade.
He's expecting the flash, which is different, and the flash isn't popping at the very corner. So he has the entire duration of the flash, which is not a lot of time, but professional player, sure, I'll give him that.
Still came down to a 1v1. Oh.
Something is crazy, man. Crazy with it.
You have to see that repeated a few more times. Loud, ideally with a couple more players.
Imagine the comeback. No shot.
Some nasty hits
no
to the
shot.
Eco. It'll have to be done if they want to stay alive in the series, stay alive in the tournament.
Something looking to try to take an early timing here. Dueling against Les. I don't see how he's going to find the opportunity facing against this Viper wall. Les normally plays a little more passive, actually.
We have seen, you know, when Loud's back is up against the wall, Les tends to take matters into his own hands. Mind Freak taken out. They still have the res online for this one, but Divide, with him falling, no longer available.
The reaction from Paper X, looking to try to hoover up this B control.
I guess it is
Les
possible.
was peeking over towards Market.
Straight in
it's empty.
Dizzy committed by something. He's looking to see if he can get himself onto the deeper line. You don't expect that. Drops it. 3 versus 3 now. The knife attack.
I like the op, right? Gives him his own op line.
But he's already playing now. High-low setup. The rest of his team out wide here. Something going for the peak. Going for the peak! Catches it in the perfect timing. A bullet to the chest with the IGL down and deleted. 2 left standing. Les again. Heroics are necessary. And it has to be coming out swinging. Traded.
All right.
1 to stand. 2 years.
Pay it out soon, huh?
A fake with the TP, a paranoia.
Sorry, you're not really missing much. It's just PRX are winning. That's it.
Setup, it's too strong, it's too damn strong. And PRX seal it away.
See you later. PRX win. PRX win.
Sent to the airport.
And something closing out Sunset, doing everything for them today. What a time. What a game to come alive. The best player for Paper X in map 1 and map 2. Sending home one of the VCT
So what's
giants.
the next one?
What a clash. what a way to have this rivalry continue, with PRX being able to get the advantage over a team that loves brawling, loves playing against opponents that are swinging into them. Loud unable to find the control here today to shut them down.
I mean, Ascent versus PRX.
That we will say goodbye to Loud. Not the run they wanted, but an admirable effort nevertheless. Top 4 really gets heated when you have 8 teams at
Actually, let me look at this game real
the
quick.
competition starts from the get-go.
Yeah, and they put themselves in a difficult position, honestly. This new style that they've come up with, it does kind of cause them to have to plug gaps constantly without that sentinel. They had to be mobile, they had to be aggressive, and they're playing against a team that wrote the book on playing an aggressive, mobile, constantly doing stuff kind of style.
Certainly did.
And PRX still had that diligence to their play today. Still had a really nice, close, steady attack side.
Absolutely insane stuff that we've witnessed as PRX squad lives yet another day. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to break it all down.
Unbelievable stuff from PRX. So many people doubted them coming into this series.
Dude, look at the entire team though, right? All of my PRX are doing great. They're doing great.
This team
Unfortunately,
is inexplicable. Anytime you think they will not
Product
perform,
and
this
QCK
team
were
steps
not
up.
doing
They've
great.
improved so much. From
This,
the first match they showed
this
here
set-
in Madrid, from losing that final to Gen.G, to now showing up here, and honestly, I think playing an exceptional game against Loud. They knew how to deal with this comp. The individuals are stepping up. Somehow something looks like a top 5 player of the event, and he's hopping on Gecko every match. It's ridiculous.
But you know what though, I gotta say, I'm liking the ideas that I'm seeing there, even though sometimes they look a little bit rough. I like the way that something's just proactive, wants to get out there. He'll send Wingman to go and handle business and give him a little bit of more information. He's using the kid in a way that is working for him.
Yeah, we really didn't know
We got
what
a
the
great
style was
game.
going to be without G.
Great match
But they have
tomorrow.
continued
SEN versus
to
PRX.
find themselves. Manyet
BO5.
has
The
improved
BO5?
throughout
Oof.
this event, and
That's gonna be a
they've hit
long
that
stream,
flow state
everybody.
Again, it seems.
Get ready
That
for
is
it.
very scary for anyone else that they will go up
I'm not
against.
reading
The
those
question is
comments.
obviously,
People are freaks.
can they maintain this momentum? But here's a fascinating thing about this game.
Okay,
is
I'm
that,
gonna
quite
go.
honestly, Mimi, and I say
I'm not
this
gonna hang
with full
around
respect,
extra this time.
it was like a boring
Everyone
game
else, feel free if you want to
a
watch
certain
the
extent. PRX were kind of
interviews
just
and all that. You
doing
can, but I'm gonna go. I got some stuff to do. I gotta pick up my laptop.
They just looked very well put together.
Too much other
they
stuff.
weren't trying to go for anything too wonky, but when they did, it looked like they had a plan. It looked like they had a very solid approach. It was honestly
All
a
right,
joy to
guys,
see
gals,
this team
non-binary pals. I hope you all have a good day. I hope you all tune in tomorrow as well.
Forsaken as well.
We'll
He's
have a
the guy
great
you
time
have to
tomorrow.
highlight, playing seemingly every agent,
I
doing
hope.
so incredibly well. The guy has improved to an unbelievable
Raid.
degree along with his team. I think we've really seen this evolution, this next step of PRX.
Nah, it's a good night. I mean, it's a good night for you. Good night for you, but it's lunchtime for me. Goodbye, everybody.